About 2 years ago, when things weren't going particularly well in my life, someone suggested finding an online support group. It seemed like reasonable advice at the time. A way to connect with people dealing with similar issues, get some perspective from others who'd been through what I was going through. Nothing dramatic or unusual, just the kind of thing people do nowadays when they need help and don't quite know where else to turn. The group I eventually found seemed perfect, welcoming, supportive, full of people who understood exactly what I was dealing with. It felt genuine, like I'd stumbled across something really valuable during a difficult period. Looking back now, I suppose there were small things that should have made me question it. But when you're vulnerable and someone's offering understanding, you don't tend to look too closely at the details. And that's the problem really, because it wasn't a support group at all. It was a data collection operation targeting vulnerable people, and everything I shared there over 3 months, my fears, my routines, my personal struggles, was compiled into a profile that's been sold more times than I can count to people who see emotional vulnerability as something worth exploiting. I'm a pharmacy assistant working in Plymouth, been doing it for around 9 years now. It's steady work, dealing with prescriptions and customer queries. Nothing particularly stressful under normal circumstances. But 2 years ago, I went through a difficult divorce that left me struggling with anxiety and insomnia. I'd wake at 3 a.m. with my mind racing, unable to settle, feeling isolated and overwhelmed by changes in my life I hadn't chosen and couldn't control. My GP prescribed some medication for the anxiety and suggested counselling, which helped to a degree. But what I really wanted was to talk to people who'd been through similar experiences, who understood the specific challenges of rebuilding life after a marriage ends. Professional therapy felt formal and clinical. I wanted something more personal, more immediate, the kind of peer support that comes from shared experience rather than professional expertise. I found the group through a recommendation on a women's health website. It was called Moving Forward Together, described as a safe space for women recovering from relationship breakdowns. The website looked professional and compassionate, with testimonials from members who'd found comfort and practical advice through the community. There was a simple registration process requiring an email address and some basic information about your situation. Then you'd receive login details to access the private discussion area. I registered one evening when I couldn't sleep, filled out a form explaining I was recovering from divorce and struggling with anxiety and insomnia. Within hours, I received a welcome email with instructions for accessing the group's discussion platform. It was set up like a private social network, with message boards for different topics, member profiles, and direct messaging capabilities. The group seemed genuinely supportive. There were around 50 active members, all women apparently going through or recovering from relationship difficulties. They shared stories about their experiences, offered advice about practical matters like finances and childcare arrangements, provided emotional support during difficult moments. The tone was warm and understanding, exactly the kind of community I'd been hoping to find. I started participating regularly, posting about my struggles with anxiety and sleep, responding to others who were dealing with similar issues. People were kind and empathetic, sharing their own experiences and suggesting things that had helped them. One woman recommended specific relaxation techniques that she'd found useful. Another suggested herbal remedies that had helped her sleep. A third shared details about how she'd managed the financial challenges of living alone after years of shared expenses. The group felt safe enough that I found myself sharing quite personal information, details about my daily routine and how anxiety was affecting my work, specific fears about being alone that made me hypervigilant about home security. information about my financial situation and concerns about managing on a single income. The kind of vulnerable honesty that comes from feeling understood by people in similar circumstances. One aspect of the group that seemed particularly helpful was a feature called Accountability Partners. You could request to be matched with another member for more private one-to-one support, someone you'd check in with regularly to share progress and challenges. I was matched with a woman who called herself Sarah, who'd apparently been through a difficult divorce 3 years earlier and was now helping newer members navigate their own recovery. Sarah and I messaged frequently, sometimes daily. She asked detailed questions about my situation, always framing them as genuine interest in helping me work through challenges. What specific aspects of living alone made me most anxious? What times of day did I feel most vulnerable? Did I have family nearby who could provide support? What were my work hours like? And how did that affect my ability to manage household responsibilities alone? I answered all her questions honestly, grateful for someone who seemed genuinely interested in understanding my situation. I told her about my morning routine and how I'd struggled to get motivated to leave for work, about coming home to an empty house in the evenings and feeling the absence of another person more acutely then, about lying awake at night, worrying about things I'd never worried about when I wasn't living alone, unusual sounds outside, whether doors and windows were properly secured, whether anyone knew I was by myself. Sarah would respond with understanding and practical advice. She'd share similar experiences from her own recovery, suggest specific strategies for managing anxiety, ask follow-up questions that showed she was really listening and thinking about my situation. It felt like genuine friendship developing, the kind of connection that helps you feel less alone during difficult times. After about 3 months of active participation in the group, I started feeling better. The anxiety was more manageable. I was sleeping more consistently, and life as a single person was becoming normal rather than frightening. I participated less frequently in the group discussions, not because I was unhappy with the community, but because I simply needed it less. I check in occasionally, but mostly I was moving forward with my life, which was the entire point. Then, about 6 months after I'd largely stopped participating, I received an email from someone claiming to be a journalist investigating online support groups. She explained that she'd found evidence that moving forward together wasn't what it appeared to be, and she was trying to contact former members to warn them about what their personal information might have been used for. I was skeptical at first, thinking it might be spam or some kind of scam, but the journalist provided specific details about the group that convinced me she was legitimate. She explained that moving forward together was operated by people who specialized in gathering detailed personal information from vulnerable individuals, information that could be used for various forms of exploitation, including targeted fraud, stalking, and burglary. She discovered this whilst investigating a series of burglaries targeting single women, all of whom had at some point participated in online support groups for relationship recovery. The pattern had been subtle enough that police hadn't initially connected the cases, but the journalist had noticed similarities in how the victims had been selected and the timing of when they were targeted. The journalist had managed to gain access to back-end systems used by the people running Moving Forward Together, and what she found was disturbing. The group wasn't a genuine support community. It was a sophisticated information-gathering operation designed to extract detailed personal information from emotionally vulnerable women under the guise of peer support and friendship. Every post made in the group was being analyzed and compiled into individual member profiles. The direct messages, the accountability partnerships, the private conversations where members shared their most vulnerable moments, all of it was being recorded and organized into comprehensive dossiers about each participant's life, fears, routines, and circumstances. My profile included everything I'd shared over those 3 months: my work schedule at the pharmacy and typical routines, my home address, which I'd mentioned in context of discussing my neighborhood and feeling isolated there, detailed information about my anxiety triggers and specific fears about living alone, notes about my financial situation and what valuables I owned, even analysis of my sleeping patterns and what times I was most likely to be home versus away. But the profile also included information I'd never shared directly, analysis based on what I'd written, inferences about my psychology and behavior, assessments of my vulnerability to different types of exploitation, notes indicating I was particularly susceptible to authority figures and likely to comply with demands from people presenting themselves as official or helpful, observations about my tendency to trust people who seemed understanding and supportive. The journalist showed me screenshots of the dark web marketplace where these profiles were being sold. It was organized like a database of vulnerable targets, searchable by location, living situation, specific vulnerabilities, and types of exploitable information available. My profile was listed under single women in the Plymouth area with documented anxiety and security concerns. The listing emphasized the quality and detail of information available. It highlighted that I'd willingly shared intimate details about my fears and routines, that I'd been open about my financial situation and possessions, that I'd documented specific times when I was home alone and feeling most vulnerable. All of this was presented as valuable intelligence for anyone interested in targeting me for fraud, burglary, stalking, or other forms of exploitation. The purchase history showed my profile had been bought by 8 different accounts over the past 18 months. 8 separate people or organizations had paid money for comprehensive information about my personal life, my vulnerabilities, my routines, my fears. The marketplace didn't reveal buyer identities, but the journalist had been working with police to try to trace some transactions and identify who was purchasing these profiles. What made it particularly insidious was how the information had been gathered. I hadn't been tricked into sharing personal details through obvious phishing or fraud. I'd voluntarily provided everything, believing I was participating in a genuine support community, trusting that my vulnerability would be met with compassion rather than exploitation. The entire operation was built on weaponizing the instinct to seek help and connection during difficult times. The journalist had identified around 200 women whose profiles were being sold through the same marketplace, all of them having participated in various online support groups operated by the same organization. Groups for relationship recovery, bereavement support, health anxiety, financial stress. Any community where people were likely to share detailed personal information while seeking help and understanding. Several women whose profiles had been purchased had subsequently been victims of crimes. Burglaries timed to occur when they were reliably away from home. Sophisticated fraud attempts targeting their specific financial vulnerabilities. Stalking by individuals who'd used the profiles to learn their routines and locations. The journalist had documented around 15 cases where profile purchases correlated clearly with subsequent victimization. I contacted the police after speaking with the journalist. They were already investigating the operation based on information she'd provided, and they took detailed statements from me about my participation in the group and what I'd shared. They explained that prosecuting these cases was complicated because the information had been voluntarily provided. Even though the context was deceptive, the act of compiling and selling the information might be illegal, but proving that members had been deliberately deceived required demonstrating the group's true purpose. A detective showed me more details about how the operation worked. The people running it had created dozens of different support groups covering various life challenges. Each group appeared independent, with different branding and website designs, but they were all operated by the same organization, collecting information for the same marketplace. The accountability partnership feature was particularly calculated, pairing vulnerable members with supposed peers who were actually employees, trained to extract specific types of information through empathetic conversation. Sarah, my accountability partner, wasn't a real member who'd recovered from divorce. She was someone employed to build trust with me and systematically gather details about my life that could be valuable to potential buyers. The detective walked me through evidence they'd gathered about Sarah specifically. Her real name was something else entirely, and she'd been matched with around 40 different women across various support groups, always playing the role of recovered peer offering help to newer members. She had scripts for different scenarios, guidelines for what information to prioritize, training in how to build trust and encourage vulnerable disclosure. Learning that those months of what felt like genuine friendship had been calculated, manipulation was devastating in a way that's difficult to articulate. Sarah's empathy had been performance, her understanding had been strategic, and every vulnerable thing I'd shared with her had been recorded and packaged for sale to strangers who viewed my emotional struggles as exploitable weaknesses. The police investigation eventually led to arrests of several people involved in operating the support groups and marketplace. But the profiles themselves had already been widely distributed. My information, along with hundreds of other women's detailed personal disclosures, existed in private collections of people who downloaded them before law enforcement shut down the marketplace. I had to make significant changes to my life to feel even marginally safe after discovering this. I moved to a different area within Plymouth, stopped using my previous routines, closed down most of my social media presence. I'm hyper-vigilant about what information I share online now, even in contexts that seem genuinely helpful and supportive. The experience has made me deeply suspicious of online communities and reluctant to seek help even when I need it. What haunts me most is thinking about the 8 unknown buyers who purchased my profile. Who were they? Why were they interested in detailed information about me specifically? What did they plan to do with knowledge of my fears and routines? The journalist and police identified connections to some crimes, but most buyers remained untraced, their intentions unknown, their continued interest in my information impossible to assess. I also think about the other women whose profiles were sold through that marketplace. How many of them still don't know what happened, still believe they participated in genuine support groups, still trust that their vulnerable disclosures were held in confidence by compassionate peers? The journalist contacted everyone she could identify, but there were gaps in member information, and many women who'd used pseudonyms that couldn't be traced to real identities. The psychological impact has been harder to manage than the practical security measures. I struggle to trust people now, particularly when they seem understanding or supportive. I question whether kindness is genuine or calculated, whether people asking about my well-being actually care, or are gathering information for purposes I don't understand. The suspicion affects my relationships and makes it difficult to accept help even from people who genuinely want to provide it. I joined that support group looking for help during a difficult time in my life. I shared my fears, my struggles, my vulnerable moments, believing I was participating in a community of mutual support and understanding. Instead, I was providing detailed intelligence that was compiled, analyzed, and sold to people who viewed my emotional vulnerability as exploitable weakness. That's what I think about now when I see online support groups advertised. Not whether they're genuinely helpful or moderated by caring people, but whether they're information gathering operations targeting vulnerable individuals. Whether the supportive responses and empathetic questions are genuine or strategic, designed to extract valuable personal details that can be packaged and sold to buyers with malicious intent. The profiles exist. The violation is permanent. And somewhere, 8 different people or organizations possess comprehensive information about my life during my most vulnerable period. Information I shared voluntarily, believing I was seeking help from people who understood my struggles. That knowledge has changed how I navigate the world, making me cautious where I used to be trusting, suspicious where I used to be open, isolated where I used to seek connection. I sought help when I was struggling, and that decision to reach out left me permanently compromised. My vulnerability was weaponized, my trust was exploited, and my most private struggles were converted into a product sold to strangers whose interest in me is anything but compassionate. That's the price I paid for trying to find support during a difficult time, and it's a price I'll be paying for the rest of my life. This may seem like a strange way to start a story, but here goes. Up until very recently, I used to exercise religiously. I'd always use one of those fitness apps that logs your runs and walks, maps your routes, counts your steps, tells you how many calories you burned. It felt good to see the progress, to have concrete data about getting healthier. I used it for nearly a year before I discovered that every route I'd ever taken, every location I'd ever stopped at, every pattern in my daily movement had been compiled into a profile that was being sold to people who had very specific reasons for wanting to know exactly where I'd be and when. People who'd purchased that information multiple times, who'd used it in ways I'm still discovering, who know more about my life than most of my actual friends do. I'm a speech therapist working with children at several primary schools across Derby. It's the kind of job that involves a lot of moving around during the day, visiting different schools, working with kids individually or in small groups. I'm generally active anyway, enjoy keeping fit, try to walk whenever I can, rather than driving everywhere. Using a fitness app seemed like a natural way to track that activity and motivate myself to stay healthy. The app I downloaded was called HealthPath. It had decent reviews, a clean interface, seemed straightforward enough. Free basic version, with optional premium features you could pay for, the standard business model for fitness apps. I started using it last January, logging my morning runs around the neighborhood, my walks between schools during the workday, my evening strolls when the weather was nice. The app was quite engaging. It would send encouraging notifications when you hit milestones, suggest routes based on what you'd done before, create statistics showing your progress over time. It had social features too, where you could add friends and see each other's activities, though I never really used that aspect. I just wanted the personal tracking, the satisfaction of seeing my activity logged and quantified. Over the months, I got into a comfortable routine with it. Morning run before work, usually the same 3 or 4 routes through my neighborhood, depending on how much time I had. Walks during the day between school visits. Routes that became predictable as I figured out the quickest paths. Evening walks most days after dinner. Circular routes around the local park or along the canal towpath. The app faithfully recorded all of it, building up a comprehensive picture of my movement patterns. I particularly liked the feature that showed your most frequented locations. It would identify places you visited regularly and give them labels: home, work, gym, that sort of thing. Mine showed my house, the various schools I worked at, a coffee shop I'd stop at most mornings between appointments, the park where I'd do my evening walks. It was oddly satisfying seeing my regular life mapped out like that. Proof that I had a routine and structure to my days. Around 6 months into using the app, I started noticing a car that seemed to appear in the same locations I did. A silver Audi that I'd see parked near my house in the mornings. Then later parked near one of the schools I worked at. Then sometimes near the coffee shop or the park. I thought it was coincidence at first. Someone who happened to have a similar routine to mine, living and working in the same areas. But the timing of the appearances was too consistent. The car would be parked on my street when I left for my morning run, usually a few houses down, and I'd see it pull away shortly after I started running. Then it would be at one of my school locations later that same day, parked with a clear view of the entrance. It started to feel less like coincidence and more like someone was deliberately being in the same place as I was, following a schedule that matched mine too closely to be random. I tried to see who was driving it, but the windows were tinted enough that I could never get a clear view. I never saw anyone get in or out. It was just there, consistently present in locations where I spent time, watching without ever doing anything overtly threatening or illegal. I reported it to the police after about 2 weeks of noticing this pattern. They took a statement, but explained that someone parking legally on public streets wasn't something they could act on unless there was evidence of actual harassment or threats. They took the registration number and said they'd look into it, but they were honest about not being able to do much without clear evidence of criminal intent. The car stopped appearing after I filed that police report, which should have been reassuring, but actually made me more uneasy. It suggested someone had known I'd contacted police, that they were aware of my concerns and had adjusted their behavior accordingly. That implied they were paying very close attention to me, close enough to know when I'd taken action against them. Then I started receiving anonymous messages through various platforms. They'd come through email, through social media accounts I barely used, even through a professional networking site I'd signed up for years ago and forgotten about. The messages were brief and cryptic, usually just mentioning a specific location and time. The coffee shop at 8:15 on Tuesday, the canal path at 6:30 on Friday, the park bench near the playground at 7 on Sunday evening. What made them disturbing was how accurate they were. These were exact descriptions of where I'd been and when, locations and times that weren't public knowledge, that I hadn't shared with anyone. Someone was tracking my movements with precision and letting me know they were doing it, sending these messages as proof that my routine was completely transparent to them. I became hypervigilant about my surroundings, constantly checking if anyone was following me, varying my routes to avoid predictability. But the messages continued, adapting to my new patterns, demonstrating that whoever was sending them could track me regardless of what precautions I took. If I took a different route to work, I'd receive a message mentioning that new route. If I stopped going to my usual coffee shop and tried a different one, a message would reference the new location. A colleague at work suggested that maybe someone had access to my phone's location data. That seemed impossible. I was careful about app permissions, didn't share my location publicly, had privacy settings enabled. But she convinced me to check what apps had location access, and that's when I discovered HealthPath was tracking my location continuously, not just when I was actively using it for exercise logging. The app's permissions showed it had access to my location at all times, even when it was running in the background. I'd granted that permission when I first installed it, clicking through the setup screens without reading carefully, assuming it needed location access for mapping runs, but not realizing it meant constant tracking regardless of whether I was exercising. I immediately revoked the location permission and looked more carefully at what data the app had collected. The history section showed every single location I'd visited over the past 6 months. with timestamps accurate to the minute. Every school I'd worked at, every shop I'd visited, every route I'd walked. It was a comprehensive surveillance record of my life, all stored in an app I'd voluntarily installed because I wanted to track my fitness. But the data wasn't just stored locally on my phone. The app's privacy policy, which I read properly for the first time, explained that location data was uploaded to their servers for service improvement and shared with third-party partners for various purposes, including advertising and analytics. The language was vague enough that it could mean almost anything, and I had no way of knowing who these third-party partners were or what they were doing with my location history. I deleted the app immediately and contacted HealthPath's customer support, asking them to delete all my data from their servers. They responded with an automated message saying data deletion requests would be processed within 30 days, which did nothing to address my immediate concerns about who currently had access to 6 months of detailed location tracking. The anonymous messages stopped after I deleted the app, which confirmed my suspicions that whoever was tracking me had been using data from HealthPath. But that confirmation made everything worse in a way, because it meant my location information had been accessible to someone with malicious intent, someone who'd used fitness tracking data to stalk me systematically over an extended period. A few weeks later, a police detective contacted me. They'd been investigating HealthPath as part of a broader inquiry into location data being sold illegally on the dark web. My name had come up because I'd filed that initial report about being followed, and they'd found evidence that my location data specifically had been sold multiple times through a marketplace that specialized in personal tracking information. The detective explained how it worked. HealthPath had been collecting detailed location data from thousands of users, far more information than necessary for fitness tracking. That data was being packaged into individual user profiles and sold to anyone willing to pay for access. The profiles included complete location histories, regular routines, frequently visited places, predictable patterns that could be used for various purposes including stalking, burglary planning, or targeted harassment. She showed me, with obvious discomfort, the listing that had included my data. It was on a dark web marketplace organized like a commercial database, with search functions allowing buyers to filter by location, age, gender, activity patterns, and other criteria. My profile was listed under active single females in the Derby area with predictable daily routines. The listing included sample data showing the kind of information buyers would receive, screenshots of my most visited locations, examples of my regular routes with timestamps, analysis of my typical schedule showing when I was reliably at home versus when I was away. It was marketed as comprehensive surveillance intelligence, useful for anyone who wanted to monitor someone's movements without their knowledge. The purchase history showed my profile had been bought by 5 different accounts. 5 separate people had paid money for detailed information about my daily movements, my routine, my predictable patterns. The marketplace didn't reveal buyer identities, but the detective explained they were working to trace transactions and identify who'd purchased access to my data and others like it. What made it worse was discovering that HealthPath had known about the data sales. The company wasn't directly selling to the marketplace. That was being done by someone who'd gained unauthorized access to their databases. But HealthPath had been aware of the security breach for months before taking action to stop it or warn users that their location data had been compromised. They'd prioritized avoiding bad publicity over protecting users from potential stalking and harassment. The investigation revealed that tens of thousands of HealthPath users had their location data stolen and sold. The marketplace had been operating for over a year before law enforcement discovered it, during which time countless individuals had been tracked without their knowledge by people who'd purchased their movement patterns and routines. The detective walked me through what they knew about the 5 accounts that had purchased my profile. 2 had been traced to individuals arrested for stalking offenses against other victims. 1 belonged to someone with a history of burglary, who'd apparently been using location data to identify when targets would be away from home. The other 2 remained unidentified, their purchases made through anonymous accounts that couldn't be traced to real identities. Knowing that at least 2 unidentified people still possessed detailed information about my movements, that they'd paid money for access to my location history and could still be monitoring me somehow, was terrifying in a way that's hard to articulate. The silver Audi had probably been one of the 5 buyers, using my real-time location data to show up wherever I was. But I'd never know which buyer it was, or whether the others were still out there, still interested in my routine, still watching for opportunities I couldn't anticipate. The legal consequences for a health path were substantial, but felt inadequate. They received fines and were forced to implement better security measures. But that didn't undo the year of data collection they'd allowed to be stolen and sold. The company eventually shut down entirely, unable to survive the reputational damage and legal costs. But by then, the harm was irreversible. I had to change significant aspects of my life to feel even marginally safe. I moved house within 3 months of discovering the data breach, unable to stay somewhere whose location had been sold to strangers. I changed my work schedule and routes as much as possible, varying my patterns obsessively to avoid being predictable. I stopped using any fitness tracking apps or services, stopped sharing location data with any apps regardless of their purpose. But I know the historical data still exists somewhere. 6 months of detailed location tracking, showing everywhere I went and when, preserved in private collections of people who downloaded it before the marketplace was shut down. That information is outdated now, showing addresses I no longer visit and routines I've deliberately abandoned, but it still reveals patterns about my behavior and preferences that could be useful to someone interested in finding me. The psychological impact has been harder to manage than the practical security measures. I'm constantly aware of my surroundings now, checking for cars that seem to follow me, watching for people who appear in multiple locations, unable to relax in public spaces. The paranoia affects my work. I'm distracted during therapy sessions, anxious between appointments, hypervigilant in ways that make it difficult to maintain the calm, professional presence my job requires. I think about those 5 buyers constantly. Who were they? Why were they interested in my movement specifically? What did they plan to do with the information they purchased? 2 have been identified and arrested, but what about the other 3? Are they still monitoring me somehow, still interested in my location, still looking for opportunities to exploit the patterns they learned from data I never meant to share? The detective mentioned that location data from fitness apps had become increasingly valuable on dark web marketplaces. People use fitness tracking innocently, wanting to monitor their health and activity, never realizing they're creating comprehensive surveillance records that can be stolen and sold. The data shows not just where someone goes, but their regular patterns, their predictable routines, their vulnerable moments when they're alone or away from home. She also explained that the 5 purchases of my profile had occurred over several months, suggesting ongoing interest rather than one-time curiosity. Someone had bought my data, monitored me for a while, and the information had been valuable enough that others subsequently purchased it too. I was a product with repeat customers, my movements and routine deemed worth paying for multiple times by different people, whose intentions I'll never fully understand. I gave that app permission to track my location because I wanted to monitor my fitness. I clicked through setup screens without reading carefully, granted access without understanding the implications, used it faithfully for 6 months while it compiled comprehensive intelligence about every aspect of my daily life. That data was stolen and sold to people who used it to follow me, to learn my routine, to know where I'd be, and when, with accuracy, I couldn't have achieved myself. That's what I think about now when I see people using fitness tracking apps, logging their runs and walks, sharing their routes and achievements. Most of them probably have no idea what data they're generating or who might have access to it. They're focused on their health goals, their activity statistics, their personal progress, never imagining that the same information could be weaponized by someone who views their location history as valuable intelligence worth purchasing. The app promised to help me get healthier. Instead, it made me a target for stalkers and criminals who paid money for detailed information about my movements. It created a surveillance record more comprehensive than I could imagine, accessible to people I never met and couldn't protect myself from. And somewhere online, that record still exists. My 6 months of location data preserved in collections I'll never find, potentially being shared through networks I'll never access. I track my exercise differently now. Paper notebook, handwritten notes that never leave my house. No apps, no GPS, no digital records that could be stolen or sold. It's primitive and probably seems paranoid to people who use fitness tracking without incident. But I know what happened when I trusted an app with my location data. I know the marketplace where that data was sold, the buyers who purchased it, the year of surveillance that resulted from wanting to count my steps and map my runs. The data exists. The violation is permanent. And somewhere, someone probably still has my old location history. 6 months of my life mapped out in detail, showing everywhere I went and when I went there. That information is outdated now, but it's still mine, still private, still something I never consented to share with strangers who paid for access to my movements. And that knowledge will stay with me, a constant reminder that the tools we use for self-improvement can be turned against us in ways we never anticipate until it's far too late to protect ourselves. I found a photograph of myself sleeping in my own bed, taken from inside my bedroom, tucked under my kitchen door this morning. The timestamp shows it was captured 3 hours ago. I probably shouldn't tell you what I've learned about my neighbor, or about the dark web marketplace that's been using my street as a hunting ground. But if something happens to me, if I disappear on a Tuesday evening like the others, maybe someone will understand why. It started when Mrs. Henderson next door went into hospital. Nothing dramatic, just a routine hip replacement that turned complicated. She'd lived in the terraced house beside mine for nearly 20 years, and suddenly there was this emptiness where her daily routines used to be. No more Radio 4 drifting through the thin walls at 7 sharp each morning. No more clatter of her walking frame on the path when she collected her milk. The estate agent's board went up about a fortnight after she'd moved into the care home permanently. One of those cheerful yellow signs promising quick sales and competitive fees. I didn't think much about who might move in next. You never really do you? You just assume it'll be someone ordinary, a young family perhaps, or another pensioner looking to downsize. The new owner arrived on a Tuesday afternoon in early March. I only noticed because I was working from home that day, catching up on some freelance copywriting projects that had been piling up. Through my front window, I watched a battered white transit van pull up outside Mrs. Henderson's old place. No removal lorry, no boxes of furniture being carried in. Just one man with a heavy rucksack and what looked like a laptop bag. He was younger than I'd expected, probably somewhere in his 30s, with the sort of pale complexion that suggested he didn't spend much time outdoors. Dark hair that needed cutting, wearing a navy hoodie, and jeans that had seen better days. The kind of person you'd walk past in the street without a second glance. What struck me as odd wasn't his appearance. It was how he moved. He kept glancing around as he walked up the path, checking the neighboring houses, scanning the street like he was memorizing it. When he reached the front door, he spent several minutes just standing there before finally going inside. Not looking for keys or checking the address, just standing, watching. I told myself I was being nosy. New neighbors always seem a bit strange until you get used to them. But something about his behavior stuck with me, nagging away like a song you can't quite remember the words to. The next few weeks passed quietly enough. I'd occasionally catch glimpses of him through his windows late at night, always hunched over what appeared to be a computer screen. The blue glow was visible from my bedroom window if I happened to be up past midnight, which I was more and more often. My sleep had been disrupted since starting a new antidepressant, and I'd found myself padding around the house at strange hours, making cups of tea and staring out at the empty street. It was during one of these insomniac wanderings that I first saw him in his back garden. The terraced houses on our street all have small rectangular gardens separated by low brick walls. From my upstairs bathroom window, you can see into most of the neighboring yards. Mrs. Henderson had kept hers immaculate. Rose bushes, a small vegetable patch, one of those rotary washing lines that squeaked in the wind. Her replacement had different priorities. He was digging, not planting or weeding, but creating what looked like a series of rectangular plots about 6 feet long and 3 feet wide. Neat, methodical excavations that he worked on in complete darkness, using only the light from his phone to guide him. The earth he removed was being carefully bagged and presumably disposed of elsewhere, because there was never any pile of soil visible during daylight hours. I counted 6 of these plots before I stopped watching. Something about the precise measurements made my stomach turn. The sensible thing would have been to assume he was planning some sort of garden renovation. Maybe he was one of those people who prefer to work at night to avoid curious neighbors. Maybe he had a day job that made evening gardening impossible. Maybe he was just eccentric, but the plots were too uniform, too deliberate, and they never seemed to get filled with plants or paving stones or anything else you might expect. I started keeping a casual eye on his activities, the way you might monitor roadworks outside your house or construction noise that's disrupting your routine. Not obsessively, just noting the patterns when they interrupted my own schedule. He seemed to work exclusively at night, always alone, always methodical. During daylight hours, his house appeared completely empty, no movement behind the curtains, no car in the narrow driveway. About a month after he'd moved in, I noticed something else unusual. My internet connection had become frustratingly slow, particularly in the evenings. Pages that should load instantly were taking 30 seconds or more. Streaming services buffered constantly. At first, I blamed my provider. They're always making excuses about network maintenance and peak usage periods. But when I checked my router settings one evening, trying to identify the problem, I discovered something that made me pause. There were multiple devices connected to my home network. Devices I didn't recognize, with names like Garden Cam and Monitor Node and Backyard Watch. I changed my wireless password immediately, but the unknown connections returned within hours. Someone was accessing my internet, and they were using it to run what appeared to be surveillance equipment. The thought that followed was immediate and unwelcome. My new neighbor worked at night, appeared to have no visible job, and was apparently tech-savvy enough to hack wireless networks. He was also creating precise rectangular excavations in his back garden. I tried to push the implications away, but they kept resurging like a persistent headache. Instead of sleeping, I found myself researching missing persons cases in our local area, scrolling through police appeals and newspaper articles about people who had vanished without explanation. There were more than I'd expected. Young women, mostly, who had simply failed to return home from work or nights out. Cases that had gone cold after the initial investigations yielded nothing. The dates troubled me. Several of the disappearances had occurred in the months before Mrs. Henderson went into hospital, when the house next door had been empty and available. A convenient base of operations for someone who needed privacy and direct access to neighboring properties. I know what you're thinking, that I was letting paranoia get the better of me, creating connections where none existed. That's certainly what I told myself during the rational daylight hours when my theories seemed ridiculous and overblown. But the nighttime excavations continued, and my internet remained compromised despite multiple password changes and router resets. Worse still, I'd started noticing small signs that my own property was being observed. Scratches around my back door lock that I didn't remember. Footprints in the flower bed beneath my kitchen window that appeared overnight and were gone by morning. The feeling, growing stronger each day, that I was being watched from the house next door. The breakthrough came from an unexpected source. I'd been idly browsing social media one evening when I noticed a post from Sarah Collins, a woman I'd known vaguely at secondary school. She was sharing a missing person appeal for her younger sister Emma, who had disappeared 3 weeks earlier after leaving work at a restaurant in the city centre. Emma's photograph showed a slight girl with dark hair and pale skin, wearing a navy jacket. The description mentioned that she'd been carrying a laptop bag and was known to walk home alone late at night. The similarity to my neighbor was striking enough to give me pause, but what really caught my attention was a detail buried in the appeal text. Emma had been active on various online communities, particularly ones focused on privacy and internet security. Her sister mentioned that she'd been exploring the darker corners of the web, researching topics that had become increasingly concerning to her family. I stared at Emma's photograph for a long time, thinking about rectangular plots and surveillance equipment and the pale young man who worked exclusively in darkness. Then I did something I'd been avoiding for weeks. I accessed the dark web. I won't go into the technical details of how that works. There are enough guides available if you're genuinely curious. What matters is that within an hour of browsing, I'd found what I was looking for. A marketplace buried several layers deep in the hidden internet, accessible only through specific channels and invitation systems. The site was called Garden Services, which should have been my first warning about what I was about to discover. It advertised itself as a community for people interested in discreet disposal solutions and property maintenance. The language was coded, euphemistic, but the underlying meaning was unmistakable once you understood the context. They were selling access to live streams. The feeds were categorized by location, with familiar postcodes and area names that made my hands shake as I scrolled through them. Most were listed as currently offline or archive access only, but there were half a dozen showing green status indicators suggesting active content. I clicked on one marked with my own postal district. The video quality was grainy, filmed from multiple angles that suggested carefully positioned cameras. The location appeared to be underground, probably a basement or converted cellar. The lighting was harsh and clinical, throwing sharp shadows across concrete walls. There were 6 separate enclosures visible in the main view. Rectangular spaces divided by metal barriers, each one approximately 6 feet by 3 feet. The same dimensions as the excavations in my neighbor's garden. 5 of the spaces appeared to be occupied. I slammed the laptop shut immediately, my heart hammering so hard I thought I might be sick. But the images had already burned themselves into my memory. The makeshift cells, the surveillance equipment, the careful documentation of what was happening in that underground space. I sat in my darkened living room for nearly an hour, trying to process what I'd seen and decide what to do about it. The rational part of my brain insisted I should contact the police immediately, report my suspicions and let trained professionals handle the investigation. But another part wondered what evidence I actually had. Unusual gardening habits and network intrusions weren't necessarily criminal activities. The dark web marketplace could be located anywhere in the world, operated by people with no connection to my neighbor or my street. Even if I reported everything I'd discovered, would anyone take it seriously enough to act? While I was debating internally, I heard the back gate creak open next door. Through my kitchen window, I could see the familiar hooded figure making his way across the garden in complete darkness. He was carrying what looked like a spade and several large plastic sacks, moving with the same methodical precision I'd observed over the previous weeks, heading directly toward the excavated plots. I watched him work for 20 minutes, filling in one of the rectangular spaces and immediately beginning work on a new one nearby. The displaced earth went into the plastic sacks, which he loaded into a wheelbarrow and presumably disposed of elsewhere. By the time he finished and returned indoors, there was no visible trace of his activities. The next morning, I called in sick to work and spent the day researching Emma Collins' disappearance in greater detail. I found social media profiles that painted a picture of someone curious and technically minded, exactly the sort of person who might stumble across the wrong section of the dark web. Her final posts were about online privacy and digital security, subjects that could easily lead someone into dangerous territory if they weren't careful about their research methods. The timeline was troubling. Emma had vanished on a Tuesday evening 3 weeks earlier. My neighbor had been working in his garden on Tuesday nights ever since, always filling in existing plots and creating new ones. I tried to convince myself I was making unjustified connections, but the pattern was too consistent to ignore, particularly when I discovered that 2 other recent missing persons had also disappeared on Tuesday evenings, both young women with interests in technology and internet security. The kind of people who might be drawn to explore hidden marketplaces and underground communities. The kind of people who might accidentally attract the attention of someone offering discreet disposal services. That evening, I made my decision. I waited until nearly midnight when the familiar sounds of digging began next door, then made my way carefully through my back garden to the low brick wall that separated our properties. The height difference gave me a clear view of his activities, and what I saw confirmed my worst suspicions. He wasn't just creating burial plots. He was maintaining an underground facility that connected directly to his cellar through a series of concealed access points. The garden excavations were ventilation shafts and emergency exits for a much larger operation taking place beneath ground level. While I watched, he spent nearly an hour checking each of the rectangular spaces, using a torch to examine what appeared to be concealed drainage systems and air circulation equipment. This wasn't the improvised setup of someone acting on impulse. It was a carefully engineered facility designed for long-term operation. I had my phone ready to record evidence, but before I could begin filming, he looked up directly at me. We stared at each other for several seconds across the garden wall. His expression was calm, almost curious, as if my presence was expected rather than surprising. Then he smiled and gave a small wave, like a neighbor acknowledging another neighbor during a chance encounter. I ducked down immediately, my heart pounding, and made my way back to my house as quietly as possible. Once inside, I triple-locked the doors and closed all the curtains, trying to process what had just happened. He'd seen me watching him, seen me recording his activities, and instead of appearing concerned or defensive, he'd seemed pleased about it. The implications made my skin crawl, but I couldn't shake the feeling that his reaction had been planned, that he'd wanted me to discover what he was doing, wanted me to know exactly what was happening in the house next door. I spent the rest of the night sat in my front room with all the lights on, waiting for sounds from next door that never came. No digging, no footsteps, no indication that anyone was awake in the neighboring house. Just silence that felt more threatening than any noise could have been. The next morning, I found an envelope on my kitchen table, not pushed through the letterbox or left on the doorstep. On my kitchen table, inside my locked house, positioned exactly where I'd left my coffee mug the previous evening. The envelope contained a single photograph and a handwritten note. The photograph showed me standing at my bedroom window, taken from somewhere in the neighboring garden. I was clearly visible despite the darkness, captured in sharp detail that suggested professional surveillance equipment. The timestamp in the corner indicated it had been taken several weeks earlier, long before I'd started paying attention to my neighbor's activities. The note was brief and written in neat, precise handwriting. It simply read, "Garden Services is always looking for new contributors. Your documentation skills would be valuable to our community. We'll be in touch soon." I'm writing this 3 months later, and I still haven't contacted the police. Not because I don't want to help Emma Collins and the others who've disappeared, but because I'm too frightened of what might happen if I do. The envelope proved that my neighbor could access my house whenever he chose, that he'd been watching me long before I'd started watching him, that my investigation into his activities had been noted and potentially encouraged from the very beginning. But there's something else that stops me from seeking help, something I discovered when I finally worked up the courage to check the Garden Services website again. There's a new section now, marked Upcoming Content, with a familiar address listed beneath it, my address. The preview shows a photograph of my own back garden, taken from multiple angles, with precise measurements for rectangular excavations that haven't been started yet. I haven't seen my neighbor for weeks now, but I know he's still there, still watching, still planning, still maintaining his underground facility while he waits for the right moment to expand operations. The house next door looks completely empty during the day, but I can see the blue glow of computer screens late at night. And sometimes, when the wind is in the right direction, I can hear sounds from beneath the ground that I try very hard not to think about. I keep telling myself I should pack up and leave, find somewhere far away where Garden Services can't reach me. But I know it wouldn't make any difference. They've already documented my movements, my routines, my vulnerabilities. They know exactly where to find me whenever they decide the time is right. So I stay here, keeping the curtains drawn and the doors locked, writing down everything I've discovered in case someone finds it useful later. In case anyone wonders what happened to me when I inevitably disappear on a Tuesday evening, just like Emma Collins and all the others. The excavations in my garden haven't started yet, but I know they will. The measurements are already planned, the drainage systems designed, the surveillance equipment tested and ready. I just have to wait for my turn to contribute to the community that's been watching me all along. She was middle-aged, wearing a navy tabard with crystal-clear solutions embroidered across the chest, and she knew my name. When I told her there must be some mistake, she showed me the booking confirmation on her phone, my address, my full name, even my mobile number. Someone had arranged for my house to be deep cleaned while I was supposedly at work, and they'd paid in advance. I should have slammed the door right then. Instead, I let curiosity get the better of me. The booking had been made 3 days earlier through their website, she explained, with specific instructions about which rooms needed attention and a note that the homeowner would be present to supervise. The payment had come through their online system, all legitimate and above board. But I'd been working from home all week, recovering from a chest infection that had left me exhausted and housebound. I hadn't booked any cleaning services, and I certainly hadn't been planning to go anywhere. The woman, Janet, according to her ID badge, seemed genuinely confused by my denial. She kept checking her phone, scrolling through booking details and muttering about system errors. Eventually, she apologized for the confusion and said she'd sort it out with the office. As she walked back down my front path, I noticed she spent several minutes on her phone before driving away. That should have been the end of it, but the incident nagged at me throughout the day. Someone had my personal details, knew my address and daily routine well enough to book services during my supposed working hours. The sort of information that suggested more than casual knowledge of my life. I'd been living alone in the same rented flat in Reading for nearly 2 years, working as a freelance graphic designer, mostly for small local businesses. Nothing about my lifestyle should have attracted unwanted attention. I kept to myself, paid my bills on time, maintained friendly but distant relationships with my neighbors. The most exciting thing in my weekly routine was the Thursday quiz night at the pub down the road. Yet somehow, someone had been monitoring my movements closely enough to know exactly when I should have been away from home. That evening, I decided to check my computer for any signs of unauthorized access. Nothing sophisticated, just changing passwords and looking through browser history for anything I didn't recognize. What I found was more disturbing than any obvious security breach. My search history contained dozens of queries I'd never made. Searches for local cleaning services, home security systems, property rental agreements for my specific address, all dated over the past month, all conducted during hours when I was supposedly using the computer for work. The searches followed a logical progression, as if someone was researching my living situation in methodical detail. They'd looked up my landlord's details, checked property records, even browsed estate agent listings for comparable flats in the area. The sort of comprehensive background research that suggested serious intent rather than casual snooping. I ran every security scan I could think of, but found no evidence of malware or remote access tools. Yet the unauthorized searches continued appearing in my browser history over the following days, always conducted during times when I was actively using the computer for legitimate work. It was as if someone was sitting beside me, conducting parallel research, while I remained completely unaware of their presence. The second cleaning service appointment arrived the following Tuesday. This time it was a different company, Elite Home Care, but the same scenario played out. A polite woman at my door with a confirmed booking for services I'd never requested, payment already processed, specific instructions about my supposed absence during working hours. When I questioned her about the booking details, she mentioned that the original request had come through a specialized platform that catered to busy professionals who needed discreet, high-quality home services. The client had been very specific about timing and had paid a premium for guaranteed availability. After she left, I spent the afternoon researching the specialized platforms she'd mentioned. What I discovered led me into corners of the internet I'd never explored before. The legitimate cleaning service websites were straightforward enough, but they all mentioned partnership arrangements with exclusive client networks that operated through private channels. Following these references led me deeper into invitation-only platforms and private communities that existed beyond normal search engines. Eventually, I found myself accessing the dark web. The process was simpler than I'd expected, though I won't detail the specific steps involved. What mattered was what I found once I gained access to the hidden marketplaces and community boards that operated in that space. There was an entire economy built around domestic intrusion services, not the crude break-ins or obvious burglary operations you might expect, but sophisticated networks that specialized in subtle, long-term access to people's homes and private lives. They marketed themselves as providing ambient intelligence and lifestyle integration for clients who needed detailed information about specific individuals. The services offered were disturbingly comprehensive. Home access during predictable absence periods, computer monitoring that left no obvious traces, gradual collection of personal information, and daily routine documentation, all presented as legitimate business services for clients with unspecified but apparently legal requirements. One platform in particular caught my attention. It was called Domestic Insight Solutions, and it offered what they described as comprehensive residential profiling for people in specific postcodes across the UK. Reading was prominently featured in their coverage area. The client testimonials were chilling in their casual tone, people praising the service for providing invaluable background research and seamless intelligence gathering that had enabled them to make informed decisions about their targets. The language was corporate and professional, but the implications were unmistakable. They were selling access to people's private lives. I spent hours browsing through service descriptions and pricing structures, trying to understand how the operation worked. Clients could commission detailed reports on specific individuals, including daily routines, work schedules, security vulnerabilities, and personal habits. The information was gathered through a combination of digital surveillance and physical access to homes during predetermined absence periods. The cleaning service appointments weren't genuine bookings. They were reconnaissance missions. Teams would arrive at target properties under the pretense of legitimate business, gather intelligence about security systems and daily routines, then report back to clients who had commissioned surveillance on specific individuals. But why had I been targeted? I wasn't involved in anything that should have attracted professional surveillance. No contentious business relationships, no legal disputes, no obvious reason why anyone would pay significant money to monitor my daily activities. The answer came when I discovered a client discussion board buried deeper in the marketplace structure. The conversation threads revealed that Domestic Insight Solutions didn't just respond to specific client requests. They also maintained a database of pre-researched subjects in various locations, conducting speculative surveillance on randomly selected individuals who fit certain demographic profiles. Young professionals living alone in rental properties were particularly popular targets. The logic was simple. People in this category were likely to have predictable routines, limited security awareness, and enough disposable income to make them interesting to potential clients. The surveillance data was collected proactively, then offered to clients who expressed interest in specific geographical areas or demographic groups. I was essentially a product in their catalog, my daily routine and personal information packaged and sold to unknown buyers who might have any number of motivations for wanting detailed access to my private life. The realization made me physically sick, but I forced myself to continue reading through the client discussions. What I learned was worse than I'd imagined. Some clients were using the surveillance data for traditional criminal purposes, identifying optimal times for burglary, gathering information for identity theft, or planning more serious violent crimes. But others had motivations that were harder to categorize and somehow more disturbing. There were discussions about clients who enjoyed the psychological aspect of knowing intimate details about strangers' lives. People who derived satisfaction from watching their targets go about daily routines while remaining completely unaware they were being observed. The surveillance wasn't a means to an end, it was the end itself. Other threads discussed clients who used the gathered intelligence for what they called lifestyle integration, gradually inserting themselves into their targets' daily routines through carefully planned coincidental encounters. Meeting them in coffee shops they were known to frequent, joining gyms or hobby groups where they were regular attendees, building relationships based on comprehensive prior knowledge of their interests and vulnerabilities. I thought about the cleaning service appointments, the unauthorized searches on my computer, the systematic collection of information about my living situation and daily routine. Someone had been building a detailed profile of my life, and now that information was available to anyone willing to pay for it. But the worst realization was still to come. While browsing through recent client requests, I found a posting that made my blood freeze. Someone had specifically commissioned enhanced surveillance on my address, with a note that they were particularly interested in direct engagement opportunities and would pay a premium for real-time access coordination. The posting was dated just 5 days earlier. Since then, there had been 3 follow-up messages from the same client, each one expressing increasing urgency about obtaining detailed scheduling information for my upcoming activities. They weren't just watching me anymore. They were planning something that required precise timing and detailed knowledge of my movements. I checked the timestamps on the messages and cross-referenced them with the cleaning service appointments. The correlation was perfect. Each appointment had been scheduled within hours of the client's request for updated information about my availability. The cleaning services weren't reconnaissance missions. They were trial runs, testing their ability to gain access to my property at specific times while monitoring my reactions to unexpected visits. They were preparing for something that required them to know exactly when I'd be home and exactly when I'd be vulnerable. I sat in my darkened flat that evening, trying to decide what to do with this information. The obvious choice was to contact the police. But what evidence did I actually have? Screenshots of dark web marketplaces that might not even be genuine, coincidental timing between cleaning appointments and online discussions that could be entirely unrelated. Even if the police took my concerns seriously, the platforms I discovered operated through layers of anonymity that would make investigation virtually impossible. The people running these services were clearly sophisticated enough to avoid easy detection, and their clients were paying premium prices specifically for that discretion. While I was debating my options, I heard footsteps on the stairwell outside my flat. This wasn't unusual. I lived in a converted Victorian house with 3 other flats, and residents came and went at all hours. But these footsteps stopped directly outside my door and remained there for several minutes without any sound of keys or knocking. I crept to the peephole and looked out into the hallway. A woman was standing motionless in front of my door, staring directly at the peephole as if she knew I was watching. She was holding what appeared to be a cleaning supplies caddy, though it was nearly 10 o'clock at night. We stared at each other through the peephole for what felt like hours, but was probably only seconds. Then she smiled, raised one hand in a small wave, and walked calmly back down the stairs. I spent the rest of the night sat against my front door with the chain locked and a kitchen knife in my hand. listening for any sound that might indicate someone attempting to gain entry. But the building remained quiet, and eventually I convinced myself that the encounter had been a coincidence or misunderstanding. The next morning, I found a business card that had been slipped under my door sometime during the night. It was for Crystal Clear Solutions, the same company whose representative had visited me the previous Tuesday. But instead of standard contact information, someone had handwritten a message on the back. "Thank you for your patience during our extended assessment period. We look forward to providing you with our full service very soon." I've been writing this account for the past 6 hours, and I'm not sure what I expect to accomplish by documenting everything I've discovered. The police wouldn't be able to act on anything I've learned, and alerting the surveillance network to my awareness of their activities would probably only accelerate whatever they're planning. What troubles me most is the realization that this probably isn't an isolated operation. If there are platforms sophisticated enough to conduct systematic surveillance on random individuals across multiple cities, then thousands of people might be living their daily lives completely unaware that their most private moments are being catalogued and sold. The cleaning service appointments were just the beginning. The real service they're preparing to provide is something that requires detailed knowledge of my routine, precise timing, and the ability to gain access to my property when I'm most vulnerable. I don't know when they'll make their move, but I know it will be soon. The client who commissioned enhanced surveillance on my address has been posting increasingly urgent requests for real-time information. They're not content to simply observe anymore. They want to meet me properly. It's Tuesday morning now, and I can hear someone climbing the stairs to my flat. Slow, deliberate footsteps that stop at each landing, as if checking door numbers. I know who it is before they reach my floor, and I know this isn't a reconnaissance visit. This is the full service they've been preparing to deliver. The footsteps have stopped outside my door, and someone is testing the handle very gently to see if it's locked. I can hear the soft rattle of what sounds like professional lock-picking tools, and the quiet confidence of someone who knows exactly what they're doing. I should call for help, but my phone has been making strange clicking noises when I try to use it, and I suspect my communications are being monitored. Even if I could reach the police, they wouldn't arrive in time to prevent whatever is about to happen. The lock has just clicked open, and I can hear my front door swinging slowly inward. Whoever is entering is taking their time, moving with the careful precision of someone who knows the property layout intimately and wants to avoid any unnecessary noise. They've been preparing for this moment for weeks, gathering intelligence and testing their access methods until they were completely confident of success. Now they're here to provide the full service their client has commissioned, and I finally understand what that means. The footsteps are moving through my hallway now, approaching the room where I'm writing this. I can hear the soft rustle of what sounds like plastic sheeting being unfolded, and the quiet clink of metal tools being arranged. Professional sounds that suggest they've done this before. I've been trying to make sense of what happened for weeks now, sorting through the details, trying to figure out which parts were real and which were something else. I still wake up in cold sweats, checking my wrists for marks that have long since faded. It started because I was broke, properly, desperately broke. My flatmate had moved out without warning, leaving me with double rent in East London that I couldn't possibly afford on my uni stipend. I'd been picking up odd jobs online, transcription work, user testing, those survey sites that pay pennies. Anything to avoid calling my parents and admitting I couldn't hack it on my own. That's when I found this posting on one of those gig economy sites I'd been trawling. The description was vague but intriguing. Something about participating in an immersive live performance project with minimal acting experience required. The pay was ridiculous, £500 for what they described as a single 8-hour session. When I applied, not expecting much, I received an almost immediate response asking if I was comfortable with being filmed and with simulated scenarios of intensity. I remember laughing to myself about how sketchy it sounded, but also thinking it was probably just some art student's experimental film or a marketing stunt for a horror movie. The kind of thing that would make a good story later. They asked for a photo of myself and some basic measurements. Looking back, I realized they were assessing whether I'd fit whatever look they needed, whether I'd be believable on camera. After agreeing to their terms, I received coordinates to a storage facility on the outskirts of London, along with a specific unit number and a time, 11 p.m. on a Tuesday. The late hour should have been another warning sign, but they explained it as necessary for the aesthetic they were trying to achieve. I figured it was just filmmaker types being precious about their vision, the kind who think everything looks better at night. I remember the journey there vividly, taking the tube to its furthest stop, then a bus that came only once an hour, then walking the final mile down unlit roads with only my phone torch to guide me. The storage facility was one of those modern ones, all gleaming metal and keypad entries, but eerily deserted at that hour. The only sounds were the distant hum of the North Circular and the occasional security light clicking on as I passed. Using the code they'd sent, I let myself through the main gate. The facility was massive, rows and rows of identical units stretching in every direction. I followed the numbered signs until I found the one I'd been directed to. It looked exactly like all the others, a roll-up metal door with a keypad lock. I punched in the code I'd been given, half expecting it not to work, half hoping it wouldn't. A note on the table instructed me to sit and wait, explaining that the scenario would begin shortly and that I should react naturally to whatever happened. It emphasized that everything was staged and that I could end the simulation at any time by saying a specific phrase, something like Emerald System Shutdown or similar industry jargon. I remember thinking it was all very dramatic, but also kind of exciting in a strange way, like I was in on some secret project. I sat in the chair, noticing for the first time that there were small cameras mounted in the corners of the unit. The laptop on the table was open but locked. I waited for about 20 minutes, checking my phone occasionally, wondering if I'd been stood up or if this was all some elaborate prank. Just as I was considering leaving, the laptop screen suddenly came to life. It displayed what looked like a streaming interface, very bare bones, with a simple chat window on the side and a counter showing the number of viewers. The number was climbing rapidly: 23, 47, 89, 156. I realized with growing unease that whatever was about to happen was being broadcast somewhere. The chat was filling with messages in various languages, many containing Bitcoin amounts and what looked like bids. This definitely wasn't some student film project. Before I could process what I was seeing, the storage unit door rattled violently. 2 figures in dark clothes and balaclavas rushed in. It happened so fast. One moment I was alone. The next I was being forced to the ground, my hands zip-tied behind my back. I tried to remember the safe word, but panic had erased it from my mind. I kept telling myself this was the performance, that this was what I'd signed up for. The roughness felt realistic, but surely that was just good acting. One of them set up something on a tripod, another camera, more professional than the small ones in the corners. The other dragged the mattress to the center of the room, positioning it directly in front of the laptop so that whoever was watching would have a clear view. They moved me onto the mattress, and that's when the first seed of real doubt crept in. The zip ties were cutting into my wrists, drawing blood. That seemed extreme for a simulation. When I tried to speak, to ask if this was part of the scenario, one of them pressed duct tape roughly over my mouth. I could see the laptop screen from where I lay, the viewer count now in the hundreds, the chat scrolling too fast to read. There was a moment of clarity when I realized that whatever line had existed between performance and reality had blurred beyond recognition. These people weren't actors, or if they had started as actors, the scenario had evolved into something else. The panic must have shown in my eyes because one of them leaned in close and whispered that this was all part of the experience, that I was doing great, that the audience was loving my authentic fear. I tried to convince myself they were right, that this was all elaborately staged, that the blood I could feel trickling from my wrists was somehow fake. But then one of them pulled out a knife, a hunting knife with a serrated edge, not a prop, and began cutting away my clothes. The cold metal against my skin felt undeniably real. The goosebumps that rose weren't performance. The laptop chimed repeatedly as the bids in the chat increased. I could see usernames and amounts flashing by as people paid to watch, to suggest what should happen next. The performing arts project facade had completely fallen away, replaced by the sickening realization that I was the unwitting star of some dark web live stream. A stream where the audience didn't just watch, but directed the action through their payments. One of the figures checked the laptop periodically, nodding to the other as if receiving instructions. They set up additional lights, positioned to eliminate any shadows that might hide what was happening from the viewers. There was a methodical professionalism to their movements that terrified me more than if they'd been frenzied or emotional. This was routine for them. I wasn't there first. The hours that followed exist in my memory as fragments, moments of excruciating clarity punctuated by merciful periods of dissociation, where I seemed to float above my own body, watching what was happening to someone else. I remember the cold concrete floor against my back, the laptop chimes marking increased bids, the clinical way they responded to the highest paying viewers' requests, the way they occasionally tilted the camera to better capture my reactions. What haunts me most is the uncertainty that lingers even now. At some point during that endless night, they removed the duct tape and started asking me questions, increasingly personal ones, about my fears, my limits, my pain threshold. When I begged them to stop, they insisted this was all part of the performance, that I was doing brilliantly, that the audience could tell the difference between real fear and acting. They kept reassuring me that everything was under control, that I was completely safe. And sometimes, in their gentler moments, I almost believed them. When they gave me water, when they checked that the zip ties weren't cutting off circulation, when they explained what would happen next, as if walking an actor through a scene. Those moments of apparent concern made everything more confusing. Were parts of this real and others staged? Was I actually in danger? Or was this an extreme form of immersive theatre that I'd simply misunderstood? Near what I think was morning, though with no windows, it was impossible to tell. The stream seemed to reach some sort of conclusion. The viewer count had dropped significantly. One of them checked the laptop one last time before closing it. They removed the zip ties, handed me a bundle of clothes that weren't mine, and told me I'd done well. They counted out cash, the full £500 plus what they called a performance bonus, and placed it on the table. Then they simply left. No explanations, no debrief, nothing to definitively tell me whether what I'd experienced was real violence or elaborate theatre. Just instructions not to leave for 20 minutes, and a reminder that I'd signed an NDA prohibiting me from discussing the project with anyone. I sat there in the empty storage unit, pulling on the oversized clothes with shaking hands, trying to make sense of what had happened. The cameras were still there in the corners. I wondered if they were still recording, if someone was watching me try to reassemble myself. I took the money. I still don't know why. Maybe as evidence that it happened at all. The journey home is a blur. I remember sunlight hurting my eyes as I emerged from the storage facility. I remember people on the tube staring at my disheveled appearance, the clothes that didn't fit, the visible marks on my wrists and neck. I remember the overwhelming urge to tell someone, anyone, what had happened, but being unable to find the words. How do you explain something when you yourself don't understand what was real? In the days that followed, I searched for the website I'd seen on the laptop screen. I trawled the dark web using tutorials I found online, looking for any trace of the stream, for my own face among the videos for sale. I found nothing conclusive, just similar streams that made me physically ill to glimpse, never knowing if I was among them. I reported nothing to the police. What would I say? That I voluntarily went to a storage unit in the middle of the night for money? That I wasn't sure if I'd been assaulted or had participated in extreme performance art? That I took the payment and left without seeking help? They'd either dismiss me or worse, investigate and find the NDA I'd signed, the messages where I'd agreed to participate in simulated scenarios of intensity. The storage unit company had no record of the unit number I provided when I called anonymously to ask about it. According to their system, that particular unit had been empty for months. The gig posting had disappeared from the website where I'd found it. The email address I'd communicated with bounced back all my messages. Sometimes I almost convinced myself it was all an elaborate production, some extreme form of immersive theatre or a psychological experiment. The fact that they paid me, that they didn't keep me there or do lasting physical damage, suggests boundaries existed. But then I look at the scars on my wrists, the nightmares that wake me screaming, and I know something genuinely traumatic happened in that storage unit. The worst part is the uncertainty, the not knowing which parts were performance and which were real, whether the audience was watching fiction or genuine torture, whether I was a victim or a performer who simply hadn't understood the role. I check my bank account obsessively now, looking for unexpected deposits that might indicate my continued unwitting participation in something I don't understand. I've covered every camera on every device I own. I've moved flats, changed my phone number, deleted all my social media, but I still feel watched. Still wonder if somewhere, on some corner of the dark web, people are bidding for a sequel. After all, they know where to find me. They know what I look like, and they know I need the money. Every time I pass a storage facility now, I wonder how many units contain people like me. People caught in that terrible space between performance and reality, never knowing if their fear is entertainment or evidence. I need to tell someone about this, even if no one believes me, even if it sounds completely mad. I've carried it around for 18 months now, and the weight of it is destroying me. Every time I see a missing person poster, every time there's a news story about someone who's vanished, I wonder if they found the same thing I did, if they're gone because of it. I was living in Norwich then, working as a dental hygienist. My life was predictable in that comfortable way that makes you feel safe but slightly dead inside. Same patients every 6 months, same conversations about flossing, same walk home along the river. I'd been single for about 2 years after a relationship that ended badly, and I'd gotten used to my own company, maybe too used to it. The dark web wasn't something I'd ever planned to explore, but after a documentary about online privacy, I got curious about what was actually on there. Spent a weekend learning how to access it safely, or as safely as you can access something inherently unsafe. I expected drugs, weapons, all the stuff you hear about. What I found was mostly just boring. Dead sites, broken links, things written in languages I didn't understand. But then I found something called the service. It was just a simple page with a search bar. No explanation, no about section, nothing to indicate what you were supposed to search for. I tried a few random words. Nothing came up. Tried some names of celebrities, thinking maybe it was one of those sites that leaked personal information. Still nothing. Then, out of boredom more than anything, I typed in my own name. One result appeared, a link with just my name and a string of numbers after it. My finger hovered over the mouse for a long time before I clicked it. The page that loaded was bizarrely mundane. It looked like a basic profile. My name, my age, my address in Norwich, a recent photo that looked like it had been taken on the street without my knowledge, my place of work, my regular coffee shop, the gym I'd just joined but barely used, even my bloody Netflix viewing history somehow. Below all this information was a single line of text. Service available. There was a button next to it. Submit request. I should have closed it immediately. Should have shut the laptop and pretended I'd never seen it. But there was something so specifically threatening about that phrase. Service available. What service? Available to whom? I went back and searched other names. People I knew. My ex-boyfriend came up. Same format. Personal details, recent photo, that same line about service being available. My colleague, Rachel. My neighbor from 2 doors down. My cousin in Sheffield. Everyone I searched for had a profile, but not everyone had service available written on theirs. Some said service in progress. Others said service complete. Rachel said service complete. This bothered me because Rachel had been acting strange lately. She'd called in sick for 2 weeks, then come back seeming different, jumpy, kept checking her phone. Wouldn't eat lunch with us anymore, just sat in her car. I'd assumed she was going through something personal. I searched for more names, people I knew less well. The man who ran the corner shop near my flat, service in progress. A woman from my gym who'd suddenly stopped coming, service complete. My previous neighbor who'd moved away very suddenly last year, service complete. A pattern was forming that made my hands shake as I typed. I went back to my own profile and really studied it this time. The photo was recent, maybe 2 or 3 weeks old. I was wearing the new coat I'd bought in October. The information was current too, including the gym I'd only joined the previous month. Someone was keeping this updated. Below the submit request button, in tiny text I'd missed before, was a link that said view completed services. I clicked it. It was a gallery of some kind. Hundreds of profiles, but these were different. Each one had before and after sections. The before showed people like my profile, normal information, recent photos, daily routines. The after sections were what made me run to the bathroom to be sick. Some showed people who'd clearly been beaten, bruised faces, broken bones, fear in their eyes. Others showed people in what looked like captivity. Basement rooms, mattresses on floors, chains. But the worst ones, the ones that haunt me, were the ones that showed nothing. Just the word relocated under the after section. I recognized some faces. People from Norwich who'd gone missing over the past few years. A teenager who'd vanished walking home from school. A man who'd left for work and never arrived. They were all here, all marked as service complete. I went back to Rachel's profile with growing dread. Her after section showed her in what looked like a warehouse, sitting on a chair, staring at nothing. The photo was dated 2 weeks ago, when she'd been off sick, but she was back at work now. She was fine, wasn't she? The next day at work, I couldn't stop watching her. She seemed normal enough, if quieter than usual. But then I noticed something, a small scar on her neck that hadn't been there before. The way she flinched when anyone walked behind her, how she kept touching her wrist, like checking something was still there. During lunch, when she went to her car as usual, I followed. Watched from a distance as she sat in the driver's seat, not eating, not looking at her phone, just sitting. Then I saw her sleeve ride up. Bruises, dark ones, the kind that come from being held down. I wanted to talk to her, ask if she was okay, but how could I? How could I explain what I knew without admitting I'd been looking at her profile on some horrific, dark website? That night, I went back to the service. I needed to understand what this was, who was running it, what the submit request button actually did. This time, I noticed something new, a small counter in the corner of the main page. Active services, 47. I refreshed the page. Active services, 48. Someone, somewhere, had just submitted a request. I searched frantically through profiles of people I knew, looking for who'd just been marked. Found him after 20 minutes of searching. My ex-boyfriend's best friend, someone who'd always hated me, blamed me for the breakup. His status had changed from service available to service in progress. 3 days later, he was in the hospital. Supposedly a mugging gone wrong, but nothing was stolen. Both his legs were broken. He couldn't remember what happened, just waking up in an alley behind his flat. I checked the service. His status, service complete. That's when I understood. This wasn't just surveillance or stalking. This was a marketplace for violence. Submit a request on someone and something would happen to them. Beating, kidnapping, worse. All presented like ordering a pizza online. I tried to find out more about how it worked. Who was doing the actual violence? How people even knew this site existed. But the deeper I dug, the more frightened I became. Because I started recognizing patterns in the completed services. The man who ran the corner shop, his completed service corresponded with his competition. Another shop owner 3 streets over, having their status changed to service available the same day. Like it was payment, the woman from my gym, her ex-husband's status, had changed to service available the day after hers went to complete. It was a trade. Do something to someone, and you earned the right to have something done to someone else. I stopped sleeping, stopped going to work, just sat in my flat refreshing the service, watching the counter go up. Active services, 52, 53, 54. Then my own status changed. Service in progress. I ran. Packed nothing, just got in my car and drove. Stayed in different hotels every night, paid cash for everything, threw away my phone. But I couldn't resist checking the service from internet cafes. My status stayed the same for 2 weeks. Service in progress. Then, nothing. It went back to service available, like someone had cancelled the request. Or maybe they just couldn't find me. I've never been back to Norwich. I live in Scotland now. Different name, different job, always looking over my shoulder. I check the service sometimes when I can't help myself. It's still there, still active. The counter keeps going up. My old profile is still there too, with my Norwich address, my old job, photos from 2 years ago. Service available. But there's a new profile now, with my new name, my Scottish address, a photo from last month. Service available. I've thought about going to the police so many times, but with what evidence? Screenshots from an illegal website, stories about people I can't prove are connected, and more importantly, if the service is real, if there really are people out there fulfilling these requests, what happens if I become too much of a problem? There's something else I haven't told anyone. Last month, I saw my sister's profile appear for the first time. She lives in Bristol, has 2 kids, a normal life. Her status, service available, and right below it, that button. Submit request. Sometimes, late at night, I think about it, about who marked me, who wanted something done to me badly enough to do something to someone else first. And sometimes, in my darkest moments, I think about my sister's profile, about how easy it would be to click that button, about who I'd have to hurt to keep her safe. The service is still there, still growing. Every day, more profiles, more services in progress, more people who have no idea they're on a list, available for violence at the click of a button. Every missing person, every unexplained assault, every sudden disappearance, I wonder if they're part of it. I wonder how many people know about it. How many have used it? How many have traded violence for violence, hurt for hurt? And I wonder when my status will change again, when someone, somewhere, will decide I'm worth the trade, when service in progress will appear next to my name again. Only this time, I might not see it coming. If you're a parent, this is probably going to sound completely insane, but I once left my children with someone I barely knew. Looking back, I honestly don't know what I was thinking. As you can probably imagine, I'm still dealing with the consequences now, months later. It wasn't some random person off the street. I had references. I'd met her twice before the first proper babysitting session. Everything seemed completely legitimate. But legitimate doesn't mean what I thought it meant. And those evenings when I thought my kids were safely tucked up in bed while I was at work are apparently documented in ways that make me feel sick every time I think about it. Documented and sold to people who paid for access to footage I never knew was being recorded. Footage that continues to exist somewhere I'll never be able to find or delete. I'm a midwife working at a hospital in Bristol. Been doing it for around 12 years now. I'm a single mum to 2 children, Oliver, who's 8, and Emma, who's 6. Their dad left when Emma was a baby, and I've managed mostly on my own since then, juggling shifts at the hospital with childcare arrangements that are always slightly more complicated than I'd like. My mum helps when she can, and the kids go to after-school club most days. But occasionally I need evening coverage when my shifts run late or I'm called in unexpectedly. Last year, I started using a babysitter I'd found through a local childcare website. Her name was Kelly, early 20s, studying early years education at college. She had good references from other families, a clean DBS check, and when I met her for coffee to discuss what I needed, she seemed responsible and genuinely interested in childcare as a career. We arranged a trial evening where she'd look after the kids, whilst I went to the cinema with a friend, just to see how everyone got on. The evening went perfectly. The children liked her. She followed all my instructions about bedtime routines and house rules. And when I came home, everything was tidy, and the kids were asleep. Kelly was professional and pleasant, happy to answer questions about how the evening had gone. I felt I'd found someone reliable, which was a relief given how difficult it can be to find good childcare. Over the following months, Kelly babysat for me around once or twice a week, usually on evenings when I had late shifts or training sessions at the hospital. The routine became comfortable and familiar. I'd leave detailed instructions about dinner and bedtime. Kelly would arrive punctually, and I'd come home to sleeping children and a tidy house. She'd update me on how the evening had gone, any issues or funny moments, and I'd pay her the agreed rate plus a bit extra for being so reliable. The children adored her. Oliver would ask when Kelly was coming again, and Emma started talking about her like a favorite aunt. Kelly brought craft activities and games, helped with homework, seemed genuinely engaged with the kids rather than just watching television whilst they entertained themselves. I felt fortunate to have found someone so capable and caring. Around 4 months into this arrangement, I started noticing Kelly asking more questions about our routines and home setup. What time did I usually get home from late shifts? Did we have any security cameras or alarms? Where did I keep important documents and valuables? She framed these questions casually, explaining she was writing an essay for college about household safety and childcare responsibilities, but something about the questions made me slightly uncomfortable. I answered vaguely, not wanting to seem distrustful, but also not wanting to provide detailed information about security measures or where I kept things. Kelly didn't push for more specific answers, and the questions stopped after a week or so. I convinced myself I'd been oversensitive, that they really were just for a college assignment. Then one evening, I came home from a shift to find Kelly looking flustered. She explained that Emma had been upset at bedtime and had cried for nearly an hour before finally settling. This was unusual. Emma was generally an easy child who went to bed without fuss. When I checked on her, she was sleeping soundly and seemed fine. I didn't think too much about it, assuming she'd just been tired and emotional. The following week, Oliver mentioned casually that Kelly had been using the computer in my bedroom. He said she'd been up there for ages whilst they were watching television, and he'd gone to find her because he wanted help with something. I asked him what Kelly had been doing on the computer, and he shrugged and said she'd closed the screen quickly when he came in. That bothered me more than I wanted to admit. There was no reason for Kelly to be using my computer, and certainly no reason for her to be doing so in my bedroom, rather than in the living room where the children could see her. I checked my computer that evening but couldn't see anything obviously wrong or accessed. My files looked undisturbed. My browser history showed nothing unusual. I told myself Oliver had probably misunderstood what he'd seen. But I started paying more attention after that, looking for anything that seemed off or inconsistent with how I'd left things. I noticed small changes. A drawer in my bedroom dresser that I was sure I'd closed was slightly open. Papers on my desk rearranged slightly differently than I usually positioned them. The spare room door standing open when I generally kept it shut. I also noticed that my laptop seemed to run slower than usual, and occasionally the fan would come on even when I wasn't running any demanding programs. I asked a colleague at work who was more technically minded to have a look at it, and she found several programs running in the background that I'd never installed. Remote access software, screen recording applications, things that would allow someone to monitor or control the computer without the owner knowing. She removed the software and asked how it might have gotten there. I immediately thought of Kelly using the computer, though I couldn't understand why a babysitter would install spyware on a client's laptop. My colleague suggested it might be part of identity theft or fraud, gathering personal information that could be used to access accounts or steal money. I confronted Kelly the next time she came to babysit, asking directly if she'd been using my computer and whether she knew anything about software I hadn't installed. She seemed genuinely confused and denied using the computer at all, saying Oliver must have been mistaken. I wanted to believe her, but the software installation aligned too closely with when Oliver had mentioned seeing her in my bedroom. I told Kelly I didn't need her services anymore, making up an excuse about my mum having more availability to help with childcare. She seemed disappointed, but accepted it professionally. I paid her for the evening and she left, and I felt relieved to have ended the arrangement before anything worse happened. About 2 weeks later, I received an anonymous email containing a link and a message saying I should see what had been happening in my home. Every instinct told me it was malicious, probably spam or a virus, but the timing after ending things with Kelly made me curious despite myself. I showed the email to my technically minded colleague, and she helped me access the link safely through isolated systems. The link led to a website on the dark web, a marketplace specializing in what they called domestic surveillance content. The site was organized into categories by household type and composition, with search functions allowing users to filter by specific criteria. My household was listed there under single-parent families with young children. The listing included dozens of video files, all recorded in my home during evenings when Kelly had been babysitting. The videos showed my children going about their evening routines, eating dinner, playing games, getting ready for bed. But they also showed footage from my bedroom, my office space, private areas Kelly had accessed whilst the children were occupied. Some videos showed Kelly going through drawers and cupboards, photographing documents, copying files from my computer. Others showed her installing small cameras in various rooms, in smoke detectors, in electrical sockets, in decorative items on shelves. The videos were professionally edited and organized, clearly intended for sale rather than just personal collection. The marketplace listing described what buyers could expect: authentic footage of family life, children's bedtime routines, private spaces documented without the family's knowledge. The listing emphasized that recording was ongoing, with new content uploaded regularly. Buyers could purchase individual videos or subscribe for continuous access to new footage as it was recorded. The view counter showed hundreds of people had accessed my listing. The subscription data indicated around 30 different users had paid for ongoing access to footage from my home. Comments beneath the listing discussed the content in ways that made me feel physically ill. People praising the quality of the videos, requesting specific types of footage, discussing which rooms and routines were most interesting to watch. What made it worse was realizing the cameras Kelly had installed were presumably still active. Even though she was no longer babysitting, the devices were still recording and transmitting footage of my family's private life. My children getting ready for school, bedtime routines I thought were completely private, everyday moments that were being watched and discussed by strangers who'd paid for access. I contacted the police immediately. They took it extremely seriously, sending officers to search my house for hidden cameras. It took most of a day, but they found 6 devices, 1 in the living room electrical socket, 1 in the hallway smoke detector, 1 in each child's bedroom hidden in nightlights, 1 in my bedroom ceiling fixture, and 1 in the bathroom extractor fan. All of them had been installed during evenings when Kelly had been supposedly supervising my children. The police arrested Kelly and seized her computer and phone. They found extensive evidence of her involvement in creating and selling surveillance footage from multiple households. She'd been operating this scheme for over 2 years, targeting single parents through childcare websites, gaining access to homes through legitimate babysitting arrangements, and installing cameras to record family life for sale on dark web marketplaces. The investigation revealed at least 20 other families whose homes had been surveilled the same way. All single parents, mostly mothers, all found through childcare websites where Kelly had created profiles with fake references and stolen DBS certificates. She'd refined her approach over time, learning which types of households generated the most interest from buyers and which rooms produced the most valuable footage. Kelly was prosecuted and received a prison sentence, but the damage was irreversible. The footage she'd recorded and sold existed in private collections of people who downloaded it before the marketplace was shut down. Months of my children's lives, documented without their knowledge or consent, potentially being shared through networks I'd never access or control. The psychological impact on the children has been difficult to manage. Oliver is old enough to understand that someone bad had been watching them, though I've tried to shield him from the full details. Emma doesn't fully grasp what happened, just knows that Kelly won't be coming back and that we have new rules about privacy and safety. Both of them have nightmares occasionally, feelings of being watched that I understand completely because I have them too. I've installed proper security systems now, check every smoke detector and electrical fixture regularly, maintain hypervigilance about who has access to my home. But I know that footage of my children still exists somewhere. Videos of bedtime routines, bath times, private family moments that were recorded and sold to strangers who viewed my children's innocence as content worth purchasing. The detective assigned to my case walked me through what they'd found on Kelly's devices. She'd been meticulous in her documentation, keeping detailed records of which families she'd targeted, what times cameras were most productive, which types of content generated the most buyer interest. She'd organized everything like a business, with spreadsheets tracking revenue from different households and notes about which families were worth maintaining surveillance on long term. My household had been particularly valuable to her because of the children's ages and our predictable evening routines. The detective explained, with obvious discomfort, that footage of young children in domestic settings was highly sought after on these marketplaces, not necessarily for explicitly inappropriate purposes in every case, though that was certainly part of it, but also for people who were interested in observing family dynamics and children's natural behavior when they thought they were unobserved. That explanation didn't make me feel any better. Whether buyers were watching my children for explicitly predatory reasons or for some other disturbing purpose didn't change the fundamental violation. My children's private lives had been commodified and sold, their innocence converted into entertainment for strangers whose interest in them was inherently wrong, regardless of their specific motivations. The investigation also revealed that Kelly had been refining her techniques based on feedback from buyers. The marketplace where she sold the footage included messaging systems where subscribers could request specific types of content or suggest better camera placements. She'd used these requests to improve her surveillance methods, positioning cameras based on what buyers wanted to see, adjusting her babysitting routines to capture particular moments that had been requested. One particularly disturbing message thread discussed bedtime routines, with a subscriber asking if Kelly could record bath time more consistently. She'd responded that she'd work on getting better access to that content, and subsequent footage showed she'd installed an additional camera in the bathroom specifically to fulfill that request. She'd treated my children like actors in a production she was directing, manipulating our family routines to create content that would satisfy paying customers. The police found similar message threads about other families Kelly had surveilled, requests for specific angles, particular daily activities, certain times of day when children were most natural and unguarded. She'd accommodated these requests systematically, treating the surveillance operation like any other customer service business where satisfying client preferences was essential to maintaining revenue. What made it even worse was discovering how Kelly had gained access to some of her information about our household before even meeting me. The childcare website where I'd found her required parents to create profiles with details about their family situation, children's ages, typical schedules, and specific childcare needs. Kelly had been systematically collecting this information from parent profiles, using it to target families that matched the preferences of her marketplace subscribers. She'd known before our first meeting that I was a single mother with 2 young children, that I worked irregular hospital hours, that I needed evening coverage regularly. She'd known my children's names and ages, roughly where we lived, what my childcare budget was likely to be. All of that information had been freely provided by me through the website, never imagining it would be used to identify my family as ideal targets for commercial surveillance. The technical analysis of the cameras Kelly had installed revealed they were more sophisticated than typical consumer spy cameras. They included motion-activated recording that saved storage space by only capturing footage when people were present. They had night vision capability for recording in dark rooms. They could be remotely accessed and controlled, allowing Kelly to adjust settings or review footage without physically returning to the homes where she'd installed them. Most disturbing was the discovery that Kelly could watch the camera feeds in real time from her phone while she was physically present in my home. The detective showed me footage that Kelly herself had recorded using her phone, showing the view from her perspective while she babysat. In several videos, she was clearly watching the live feed from the bedroom camera while sitting downstairs with the children, monitoring me when I came home early or went upstairs to check on something. She'd been watching me without my knowledge whilst pretending to interact normally, seeing everything I did in private spaces whilst maintaining the performance of a trustworthy babysitter. The sophistication of the operation and the coldness of that deception made it clear this wasn't impulsive or opportunistic. It was calculated, systematic, professional in its execution, even though its purpose was unconscionable. The court proceedings were difficult to endure. Kelly's defense tried to minimize what she'd done, arguing that she'd never physically harmed any children and that the surveillance footage wasn't explicitly inappropriate. The prosecution had to explain in painful detail how the footage had been marketed and what kinds of people had purchased access to it, making the implicit threats to children's safety horrifyingly clear, even without physical contact. Several other families whose homes Kelly had surveilled attended the trial. We formed an uncomfortable community of shared experience, united by having trusted the wrong person with access to our children and homes. Some had discovered the surveillance through the investigation into Kelly's activities, never having suspected anything was wrong until police contacted them. Others had noticed oddities like I had, but hadn't connected them to their babysitter until it was too late. One mother described finding cameras in her children's bedrooms years after Kelly had last babysat for them. The devices had continued recording and transmitting long after Kelly had moved on to other families, creating an archive of footage spanning the children's development from toddlers to primary school age. The breadth of that violation, the years of surveillance that had continued invisibly, was staggering to contemplate. Another family had discovered that footage of their children had been distributed beyond the original marketplace Kelly used. Screenshots and video clips had appeared on other websites, reposted and shared by people who'd initially purchased them through Kelly's listings. The footage had taken on a life of its own, spreading through networks the family could never fully map or eliminate. their children's images permanently circulating in spaces they'd never be able to control. Kelly received a substantial prison sentence, but we all knew it wouldn't undo what had been done. The footage would continue existing after her release. The violation would persist long after she'd served her time. The families she'd targeted would carry the knowledge of what happened for the rest of our lives, and our children would eventually need to be told enough of the truth to understand why we're so careful about privacy and security. I've had to explain to Oliver and Emma in age-appropriate terms that someone we trusted did something very wrong. Oliver understands that Kelly was recording us and that those recordings were seen by strangers who shouldn't have had access to them. Emma understands that Kelly wasn't who we thought she was and that she did bad things that mean we have to be more careful now. Neither of them knows the full extent of it. The marketplace listings and subscriber counts and ongoing distribution of their images. I hope they never need to know those details. What haunts me most is thinking about those 30 subscribers who paid for ongoing access to footage from my home. Who were they? Why were they interested in watching my family specifically? What did they do with the footage they downloaded? The police investigation identified some of them, resulting in additional arrests for possession of inappropriate material, but many remained anonymous. The architecture of the dark web marketplace Kelly used made it difficult to trace all subscribers or determine what they'd done with the content after downloading it. I think about them sometimes, these faceless strangers who paid money to watch my children sleep, to observe their bedtime routines, to see private family moments that should never have been shared. Some were probably local, living near enough that they might have seen my children at school or in shops, recognizing them from footage they'd purchased. Others were probably scattered across the country or internationally, interested in my family for reasons I'll never understand and don't want to imagine. The uncertainty is corrosive, not knowing who saw what or when, or what they did with the footage, or whether they're still watching material they downloaded before the marketplace was shut down. The investigation revealed that Kelly's operation had been running for over 2 years and had surveilled around 20 families in that time. The amount of footage she'd sold was substantial. Thousands of hours of domestic surveillance showing children and families in their most private moments. I also think about the other families Kelly targeted, particularly those who never discovered what happened. The investigation identified 20 households where cameras were found, but Kelly's record suggested she'd surveilled more than that. Either the cameras had been removed by Kelly herself when she moved on to other targets, or they remained undiscovered in homes where families had no idea they were being watched. How many children's lives were documented and sold without their parents ever knowing? The psychological impact on my children has been harder to manage than the practical security measures. Oliver developed significant anxiety about being watched, checking his room repeatedly for cameras, asking questions about whether people could see him through windows or electronics. Emma became clingy and fearful of being left with anyone other than immediate family. Her trust in caregivers shattered by the realization that someone she'd liked and trusted had been doing something harmful. We've been through counseling, both individually and as a family. The therapist has helped us process what happened and develop strategies for feeling safe again. But recovery is slow and uneven, with setbacks triggered by seemingly random events, a smoke detector beeping to signal low battery, a nightlight that reminds them of the ones that contained cameras, a news story about surveillance or privacy invasion. I gave someone access to my children and my home based on references that turned out to be fake and a professional manner that was entirely performance. That decision led to months of secret surveillance, my children's lives sold to strangers as entertainment, Permanent footage that continues to exist in collections I'll never locate. The trust I extended to Kelly wasn't unreasonable or negligent. I did what parents are supposed to do, checking credentials and meeting potential caregivers before allowing them access to my children. But it wasn't enough, because Kelly's entire presentation was designed to exploit exactly that kind of reasonable parental diligence. That's what I think about now when I see babysitters advertised on childcare websites. Not whether they're qualified or experienced, but whether they're installing more than trust whilst parents are away. Whether the families who hire them realize their private lives might become products sold in hidden corners of the internet to people whose interest in children isn't innocent. Whether other parents understand that credentials can be faked, references can be manufactured, and professional manner can mask predatory intent. The childcare website where I found Kelly has implemented new verification procedures since the investigation revealed how she'd operated. They now require video verification calls and more rigorous background checks. They've added warnings about protecting family privacy and recommendations for monitoring caregivers. But these measures feel inadequate, given what happened. Reactive rather than preventive. Closing the door after too many families had already been violated. I left my children with someone I barely knew. Just a babysitter who seemed professional, who had references I didn't verify properly, who seemed to genuinely care about my kids. That trust led to a betrayal I'll never fully recover from, to footage that can't be retrieved, to a loss of innocence for my children that no prison sentence can restore. The guilt of that sits with me constantly. The knowledge that my decision to trust Kelly exposed my children to something I should have protected them from. We're supposedly safe now. The cameras are gone. Kelly is imprisoned. The marketplace was shut down. But somewhere online, videos of my children exist. Their bedtime stories, their bath times, their innocent moments of childhood, all documented and distributed to people I'll never identify. And that knowledge will haunt me for the rest of my life. A permanent weight I'll carry. A violation that can never be undone. No matter how many security systems I install or how carefully I vet future caregivers. That's the reality of what happened when I hired a babysitter I found online. Not a tragic accident or an unforeseeable risk, but a systematic exploitation of parental trust by someone who'd refined their predatory approach over years of targeting vulnerable families. My mistake wasn't unique or particularly careless. It was predictable, which is why Kelly's operation was so successful and why other families continue to be at risk from people operating similar schemes right now. The footage exists. The violation is permanent. And somewhere, someone is probably watching videos of my children at this very moment, footage they purchased or downloaded or received from someone else who'd subscribed to Kelly's marketplace listings. That thought makes it hard to breathe sometimes. The knowledge that my children's privacy was stolen and sold and continues to be violated by strangers whose faces I'll never see and whose motivations I'll never understand. That's what one bad decision cost us, and that's a price we'll be paying for the rest of our lives. The sound of metal scraping against metal still wakes me in the darkest hours of night. That distinctive screech that cuts through dreams and drags me back to those endless hours in Harlow's vehicle reclamation, where rusted car frames became makeshift prisons and twisted metal became improvised weapons in a game where I was both contestant and prey. Every unexpected reflection of light against metal, every distant industrial sound sends adrenaline coursing through my system, my body remembering what my mind tries desperately to forget. I wasn't meant to be there that night. No one was, except the night watchman, who'd accepted a substantial payment to conveniently disappear for 12 hours. My presence in that sprawling 20-acre junkyard on the outskirts of Leeds was the result of a chain of poor decisions stemming from mounting debt and dwindling options. At 28, I'd managed to lose my electrical engineering job, my flat, and nearly all my possessions to a gambling addiction that had spiraled beyond control. When my former colleague Damon mentioned easy money for minimal risk, involving some alternative opportunities, my desperation outweighed my better judgment. The initial explanation seemed straightforward enough. Damon's new employer needed someone to test security systems at various locations, identifying vulnerabilities before they could be exploited by actual criminals. £500 for a night's work, documenting weak points in a junkyard's perimeter, seemed suspiciously generous, but not implausible. I'd asked enough questions to satisfy my surface-level concerns without digging deeper into inconsistencies that might have revealed the truth. When you're 3 months behind on rent with bookmakers' collection agents sending increasingly threatening messages, critical thinking becomes a luxury you convince yourself you can't afford. Damon dropped me near the southwest corner of the junkyard around 10 p.m. with instructions to enter through a gap in the fencing he'd identified during a previous reconnaissance. The equipment he provided seemed excessive for simple security testing. A small backpack containing water, energy bars, a basic first aid kit, and peculiarly, a hunting knife. When I questioned this last item, his explanation about potentially aggressive guard dogs seemed reasonable enough in the moment, though the memory of his too casual shrug now registers as the performance it clearly was. The junkyard itself was exactly what you'd expect. A sprawling labyrinth of crushed vehicles stacked in uneven towers, industrial equipment scattered between wide aisles of compacted dirt, the perimeter secured by corrugated metal fencing topped with barbed wire. Sodium vapor lamps cast everything in a sickly orange glow, creating long shadows that shifted and danced with even the slightest movement. The air smelled of rust, oil, and the peculiar emptiness that settles over industrial spaces after the humans have departed. My assigned task was to document security cameras, test sections of fencing for weakness, and identify blind spots in the surveillance system, all while avoiding detection that would supposedly trigger alerts to the security company. Using my phone's camera, I photographed several areas as instructed, moving methodically through the yard according to the map Damon had provided. Something felt off about the entire situation, but I rationalized my unease as simple nervousness about trespassing. I remember thinking it was strange that some sections of the junkyard had significantly better lighting than others, creating stark contrasts between illuminated clearings and pitch-black corridors formed by looming walls of crushed cars. The first concrete sign that something was wrong came about an hour into the assignment. While examining a section of fencing near the eastern perimeter, I noticed what appeared to be a small camera that didn't match the style of the official security equipment. This device was newer, smaller, with a red recording light clearly visible, positioned to cover a particular section of the yard rather than the boundary. Looking more carefully at my surroundings, I spotted 3 more similar devices mounted at different heights and angles, all focused inward rather than outward. Even then, I managed to construct a plausible explanation. Perhaps the junkyard owner had installed a secondary system to monitor valuable parts or equipment within the yard itself. The alternative was too disturbing to contemplate, so I continued the assignment, though with a growing sense of unease that had me checking over my shoulder with increasing frequency. At precisely midnight, everything changed. The main lights throughout the junkyard suddenly extinguished, plunging the entire facility into darkness, broken only by the moon and a few smaller security lights that remained active. My phone, which had been working perfectly moments earlier, displayed no signal, and most disturbingly, a mechanical sound echoed through the yard, the unmistakable noise of the main gate's locking mechanism engaging, followed by similar sounds at what I assumed were other entry points. In that moment of disorientation, I heard an engine start somewhere in the darkness, not the rumbling idle of a car or truck, but the high-pitched whine of something smaller, possibly a quad bike or a motorcycle. The sound circled the perimeter of the yard, moving with deliberate slowness before changing direction and beginning to work its way through the interior pathways, methodically covering ground in what I now recognize as a search pattern. The realization hit with physical force. This wasn't security testing. I wasn't documenting vulnerabilities. I was being hunted in a controlled environment. The cameras I'd noticed weren't part of the junkyard security, but recording equipment for whatever was about to happen. The easy money Damon had promised came at a price he hadn't disclosed. My participation as prey in some twisted form of entertainment. I abandoned the plan and map, seeking immediate cover in the shadowed area between two stacks of crushed cars. From this vantage point, I watched as a figure on a small electric quad bike emerged into a moonlit clearing about 50 meters away. Even from that distance, the night vision goggles and hunting knife strapped to his leg were clearly visible. More disturbing was the small camera mounted to his helmet, its recording light glowing red in the darkness, a mobile broadcasting unit to complement the fixed cameras throughout the yard. As my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I began noticing other details I'd originally missed. Small infrared floodlights positioned strategically throughout the yard, providing illumination invisible to the naked eye but perfectly suited to night vision equipment. Additional cameras concealed within the junkyard's infrastructure, some motorized to track movement. Most chillingly, a series of spray-painted symbols on certain vehicles and equipment that I now understood were navigational markers for whoever was hunting me. The methodical way the hunter quartered the junkyard suggested this wasn't his first time participating in whatever twisted game I'd unwittingly entered. His movements displayed a familiarity with the environment and a confidence that comes only from experience. Occasionally, he would stop, kill the quad bike's engine, and remain perfectly still, listening for any sound that might betray my position. During one such pause, he removed something from his pocket that glowed faintly in the darkness, a phone or tablet displaying information I couldn't see from my position, but which clearly guided his next movements. My first instinct was to find the gap in the fence where I'd entered and escape, but the hunter's pattern of movement suggested he was intentionally patrolling the perimeter first, perhaps anticipating exactly this reaction. Instead, I moved deeper into the junkyard, using the labyrinthine layout to put distance between us while I formulated a plan. The hunting knife Damon had provided now revealed its true purpose. Not protection against guard dogs, but a means to ensure the entertainment included the possibility of resistance, making the hunt more engaging for whoever was watching. The horrifying truth solidified as I noticed more camera positions throughout the yard. This was a dark web broadcast, a real-time manhunt streamed to paying viewers who were likely placing bets or even directing aspects of the pursuit. The carefully designed lighting conditions, the communication device the hunter periodically consulted, The multiple camera angles, all created to maximize visibility and drama for an audience I couldn't see, but who were watching my every move, my terror becoming their entertainment. Over the next 4 hours, a grim pattern emerged. The hunter would systematically search a section of the junkyard, occasionally accelerating to investigate sounds or promising areas. I would remain hidden, moving only when absolutely necessary, using techniques gleaned from survival shows and crime documentaries, stepping where ground was hardest to minimize footprints, staying downwind, creating occasional diversions by throwing objects to draw attention away from my actual position. 3 times I nearly escaped, once reaching the perimeter fence before discovering it had been electrified since my entry, once finding what appeared to be an administrative building only to discover all entries welded shut, and once nearly overpowering the hunter during a moment when he dismounted the quad bike to investigate a tighter space. This last attempt resulted in a knife wound to my shoulder that still aches during cold weather, a permanent reminder of how close I came to becoming content rather than survivor. Dawn brought unexpected development. With approximately 30 minutes of darkness remaining, the hunter received some communication that clearly frustrated him, his body language shifting from patient predator to agitated subordinate. After a heated exchange with whoever was directing the operation, he mounted the quad bike and accelerated toward the main entrance, abandoning the hunt for reasons I couldn't comprehend in that moment. I remained hidden for another hour, suspecting a trap, before cautiously making my way toward the main gate. It stood partially open, not fully unlocked, but with enough space for a person to squeeze through. Outside, no vehicle waited. No daemon appeared to collect me. Just empty industrial roadway stretching toward distant motorway access. The explanation for this abrupt conclusion emerged weeks later, after I'd fled Leeds entirely for a small coastal town, where I now work cash-in-hand jobs and sleep in a bedsit with 3 separate locks on the door. A prominent businessman had been arrested in an early morning raid related to dark web activities, specifically operating streaming channels specializing in reality entertainment, involving unwitting participants. The timing aligned perfectly with the abandoned hunt, suggesting the operation had been terminated when those running it received warning of imminent police action. Damon disappeared completely. Mutual acquaintances claim he relocated abroad suddenly, though whispers suggest his departure wasn't entirely voluntary. The junkyard resumed normal operations with no evidence of its nighttime activities. The cameras removed, the special lighting dismantled, the electric fence returned to standard security configuration. Without evidence beyond my testimony and injuries that could have been acquired anywhere. Police interest in my particular case remained minimal compared to the broader investigation into the businessman's network. Sometimes, during sleepless nights, I access certain security forums through anonymizing networks, searching for information about similar operations. What I've found suggests I experienced just one variation of a growing dark web entertainment category. Controlled hunting scenarios using human prey, acquired through blackmail, deception, or desperation. The venues change: abandoned buildings, remote woodland, industrial facilities. But the format remains consistent. Ordinary people transformed into quarry for the entertainment of invisible audiences willing to pay substantial cryptocurrency for authentic terror. I've never watched any of these broadcasts and never will. But the knowledge that footage of my fear, my desperate hiding, my wounded escape likely remains in some dark corner of the internet, potentially still generating profit for those who orchestrated it. This knowledge contaminates every moment of safety I've tried to construct since that night. Every security camera I pass on the street, every motorcycle engine accelerating behind me, every red recording light on any device sends me instantly back to that junkyard where human terror was just another commodity, harvested and broadcast for the entertainment of those who find mainstream thrills insufficient. Most disturbing is the recognition of how easily I was procured, not through elaborate kidnapping, but simply by exploiting financial desperation and trust in a familiar face. How many others like me have been similarly acquired for these broadcasts? How many weren't as fortunate in their escapes? And how many right now are weighing similar offers of easy money without recognizing the true cost, becoming unwitting performers in the darkest form of entertainment the digital age has enabled? You'd probably be surprised how easy it is to see things you're not meant to, especially when you're looking for them with academic purpose, rather than just morbid curiosity. I was in my first year at Manchester studying journalism, living in one of those cramped student flats near the university, where the heating barely worked and you could hear everything your flatmates did through the paper-thin walls. The course was mostly what you'd expect: media law, ethics, how to structure articles properly. But our lecturer for digital journalism had given us an assignment that seemed more interesting than the usual fare. We were supposed to investigate an internet urban legend and write a piece debunking or confirming it. Most of my course mates picked safe options like whether those viral videos of people doing impossible stunts were real or staged. I wanted something with more substance, something that would actually demonstrate proper investigative skills. Red rooms seemed like the perfect topic. For those who don't know, the basic premise is that there are live streams hidden somewhere on the dark web, where viewers can watch real torture and murder happening in real time. Most articles about them online were clearly written by people who had never bothered to look for themselves, just repeating the same urban legend details without any actual investigation. I figured I could spend a few weeks doing proper research, maybe find some evidence that they were technically impossible or economically unfeasible, then write a solid debunking piece, the sort of thing that might actually get published somewhere beyond the student newspaper. The research started in the university library, going through academic papers about dark web marketplaces and hidden services. Most of the scholarly work focused on drug sales and financial fraud, rather than violent content, but there were enough references to suggest that if someone wanted to host illegal streaming content, the infrastructure certainly existed. From there, I moved to online forums where people claimed to have encountered red rooms. Most of the stories were obviously fictional, full of dramatic details that sounded like they'd been lifted from horror films. But a few accounts had the mundane specificity that usually indicates someone describing something they've actually experienced rather than invented. The breakthrough came through a contact I made on a forum dedicated to investigating internet mysteries. She went by the username Archive Digger and seemed to have genuine technical knowledge rather than just repeating things she'd read elsewhere. After exchanging messages for about a week, she offered to help with my research. She explained that finding specific content on hidden networks required more than just browsing randomly. You needed connections, recommendations, invitations to private areas, the sort of access that took time to build up and couldn't be rushed. Over the next few weeks, Archive Digger introduced me to various people who claimed to have seen disturbing content online. Most turned out to be time wasters or attention seekers, but a few seemed legitimate. They spoke about the technical aspects in ways that suggested real familiarity rather than guesswork. One contact, who called himself Documentary Maker, claimed to have accessed multiple Red Room streams over the past year. He was willing to share screenshots and recordings, but only after I'd proven my serious academic interest rather than casual curiosity. The proof he provided was disturbing, but not conclusive. Dark rooms with industrial equipment, bound figures, timestamps suggesting live broadcasts. It could have been elaborate fiction, scenes from unreleased films, or genuine documentation of real events. Without seeing the streams myself, I couldn't make a definitive judgment. That's when Documentary Maker offered to arrange access to a live stream. I should probably have declined at that point. My assignment was to investigate whether Red Rooms existed, not necessarily to witness one firsthand. But journalism requires getting as close to the source as possible, and this seemed like the only way to provide definitive evidence one way or another. The access instructions were complex, but not particularly technical. Specific software, rotating passwords, designated times to connect. The whole process felt designed to filter out casual browsers while allowing serious viewers to find what they were looking for. When I finally connected to the stream, the interface was disappointingly ordinary. A video player embedded in a basic web page, chat area below, viewer counter on the side showing about 400 people online. Nothing sophisticated or mysterious about the presentation. The video showed what appeared to be a basement or warehouse space. Concrete walls, fluorescent lighting, industrial atmosphere. In the center was a metal table, and strapped to that table was a woman who appeared to be in her 20s or 30s. She was conscious but not moving much. Occasional struggles against the restraints, periodic attempts to look around the room, but mostly just lying still with the resigned expression of someone who understood their situation but had stopped fighting against it. The chat was active with comments in multiple languages, people discussing what they wanted to see happen, making suggestions, placing what appeared to be bets on various outcomes. The international nature of the audience was clear from the variety of languages being used. I watched for about 30 minutes before anything significant happened. The woman would occasionally test her restraints or try to speak, though no audio was coming through the stream. The chat maintained a running commentary, treating her like entertainment rather than a person. Then someone entered the frame. They were dressed casually, jeans, plain shirt, nothing distinctive or theatrical. No mask or costume, though the camera positioning meant I never got a clear view of their face. Just an ordinary person moving around the space with practiced efficiency. What followed was methodical preparation. The figure arranged tools on a nearby surface, adjusted camera angles, checked equipment that wasn't visible in the main feed. They seemed to be following a routine that suggested this wasn't their first time doing whatever they were about to do. The chat became more excited as the preparations continued. Comments appeared more frequently, with people making requests and suggestions. The viewer count had climbed to over 500. I realized I needed to stop watching before things went further. This was clearly going to become genuine violence, and witnessing it would cross ethical lines that no university assignment could justify. I was about to close the browser when something in the video made me pause. The camera had panned slightly, showing more of the room's background. On the wall behind the table was a section of wallpaper, an outdated floral pattern in faded blues and greens. It was the sort of decorative choice you might find in an older house that hadn't been renovated in decades. I recognized that wallpaper, not from anywhere recent, but from childhood memories. My grandmother's house in Stockport, where we'd visit every few months when I was growing up. The same pattern had been in her spare bedroom, the room where I'd sleep when we stayed overnight. Gran had died 3 years ago, and the house had been sold to cover care home costs. I'd helped clear it out, remembered stripping that wallpaper from the spare room because the new owners wanted everything neutralized before they moved in. But here it was, in a video supposedly showing a live stream from somewhere on the dark web. Either this was an incredible coincidence, or something was wrong with what I was seeing. I took screenshots of the wallpaper pattern and compared them to photos I had from helping clear Gran's house. The match was exact. Same design, same fading, even the same small tear near the ceiling where the paper had started peeling away from the wall, which meant either the stream wasn't as live as claimed, or it was being broadcast from my grandmother's old house. I checked the property records online. The house had been sold to a couple from London who'd planned to renovate it as a rental property. But according to the electoral register, no one had actually moved in yet. The property appeared to be standing empty. The next day, I took the train to Stockport. Gran's old street looked the same as I remembered. Terraced houses built in the 1930s, small front gardens, the sort of respectable working-class neighborhood where everyone knew each other's business. Her house was about halfway down, distinguishable by the newly installed double glazing and front door that the buyers had fitted before apparently abandoning their renovation plans. I walked past several times, trying to see if there were any signs of occupancy. No cars in the drive, no lights visible through the windows, no indication that anyone was living there. But that didn't necessarily mean the property was empty. Someone could be using it without officially living there. The rear of the house backed onto an alley that ran behind the entire terrace. From there, I could see the spare bedroom window where that distinctive wallpaper had been. The curtains were drawn, but there was a faint glow visible around the edges that suggested lights were on inside. I should have contacted the police at that point. If I was right about what I'd seen, there was serious criminal activity happening in that house. But I had no concrete evidence beyond a wallpaper pattern that could have been coincidental, and I knew how that conversation would sound to a duty officer. Instead, I decided to watch the house for a few hours to see if anyone came or went. I positioned myself in a cafe across the street with a clear view of the front door and settled in with a book and several cups of tea. For the first 2 hours, nothing happened. No movement, no visitors, no signs of life from inside the property. Then, around 4 in the afternoon, a car pulled up outside. 2 people got out, a man and woman in their 30s, both dressed in ordinary clothes that wouldn't have attracted attention anywhere. They looked like the sort of couple you might see in any supermarket or walking through any town center. Nothing distinctive or memorable about their appearance. They let themselves into the house with keys, suggesting they were either the legal owners or had legitimate access. I watched for another hour, but they didn't come back out. That evening, I checked the streaming site again. The same room was visible, the same wallpaper in the background, but the table was empty now, and the lighting was different. Someone had clearly cleaned the space and reset it for future use. The chat was active with people asking when the next session would begin. Comments suggested this was part of a regular schedule rather than a one-off event. People were discussing previous streams, comparing what they'd seen, making requests for future content. I should have left it there, reported what I'd found to the authorities, and let them handle whatever was happening in that house. My assignment was supposed to be about investigating internet myths, not getting involved in potential criminal activity. But I kept thinking about that room, about what I'd witnessed, about the casual way the chat participants had discussed real violence as entertainment. Someone needed to document what was happening, to provide evidence that couldn't be dismissed or ignored. I decided to go back to the house. This time I went after dark, parking several streets away and approaching through the back alley. The spare bedroom window still showed that faint glow around the curtain edges, and I could hear the low hum of electronic equipment running inside. There was a small gap in the curtains where they didn't quite meet properly. From the right angle, I could see a slice of the room interior. The space had been completely transformed since I'd last been inside it 3 years ago. The furniture was gone, replaced by industrial equipment and camera gear. Lights on stands, cables running across the floor, the metal table I'd seen in the stream positioned in the center of the room, and sitting at a desk in the corner, facing multiple computer screens, was the man I'd seen get out of the car earlier that afternoon. He was monitoring what appeared to be several different streams simultaneously. Chat windows scrolled with comments in various languages. Viewer counters showed hundreds of people online. Video feeds displayed different rooms that all looked similar to the one I was looking at. This wasn't just one red room. It was some kind of operation running multiple streams from different locations. As I watched, the man picked up a phone and made a call. I couldn't hear what he was saying, but his body language suggested he was giving instructions or coordinating with someone else. After ending the call, he stood up and left the room. I should have left then. Should have gone straight to the police with what I'd seen and let them handle the investigation. Instead, I stayed by the window, curious to see what would happen next. About 10 minutes later, the man returned with someone else, a woman who appeared to be in her early 20s, walking unsteadily as if she'd been drugged or was injured. They positioned her on the metal table, and the man began setting up camera equipment for what was clearly going to be another live stream. That's when I realized I wasn't just witnessing the aftermath of criminal activity. I was watching it happen in real time. I fumbled for my phone to call the police, but as I moved, my foot slipped on the wet ground and I knocked over a dustbin in the alley. The noise echoed between the houses, and I saw the man in the room look up sharply towards the window. Our eyes met through the gap in the curtains. For a moment, neither of us moved. Then he smiled, not a threatening expression, just the sort of polite acknowledgement you might give to any unexpected visitor, and reached for something on his desk. I ran, made it back to my car and drove straight home to Manchester, hands shaking as I tried to process what I'd witnessed. Once I was safely back in my flat, I tried to call the police, but found myself struggling to explain what I'd seen without admitting to trespassing and potentially compromising any investigation. In the end, I made an anonymous tip about suspicious activity at the Stockport address, providing enough details to justify a welfare check without revealing how I'd obtained the information. The next day, I checked local news websites to see if there had been any police activity in the area. Nothing appeared initially, but 2 days later, there was a brief story about a house fire in Stockport that had completely destroyed a property and left 2 people in hospital with smoke inhalation. The address matched my grandmother's old house. I never found out what the police discovered when they responded to my tip, or whether the fire was connected to what I'd witnessed. The couple who'd been hospitalized weren't named in any of the news reports, and no charges were ever mentioned in follow-up stories. The streaming sites I'd accessed went offline within a week of the incident, whether that was due to police action or the operators simply moving their activities elsewhere. I couldn't determine. I ended up writing my assignment about the technical feasibility of red rooms, rather than claiming to have found definitive proof of their existence. Got a decent grade for the research methodology, though my lecturer commented that the conclusion seemed somewhat evasive given the depth of investigation I'd apparently conducted. I never mentioned the Stockport house in my final essay, Sometimes I wonder whether I should have done more to investigate what happened after the fire, whether there were other locations, other victims who could have been helped if I'd been braver about providing detailed information to the authorities. But mostly, I try not to think about that night at all, about the casual way the man had smiled when he saw me watching, about how many other people might have been in that room, in other rooms, in other houses that look perfectly ordinary from the outside. I used to think I was lucky to find that flat. Coventry isn't exactly known for affordable housing with decent views, but somehow I'd managed to secure a one-bedroom on the 9th floor of Blackthorn Heights for less than the going rate. The letting agent mentioned something about the building's transitional phase and how they were trying to cultivate the right community atmosphere. At the time, I just nodded along, mentally calculating how much I'd save compared to my previous place. The building itself was one of those structures that seems to exist in every British city. Built in the late 70s, briefly fashionable, then sliding into disrepair before being regenerated, with a fresh coat of paint and some potted plants in the lobby. 22 floors of identical windows stacked in a perfect grid, the kind of place where you could live for years without ever knowing your neighbors. I moved in during that strange liminal week between Christmas and New Year's, when the world feels suspended in time. The corridors were eerily quiet as I carried my boxes up from the moving van. I remember being struck by how clean everything was. No scuff marks on the walls, no lingering cooking smells, none of the usual signs of human habitation you'd expect in a building housing hundreds of people. My flat was perfectly adequate. Open-plan kitchen and living area. Bedroom just large enough for my double bed. Bathroom with surprisingly good water pressure. The previous tenant had left it immaculate, which should have been a relief, but somehow felt unsettling, like all traces of their existence had been methodically erased. The first couple of weeks passed uneventfully as I settled into a routine. I'd leave for work at 8 a.m., return around 6 p.m., occasionally glimpsing other residents in the lifts or lobby. Everyone kept to themselves, offering nothing more than a brief nod if our eyes happened to meet. I initially chalked it up to typical British reserve, perhaps amplified by urban living. It was the silence that first struck me as odd. I'd lived in flats before and was accustomed to the ambient soundtrack of shared living. Muffled conversations, television sounds bleeding through walls, footsteps overhead. But Blackthorn Heights existed in a perpetual state of hushed quiet, as if the entire building was holding its breath. Then came the first peculiarity that I couldn't simply rationalize away. I was returning home late one Friday night, slightly tipsy from after-work drinks, when the lift stopped at the 13th floor. This confused me momentarily, as I distinctly remembered the building jumping from 12 to 14, like many high-rises do because of superstition. Yet here was the number 13, illuminated on the panel. When the doors opened, I was struck by the difference in atmosphere. The corridor looked similar in layout, but was finished to a noticeably higher standard. Recessed lighting instead of fluorescence. What appeared to be actual hardwood flooring rather than laminate. Walls painted a deep burgundy instead of the institutional cream on my floor. Before I could process this properly, a man in a dark suit entered, nodded curtly, and stood with his back to me. The doors closed, and we continued upward in silence. I convinced myself I'd been mistaken about the floor numbering, that I'd simply never noticed the 13th floor before. But the following morning, I checked as I descended in the lift, And sure enough, the buttons jumped from 12 to 14. The 13th floor button was simply absent. I might have dismissed the whole thing as alcohol-induced confusion, if not for what happened the following week. Unable to sleep one night, I decided to take out my rubbish, more as an excuse to walk around than out of necessity. The building had a chute on each floor, but sometimes larger items needed to be taken to the basement facilities. The basement was deserted, lit by flickering fluorescence that created moving shadows in the corners. As I was depositing my rubbish, I noticed a door I hadn't seen before, partially hidden behind the recycling bins. It was unmarked except for a small black symbol that resembled a stylized eye or perhaps a keyhole. Curiosity got the better of me, and I tried the handle. To my surprise, it opened onto a stairwell I didn't recognize, narrower than the main stairs, with metal steps rather than concrete. Something about it felt wrong, private, not meant for residents, but I'd already come this far. I climbed the stairs, trying to minimize the metallic echoes of my footsteps. After what seemed like more flights than should have been necessary to reach the ground floor, I emerged into yet another corridor I didn't recognize. This one was utilitarian, almost industrial. Exposed pipes running along the ceiling, numbered doors with electronic card readers beside each one. I was disoriented, unsure what part of the building I was in. As I stood there debating whether to continue exploring or return the way I'd come, one of the doors opened further down the hallway. Instinctively, I ducked into an alcove, suddenly certain I wasn't supposed to be there. Through the narrow gap between the wall and a large electrical panel, I watched as two men exited the room. They were dressed casually, but carried themselves with a deliberate alertness that made me think of security personnel. One was speaking in hushed tones about resolution issues and frame rates, while the other nodded, checking something on a tablet. They walked past my hiding spot without noticing me, disappearing through a door at the end of the corridor. I waited several minutes before moving, heart pounding against my ribs. When I was certain they weren't returning, I crept toward the door they'd emerged from, driven by a compulsion I couldn't explain. The door had been left slightly ajar. Through the crack, I could see what appeared to be a monitoring station. Multiple screens showing different rooms, each one meticulously furnished, but in vastly different styles. One looked like a vintage 1970s lounge, another like a sterile medical examination room, a third like a child's nursery, all empty, all waiting. On a desk beneath the screens sat several high-end cameras, lighting equipment, and what looked like a control panel with dozens of switches and dials. A laptop was open beside them, displaying what I recognized with a sudden chill as a dark web browser interface, similar to ones I'd seen in documentaries about internet crime. The screen showed a payment system, usernames, and viewing statistics for something called the Blackthorn Experience. I backed away, trying to process what I was seeing. It looked like some kind of broadcasting setup, but the secrecy, the dark web interface, it suggested something deeply illegal. I needed to leave, to pretend I'd never seen any of this. I turned to retrace my steps and found myself face to face with a woman I hadn't heard approach. She was impeccably dressed in what looked like an expensive business suit, her hair pulled back in a severe bun. She smiled in a way that didn't reach her eyes and asked if I was lost. Her tone was pleasant, but carried an undercurrent of steel. I mumbled something about taking a wrong turn while looking for the maintenance office, trying to mask my terror with confusion. At the stairwell door, she asked my flat number and name. I was too frightened to consider lying. She smiled again, thanked me for my understanding, and watched as I descended the stairs. I felt her eyes on my back long after I turned the corner. The next day, I received a letter under my door informing me of a rent decrease due to my valued resident status. It was a substantial reduction, enough to make me hesitate before acting on what I'd discovered. I told myself I needed time to think, to plan my next move carefully. That evening, I noticed a subtle change in my flat. Nothing I could definitively point to. Perhaps items moved slightly from where I'd left them, a different smell in the air, a sense that the space had been occupied in my absence. I began checking for hidden cameras, growing increasingly paranoid about being watched. I started researching Blackthorn Heights online, looking for anything unusual associated with the building. Most results were standard property listings and bland corporate information about the management company. But on the 7th page of search results, I found a single forum post from 3 years earlier. Someone claiming to be a former maintenance worker described accidentally discovering a studio setup in the building and subsequently being offered a significant raise to forget what they'd seen. The post had no replies and had been made by a now deleted account. That night, unable to sleep, I stood at my window staring at the identical grid of windows across from mine. Most were dark at this hour, but I counted 11 that remained illuminated despite the late hour. As I watched, the lights in one flat suddenly brightened dramatically, as if powerful studio lights had been switched on. The blinds were open, allowing me to see directly inside. What I witnessed in that flat across the courtyard made me recoil from the window. My hand clamped over my mouth to stifle a scream. I won't describe it in detail. I'll just say that what occurred in that brightly lit space was being done by one person to another. It was clearly not consensual, and it ended with stillness, with absence of movement where movement should have been. When my hands stopped shaking enough to hold my phone, I dialed emergency services. I reported what I'd seen as clearly as I could, providing the building name and what I estimated to be the flat number based on its position. The operator assured me police would be dispatched immediately. 20 minutes later, 2 officers arrived at the building. I watched from my window as they entered, then waited anxiously for any sign of activity. After about 15 minutes, they emerged and returned to their car without any apparent urgency. No additional police arrived, no ambulances, no forensic teams. My phone rang an hour later. The caller ID showed only private number. It was the woman from the restricted area, her voice just as pleasantly chilling as before. She thanked me for my concern about my neighbor, but assured me the police had found nothing amiss. The flat in question was currently unoccupied according to their records. She suggested that the stress of city living sometimes played tricks on the mind, and reminded me of the mental health resources available to residents. Before ending the call, she mentioned how fortunate I was to have such an affordable flat in the current market. The threat was clear. I spent the remainder of the night researching other accommodation, preparing to leave first thing in the morning. But when I tried to access my bank account online, I found it temporarily frozen due to suspicious activity. My emails to my family and close friends about staying with them were bouncing back undelivered. When I tried to call out, my phone showed no service despite full signal bars. 3 days later, I remained in the flat, watching the windows across from mine with obsessive attention. I've documented everything I've observed. Lights activating in different flats at regular intervals, the same terrible scenes playing out in different rooms with different people. Always at night, always brightly lit, always ending the same way. I've come to understand that Blackthorn Heights isn't just a building. It's a carefully constructed broadcasting network. Each flat potentially a stage. Each resident either a knowing participant or an unwitting neighbor like myself. The dark website I glimpsed must be offering live streams of real murders to paying viewers around the world, each occurring in carefully designed sets that exist behind ordinary-looking doors in this very ordinary-looking building. Why am I telling you this now? Because last night, I saw them preparing the flat directly opposite mine, replacing the furniture, setting up additional lighting, positioning cameras behind ordinary-looking wall fixtures. This morning, I received another letter under my door, a notice about scheduled maintenance requiring access to my flat tomorrow evening, and a reminder of my special resident status and the importance of community cooperation. I'm typing this on my phone with the battery nearly dead. I've tried knocking on neighbors' doors, but no one answers. The main entrance is now staffed by security guards I don't recognize, who politely but firmly turn away any visitors. The lifts require key card access that my card no longer provides, limiting me to my floor and the lobby. If you're reading this, it means I found a way to get this message out. It means I'm probably no longer in a position to tell you what happened next. But if you ever find yourself being offered an unusually affordable flat in a high-rise where the residents keep to themselves, where certain floors seem to exist only sometimes, where the management is overly interested in your movements, run. Because somewhere right now, someone is watching a live stream from Blackthorn Heights. Someone is paying to watch what happens in these rooms. And tomorrow, someone will be watching my flat, waiting for the show to begin. I sometimes find myself staring at my laptop screen in the dark, finger hovering over the power button, afraid of what might be waiting for me online. It's been 3 years since it happened, but the images still flash behind my eyelids whenever I close them for too long. The sounds still echo when my flat gets too quiet. The knowledge of what exists in those hidden corners of the internet still weighs on me like a physical presence. I just moved to Manchester for a teaching position that had fallen through at the last minute. My savings were dwindling. My laptop had died an inglorious death after an unfortunate encounter with a cup of tea, and I was staying in this miserable bedsit where the Wi-Fi worked about as reliably as British weather forecasts. I needed to send out CVs, check job listings, anything to keep myself from having to crawl back home to Birmingham and admit defeat. That's how I found myself in this grimy internet cafe, tucked between a kebab shop and a betting parlor on a side street that even Google Maps seemed hesitant to acknowledge. The kind of place with ancient desktop computers behind sticky partitions, mysterious stains on the carpet, and a permanent haze of cigarette smoke despite the no smoking signs plastered everywhere. The kind of place that charged by the hour but would look the other way if you wanted to download something dodgy or watch something that might raise eyebrows in a more reputable establishment. I remember the owner barely looking up when I walked in, just pointing to an open computer in the far corner and grunting what might have been a price. The place was nearly empty, just a couple of teenagers huddled around a screen playing some online game, and an older man with bloodshot eyes staring intently at his monitor. The computer I was assigned was tucked away in the corner, partially hidden by a partition that might once have been white but had yellowed to the color of nicotine. The chair wobbled, the keyboard was missing several keys, and there was a peculiar smell emanating from somewhere beneath the desk that I chose not to investigate. But it had internet access, and at that point, that was all that mattered. I spent the first hour doing what I'd come to do, sending emails, updating my CV, applying for jobs that I was either overqualified or underqualified for, but desperate enough to try anyway. It was mind-numbing work, made worse by the sluggish internet connection and the computer that seemed to deliberate over every keystroke like it was making a life-altering decision. After a while, I needed a break. The teenagers had left, the bloodshot-eyed man was still there, and the owner appeared to be dozing behind the counter. I decided to check some news sites, maybe scroll through social media for a bit before diving back into the job hunt. That's when I noticed something odd. When I opened a new browser window, it didn't default to the usual search engine. Instead, it opened to a blank page with a simple search bar and a string of numbers and letters in the address bar that didn't look like any URL I'd seen before. I figured it was some custom setup for the cafe, maybe a portal page or something. Out of curiosity, I tried searching for general news. The results that came back weren't from any sites I recognized. The layouts were basic, the text sometimes oddly formatted. Some weren't even in English, but the content seemed legitimate enough. World events, political commentary, technology news, just from sources I'd never heard of. I remember thinking it was interesting how different search engines could yield such different results. I clicked on a few links, skimming articles that seemed to have more detailed information than mainstream sites, sometimes with perspectives that felt refreshingly unfiltered. One link led to another, and I found myself on what looked like a forum discussing internet privacy and surveillance. The users seemed knowledgeable, if paranoid, sharing tips on how to avoid tracking and discussing the extent of government monitoring programs. It was while reading through these discussions that I first saw mention of something called the Red Rooms. The way they referenced it, always with a mixture of disgust and morbid fascination, made it clear this was something deeply disturbing. My initial instinct was to back away, to return to the job sites and forget about it. But there's something insidious about curiosity when it's paired with the perceived anonymity of being on someone else's computer in a place where no one knows your name. I searched for the term, telling myself it was just to understand what they were talking about, just to confirm it was as bad as I suspected, so I could properly condemn it. The search returned fewer results, and they were much darker in tone. Links with ominous names, descriptions that were deliberately vague, yet hinted at violence. Still, nothing explicit appeared, just discussions, rumors, debates about whether such things actually existed or were just internet legends designed to frighten the naive. One thread caught my attention. Users were arguing about the authenticity of various sites, with some claiming most were elaborate hoaxes designed to scam the gullible or trap the unwary. One user, with the username Lucky7, seemed particularly adamant that they had verified access to legitimate streams. They were being challenged by others accused of boasting about something they couldn't prove. In response, Lucky7 posted what appeared to be access instructions, a URL that wasn't clickable, instructions for a specific browser, references to encryption keys and verification processes. It read like a deliberately complex treasure map designed to filter out all but the most determined. The post was quickly deleted by a moderator, but not before others had responded with variations of disbelief and macabre interest. I sat there, staring at the screen where the post had been, feeling an uncomfortable mixture of relief and disappointment that it had disappeared before I could properly process it. I should have taken that as a sign to stop, to get back to my job search, to remember why I was there in the first place. Instead, I found myself scrolling back through the cached version of the page, looking for fragments of those instructions. I told myself it was just to understand, just to know what people were talking about, just to confirm it was real, so I could properly process how disturbed I should be. Justifications that sound hollow now, but seemed reasonable in that moment. I found bits and pieces, enough to piece together that these red rooms were supposedly live streams of torture or worse, where viewers could pay to request specific acts. Most users insisted they were myths, technical impossibilities, or elaborate scams. But the user Lucky Number 7 had seemed so certain, had written with such specific detail. In my fumbling exploration, I clicked through to a page that asked for a verification code. I was about to back out when I noticed the username displayed in the corner of the screen. Lucky Number 7. I wasn't on my own account. I was somehow logged in as this person. The previous user must have forgotten to log out, and the cafe hadn't properly reset the browser. A chill ran through me as I realized what this meant. The computer I was using belonged to someone actively involved in these dark corners of the web. Someone who might return at any moment. Someone who might not appreciate me using their account, seeing their activities. I should have left immediately. I should have paid for my time and walked out. Maybe even warned the owner about what was happening on his computers. Instead, I froze, staring at that verification prompt, the cursor blinking expectantly in the empty field. What happened next is difficult to explain, even to myself. I entered a number. Not randomly. I typed 7 because of the username. A simple, stupid impulse based on nothing but pattern recognition. I expected an error, a security question, anything that would block my accidental intrusion. Instead, the page loaded. The screen went black momentarily, then filled with thumbnail images arranged in a grid. Each had a title, a price, and a small counter showing viewer numbers. The titles were clinical, descriptive in the way scientific classifications are descriptive. Detached language that barely concealed the horror they represented. I remember feeling numb, disconnected from my own body as I stared at those thumbnails. Like I was floating somewhere above myself, watching someone else's hands hover over that keyboard. Someone else's eyes scan those images. It didn't feel real. It couldn't be real. One of the thumbnails was highlighted, indicating it was currently live. Without consciously deciding to, I found myself clicking on it. There was a brief loading screen, a payment prompt that seemed to recognize Lucky Number 7 as having credit, and then I won't describe what I saw, not specifically, not the room or the equipment or the people, not the fact that it was happening in real time, that a counter in the corner was ticking up as more viewers joined, that a chat window was filling with requests and amounts attached to them. Not the moment when I realized the person controlling the camera had acknowledged a request from Lucky Number 7's account, from me, as far as they were concerned, and was acting on it. I slammed the laptop shut so hard the screen cracked. My hands were shaking, my breath coming in short gasps that didn't seem to bring any oxygen with them. The owner looked up at the noise, his expression changing from annoyance to concern when he saw my face. I must have looked like I was having a heart attack. I threw money on the counter, too much probably, and stumbled out into the street, gulping the polluted city air like it was the purest mountain breeze compared to the suffocating knowledge of what I'd just witnessed, what I'd just inadvertently participated in. I walked for hours, trying to outpace the images in my head, the implications of what I'd seen, trying to convince myself it had been fake, staged, an elaborate production designed to fool the gullible. But I knew, something in me knew with cold certainty, that what I had witnessed was real suffering, real people, real money changing hands to perpetuate it. And I had been part of it. However accidentally, however briefly, I had been counted among the viewers. My borrowed identity had made a request that had been fulfilled. Someone had suffered because of a number I typed without thinking. I never went back to that internet cafe. I spent money I didn't have on a new laptop the next day, using the public library's Wi-Fi until it arrived. I considered reporting what I'd seen to the police, but couldn't figure out how to explain it without implicating myself. What would I say? That I'd stumbled upon torture broadcasts while casually browsing the dark web? That I had used someone else's account to access them? That I had, however unintentionally, participated? In the end, I did nothing, said nothing, tried to forget what I'd seen and move on with my life. I found a job eventually, moved to a better flat, rebuilt some semblance of normality. But sometimes, my new laptop will freeze for a moment, or a website will take too long to load, and I'll feel that same cold dread washing over me. The fear that somehow I've stumbled back into that hidden world, that lucky number 7 has found me, that those unseen observers who monitor such things have tracked me down and are watching, waiting to see if I'll reveal what I know. Because the thing that haunts me most isn't just the horror I witnessed, it's the knowledge that it continues, with or without me watching. That right now, as I'm telling you this, as you're sitting there listening, somewhere those streams are still running, somewhere people are still paying to watch, somewhere lucky number 7 is still making requests, and somewhere the people who run those streams are still wondering who was using that account on that specific day, who saw what they weren't supposed to see, who knows what they aren't supposed to know. I check over my shoulder more often these days. I use VPNs, encrypted messaging, anonymous browsing, not because I'm doing anything wrong, but because I'm T. The thing about accidentally becoming an accomplice to murder is that nobody ever tells you how normal it feels while it's happening. You feed the cats, water the plants, take photos of everything like you're supposed to, and it's only later, when you're staring at a missing person poster with a face you recognize, that you realize you've been cleaning up crime scenes and calling it pet sitting. I'd been looking for extra income after my hours got cut at the garden centre in Shrewsbury. The pay there had never been brilliant, but when they reduced everyone to part-time during the quiet winter months, I was struggling to cover my rent on the bedsit I shared with my girlfriend. We'd been talking about getting a place together properly, but that required deposits and guarantees that were impossible on reduced wages. The pet sitting opportunity came through one of those local Facebook groups where people advertise everything from spare furniture to odd jobs. Someone had posted asking for reliable pet sitters to help with various animals around Shropshire and the surrounding areas. The pay was decent, about twice what I was earning per hour at the garden centre, and the work seemed straightforward enough. The post mentioned that they worked with pet owners who travelled frequently for business and needed someone trustworthy to care for their animals during extended absences. Most assignments involved staying overnight in the owners' homes to ensure the pets maintained their normal routines and felt secure in familiar environments. I responded to the advertisement and received a prompt reply asking about my experience with different types of animals and my availability for irregular scheduling. The person who contacted me explained that many of their clients had demanding careers that required sudden travel, so pet sitters needed to be flexible about accepting assignments at short notice. We arranged to meet at a cafe in Shrewsbury to discuss the specifics of the work. The woman who met me introduced herself as Sarah and seemed professional and knowledgeable about animal care. She explained that her agency specialized in providing high-quality pet care services for clients who were willing to pay premium rates for reliable and discreet service. Sarah emphasized that discretion was particularly important because many clients were concerned about security and privacy. Wealthy pet owners often worried about burglary or other crimes targeting their homes while they were away, so pet sitters needed to be extremely careful about maintaining confidentiality regarding the properties they worked in. The first assignment Sarah gave me was straightforward enough. A couple in a village outside Telford needed someone to look after their 2 dogs while they attended a business conference in London. The house was a comfortable detached property with a large garden, and the dogs were friendly and well trained. The homeowners provided detailed instructions for caring for the animals, including feeding schedules, exercise routines, and emergency contact information. They seemed like typical middle-class professionals who simply wanted to ensure their pets were properly cared for during their absence. However, I noticed some unusual aspects of the house that seemed excessive for ordinary residential security. There were cameras and monitoring equipment throughout the property, including areas where pet care activities wouldn't normally require surveillance. The technology seemed more sophisticated than what most homeowners would install for basic security purposes. When I asked about the extensive surveillance system, the homeowners explained that they had invested in comprehensive security due to previous break-in attempts in the area. The cameras allowed them to monitor their property remotely while traveling and provided peace of mind about both security and pet welfare. This seemed like a reasonable explanation for people with valuable property and beloved pets. Many homeowners were becoming increasingly security conscious, particularly in rural areas where police response times could be lengthy. The pet sitting work continued for several weeks with similar assignments at different properties around the region. All involved caring for animals in well-appointed homes while the owners traveled for business. The pets were generally well behaved, and the homeowners provided comprehensive instructions for their care. But I began noticing patterns across different properties that seemed unusual for coincidental similarities. Many homes contained identical security equipment, similar monitoring systems, and comparable arrangements for managing pet care during owner absences. More concerning were the specific instructions I received about documenting pet care activities. Sarah began requesting detailed photographic records of the animals, their behavior, and their interactions with the home environment. She explained that many clients wanted comprehensive documentation to ensure their pets were receiving proper care. The photography requirements became increasingly specific and extensive. I was asked to document not just the animals themselves, but details about the homes, their contents, and any activities visible from the properties. The level of documentation seemed to go far beyond what would be necessary for monitoring pet welfare. Some of the properties I worked in showed signs that they weren't actually occupied by the people who had supposedly hired me for pet sitting services. Personal belongings, mail, and other indicators suggested that the homes belonged to different people than those who had arranged the pet care assignments. When I raised questions about these discrepancies, Sarah explained that many clients used property management services or had complex ownership arrangements that meant the people arranging pet care weren't necessarily the registered homeowners. Wealthy individuals often had intricate arrangements for managing their various properties and responsibilities. Around the 6th week of pet sitting work, I discovered that one of the properties where I had been caring for animals was listed as being occupied by an elderly woman who had been reported missing several weeks earlier. The missing person reports described someone who lived alone with several cats in the exact house where I had been providing pet care services. The realization that I might be working in the home of someone who had disappeared was deeply disturbing. The pet-sitting arrangements appeared to be providing cover for people to access and monitor properties belonging to vulnerable individuals who were no longer able to protect their homes. When I tried to discuss this discovery with Sarah, she reminded me of the confidentiality agreements I had signed when beginning pet-sitting work. She emphasized that client privacy was essential and that making assumptions about ownership arrangements could create serious legal problems for everyone involved. She also began demonstrating knowledge of my personal circumstances that she could not have gathered through our professional relationship. References to my financial situation, living arrangements, and daily activities suggested that I had been under surveillance while conducting pet-sitting assignments. The monitoring became more obvious over the following days, with clear signs that my movements and communications were being tracked. The same surveillance techniques that were being used to monitor the properties where I worked were apparently being applied to monitor the pet sitters as well. I realized that the pet-sitting work had been used to recruit me into systematic burglary and property theft operations disguised as animal care services. The homes where I had been working belonged to vulnerable people who had been removed from their properties through various means, allowing criminals to access and loot their belongings under the cover of providing pet care. The extensive documentation I had been providing was probably being used to catalogue valuable items and assess properties for systematic theft. The pets I had been caring for were likely abandoned animals left behind when their owners disappeared or were forced from their homes. The missing person case I had discovered was probably typical of how the operation worked. Vulnerable individuals were targeted and removed from their homes, allowing criminals to access their properties for extended periods while maintaining the appearance of providing legitimate pet care services. When I attempted to report my suspicions to the police, I discovered that proving criminal activity based on pet-sitting arrangements was extremely difficult. The work had been presented as legitimate animal care. The surveillance could be justified as security measures, and the property access could be explained as authorized pet-sitting services. Sarah's organization continued to contact me for several months after I stopped working for them, offering additional pet-sitting opportunities and occasionally sending references to my personal activities to remind me that their surveillance capabilities remained active. I never determined the full scope of their operations or what happened to the people whose homes I had been systematically documenting under the pretense of pet care. The combination of property access, comprehensive surveillance, and systematic documentation suggested an organization capable of extensive burglary and theft targeting vulnerable homeowners. What I understand now is that they had developed effective methods for recruiting unwitting accomplices to property crimes by presenting theft and surveillance as legitimate animal care work. They understood how to exploit people's love of animals and need for income to recruit participants in systematic victimization of vulnerable property owners. The most disturbing aspect of this experience was how my genuine care for animals had been transformed into participation in crimes targeting people who were probably as vulnerable as the pets I thought I was helping. The pet-sitting work had been a recruitment method designed to identify people who could be trusted with property access and manipulated into maintaining silence about criminal activities. I still receive occasional contact attempts from similar pet care agencies, offering well-paid animal sitting opportunities that involve working in the homes of traveling professionals. The positions they advertise always emphasize discretion and security awareness, always involve extensive documentation requirements, and always include responsibilities that go beyond typical pet care duties. I decline these opportunities immediately now, but I wonder how many other animal lovers have found themselves in similar situations, believing they are providing legitimate pet care while actually participating in systematic property crimes targeting the most vulnerable members of their communities. only takes one bad click to end up somewhere you never intended to go. And once you're there, getting back out isn't always as simple as closing a browser window. I was working part-time security at an office complex in Nottingham, doing the weekend shifts that nobody else wanted. 12-hour days walking around empty buildings, checking doors that were always locked, watching CCTV screens that never showed anything more interesting than the occasional fox crossing the car park. The pay was decent enough for what it was, but the boredom was crushing. Most of the time, I'd bring books or magazines to help pass the hours, but eventually, you run out of things to read. That's when I started spending more time online, using the free Wi-Fi in the reception area to browse whatever caught my attention. News sites, social media, the usual time-wasting activities that everyone does when they're trying to make 8 hours feel like less than 8 hours. The progression to darker content was gradual. Started with true crime forums, then moved to places where people shared footage of accidents and incidents that mainstream media wouldn't show. Nothing particularly extreme initially, just the sort of material that gets removed from regular platforms for being too graphic or disturbing. But each forum led to recommendations for others, and the content kept getting more intense. Places where people discussed banned documentaries, leaked police footage, material that existed in the grey areas between legal and illegal, the sort of communities that felt like digital speakeasies, hidden from casual browsers but accessible if you knew where to look. One forum I found was dedicated to documenting what they called authentic extreme content. The participants claimed to verify whether violent videos were genuine or staged, approaching it like academic research rather than entertainment. They had detailed discussions about production techniques, geographic indicators, and technical analysis that seemed more professional than you'd expect from random internet users. That's where I first encountered serious discussions about red rooms. For those who don't know, red rooms are supposedly live streams hidden on the dark web where viewers can watch real torture and murder happening in real time. Most people dismiss them as internet mythology, too technically complex and legally risky for anyone to actually operate. But the forum participants had evidence that suggested otherwise. Screenshots of streaming interfaces, recordings of what appeared to be live violence, documentation of hidden services that hosted such content. The material was disturbing enough that I initially assumed it was elaborate fiction created by people with too much time and too much imagination. What made me reconsider was the level of technical detail in their discussions. These weren't teenagers making up stories about urban legends. They spoke about hosting infrastructure, audience management, and content distribution with the sort of expertise that suggested real familiarity rather than speculation. One participant, who went by the username Witness X, claimed to have documented multiple Red Room operations over the past year. He offered to share evidence with people who could demonstrate serious research interest rather than casual curiosity. The verification process involved discussing other extreme content in enough detail to prove you weren't just fishing for sensational material. After several weeks of conversation, Witness X finally shared some of his archive. The files were disturbing but not conclusive. Dark rooms with industrial equipment, bound figures, timestamps suggesting live broadcasts. It could have been sophisticated fiction or genuine documentation of real events. Without seeing the streams themselves, there was no way to make a definitive judgment. Witness X explained that accessing live Red Room streams required more commitment than just viewing recordings. The hidden services changed locations frequently, operated on irregular schedules, and required personal recommendations to access. Not the sort of thing you could stumble across accidentally. But if I was serious about understanding whether red rooms were real phenomena or elaborate hoaxes, he could arrange for me to observe a live stream scheduled for the following week. I should have declined. My interest in extreme content was supposed to be about passing time during boring security shifts, not getting involved in potentially illegal activities. But curiosity got the better of me, especially since Witness X assured me that observation didn't require any participation or payment. The access instructions were complex but manageable. Specific software to download, rotating passwords, designated connection times. The whole process felt designed to filter out casual browsers while providing access to people with genuine research interests. When I finally connected to the stream during one of my weekend shifts, the interface was surprisingly ordinary. A video player showing a feed from what appeared to be a basement or converted garage, with a chat window below where viewers could communicate. Nothing sophisticated about the presentation. The video showed a concrete-walled space with harsh lighting and minimal furniture. In the center was a metal table, and strapped to that table was a man who appeared to be in his 30s. He was conscious, but not moving much, occasionally testing his restraints or looking around the room with obvious confusion and fear. The chat was active with participants discussing what they expected to see happen. Comments in multiple languages suggested an international audience, though English appeared to be the primary language for communication. People were making suggestions, placing bets on various outcomes, treating the situation like interactive entertainment. I watched for about 40 minutes while continuing my security rounds, checking the stream whenever I returned to the reception desk. The man on the table would periodically struggle against his restraints or attempt to speak, though no audio was available. The chat maintained running commentary, with participants displaying varying levels of enthusiasm for what was clearly going to be genuine violence. Around midnight, someone entered the frame. They were dressed casually. Jeans, dark hoodie, regular trainers. Nothing theatrical about their appearance, no mask or costume. Just someone who could have been anyone, preparing to do something that definitely wasn't ordinary. The figure moved around the space methodically, arranging tools on a nearby surface, adjusting camera equipment, checking various pieces of apparatus that weren't fully visible in the main video feed. They worked with practiced efficiency that suggested this wasn't their first time following this routine. The chat became more excited as preparations continued. People were making specific requests, sharing experiences from previous streams, discussing what they hoped to see happen. The viewer counter showed several hundred people watching the stream. About 15 minutes into the preparations, I noticed something that made me stop mid-patrol and stare at the screen more carefully. In the background of the video, partially visible through what appeared to be a doorway, was a section of distinctive brick wall. Not the concrete walls of the main room, but older-looking brickwork with a particular pattern and color that seemed familiar. I recognized that brickwork because I'd been looking at it every weekend for the past 6 months. It was identical to the external walls of the office complex where I worked security. A building that had been constructed in the 1960s with a specific type of brick that wasn't common in modern construction, which meant this stream was being broadcast from somewhere very close to where I was sitting. I left the reception desk and did a more thorough patrol of the building than usual, paying particular attention to areas I normally just walked past quickly. The office complex consisted of 3 connected buildings around a central courtyard, with various storage areas, maintenance rooms, and basement spaces that I rarely had reason to visit. In the basement of the oldest building, I found a door that was usually locked but was now slightly ajar. Beyond it was a staircase leading to a sub-basement level that I'd never explored, assuming it was just additional storage or building services. The staircase led to a corridor with several rooms branching off it. Most were filled with old office furniture and equipment, but one door was closed and had light visible around the edges. I should have called the police immediately, should have gone back upstairs and reported what I'd discovered to the authorities. Instead, I found myself approaching the door to confirm what I already suspected I'd find. Through a gap in the door frame, I could see the same concrete-walled room I'd been watching on the stream. The same harsh lighting, the same metal table, the same figure in the hoodie making final preparations for whatever they were planning to do, and the same man strapped to the table, who I now realized was in the basement of the building where I was supposed to be providing security. The live stream I'd been watching was happening directly below me, being broadcast to hundreds of viewers who had no idea they were watching events unfold in a Nottingham office complex. I backed away from the door and made it halfway up the stairs before I heard footsteps in the corridor behind me. Someone had heard me moving around and was coming to investigate. I reached the main basement level and tried to make it look like I was conducting a routine security check, but I could hear the person from the sub-basement following me up the stairs. When I turned around, it was the figure from the stream, still wearing the same hoodie, but now I could see their face clearly. Someone who looked completely ordinary. Could have been anyone you might pass on the street without giving them a second glance. They asked what I was doing in the basement, and I explained that I was the security guard conducting routine patrols. They seemed to accept this explanation, mentioning that they were doing some maintenance work downstairs and apologizing if they'd left any doors unlocked. The conversation was perfectly polite and normal, except for the context of what I knew they'd been preparing to do in that concrete room. They walked back towards the sub-basement, and I continued my patrol as if nothing had happened. But I could hear them moving around downstairs, and I knew that whatever had been planned for the live stream was either being postponed or relocated. I finished my shift and left the building at the normal time, but I couldn't stop thinking about what I'd discovered. Someone was using the office complex to create Red Room content, broadcasting real violence to paying audiences, and I was the only person who knew about it. The logical action was to contact the police with what I'd witnessed, but explaining how I discovered it would require admitting to accessing illegal content online, and I wasn't sure they'd believe such a bizarre story anyway. More importantly, I was worried about what might happen if the people running the operation realized I knew about their activities. They'd seen me in the building, knew I worked there regularly, could easily find out my personal details from the security company records. Over the next few days, I researched whether there had been any missing person reports that might correspond to the man I'd seen in the stream. But without knowing when he'd been taken or where from, it was impossible to identify any specific cases. I also started paying more attention to the other people who had access to the office complex. Maintenance staff, cleaning crews, building management personnel, anyone who might have keys to areas that weren't normally accessible to security guards. The building management company had records of various contractors who'd worked in the basement areas over the past year. Electrical upgrades, plumbing repairs, installation of additional cabling for internet infrastructure. Any of these projects could have provided cover for someone to set up equipment in the sub-basement without attracting attention. One contractor particularly caught my interest, a small company that had done extensive electrical work throughout the basement levels, installing new power circuits and data connections, the sort of infrastructure improvements that would be necessary for running high-bandwidth streaming equipment. I looked up the company online and found that it was registered to an address that didn't seem to exist. The phone number went to voicemail. The website looked professional, but contained no useful contact information, and there were no customer reviews or business listings that suggested genuine trading activity, which meant either the company was a front for illegal activities, or someone had used fake credentials to gain access to the building for legitimate work that had nothing to do with the Red Rooms. The next weekend, I did a more thorough exploration of the sub-basement during my shift. The concrete room was empty now, but there was clear evidence of recent use. Power cables, camera mounting points, network connections that hadn't been there during the building's original construction. Someone had spent considerable time and money converting that space into a professional streaming facility, and they'd done it without the building owners apparently knowing anything about it. I found other evidence too. A schedule pinned to the wall showing dates and times over the next several weeks. Equipment lists that suggested multiple cameras and professional lighting. Contact details for what appeared to be other locations, possibly part of a larger operation. And most disturbing of all, a folder containing photographs and personal information about various individuals. Names, addresses, daily routines, the sort of detailed surveillance data that would be used for targeting potential victims. I photographed everything I could find and then left the area undisturbed. If this was an ongoing operation rather than a one-off event, there would be more activity in the coming weeks that I could document and report to the authorities. But as I was leaving the sub-basement, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. Among the photographs in the folder was one of me. Not a recent photo, but one that had clearly been taken during one of my security patrols over the past few months. The image showed me checking doors in the main building, completely unaware that I was being observed and documented, which meant the people operating the Red Room knew exactly who I was, where I worked, and probably where I lived. I left the building immediately and spent the rest of the weekend trying to decide what to do. Going to the police would provide some protection, but it would also confirm to the operators that I'd discovered their activities and was willing to report them. Not going to the police meant allowing the operation to continue, potentially putting other people at risk, but might keep me safer if they believed I hadn't seen anything significant. In the end, I called in sick on Monday and sent an anonymous tip to the police about suspicious activity in the office complex basement. I provided enough details to justify a thorough search, without revealing how I'd obtained the information. The next day, local news reported that police had discovered what they described as sophisticated criminal operation in a Nottingham office building. 3 people were arrested and various equipment was seized, but no details were provided about what exactly had been found. I never went back to that security job. Told the company I'd found other employment and needed to finish immediately. They weren't particularly bothered. Part-time security guards are easy to replace. But I still think about that concrete room and the casual way the person in the hoodie had spoken to me after I'd interrupted their preparations. How ordinary they'd seemed, despite what they were planning to do. And I think about that photograph of me in the folder, and whether there might be other security guards or maintenance workers in other buildings who've stumbled across similar operations without realizing what they'd found. I have put off saying this because it makes me look careless, and because it makes people lean in as if they enjoy hearing it, which does something unpleasant to the back of my neck. I'm saying it now because the shape of it has been stuck to everything I do, and pretending otherwise has not made it loosen. It started with a second-hand laptop I bought off a bloke in a supermarket car park on a drizzly afternoon, the sort of errand you wedge between buying bin liners and grabbing a reduced rotisserie chicken. I told myself it was a bargain, and I told myself I would wipe it clean as soon as I got home. I told myself a lot of things. What I did first was open the lid and have a look. My flat sits on the top floor of a tired building that looks better in rain than in sun. The hallway smells faintly of damp paint and someone's fabric softener. Inside it's just me, a sofa that never quite stopped smelling like the delivery van, a TV I bought on credit, a kitchen I keep reasonably neat, and a door that sticks in humid weather. Ordinary. The sort of place where a laptop on the coffee table looks like a sensible plan rather than a risk. The machine booted up quickly. Someone had put effort into it. There were 2 user accounts. The obvious one had a child's name and a picture of a cartoon cat. The other had a short, forgettable word and a blank icon. I clicked the cartoon cat because I assumed I would find photos to delete and documents to drag to the bin. There were holiday snaps that looked like Devon based on the sea and the color of the sand. There were school letters and a budget spreadsheet that made me feel intrusive and then guilty. I dragged them all to the recycle bin, emptied it, and sat for a moment feeling like I'd done something respectful. I should have left it there. I should have wiped the thing properly and reinstalled a fresh copy of everything. Instead, I clicked the plain account, because it was there and because curiosity is just a polite word for ignoring your better judgment. No password. The desktop was absolutely bare apart from a single folder with a name so unremarkable it might as well have been invisible. Inside that were a handful of files with names that meant nothing unless you'd seen them before. They ended in a way that told me they were shortcut files. I understood enough to recognize where they pointed. Hidden pages. The sort people pretend are urban myths until they have a quiet evening and a drink and decide to find out for themselves. I had never gone looking for that part of the internet because it always seemed like a shortcut to either boredom or trouble. A lot of it, I had heard, was dead links and rumors. But there was something about the neatness of those shortcuts and the fact that they were sitting on a machine I now owned. I told myself I would click one, see nothing, and shut it down. That felt almost like maintenance. It felt like finishing someone else's sentence tidily. The first link didn't load. The second did. It opened to a page with a dead simple layout, like someone had copied a cheap classified site and turned the background dark for atmosphere. Titles, tiny thumbnails, location tags that used towns and counties I recognized. Not America, not somewhere far away. The sort of places I had driven through in the rain on the way to see a friend. Most of the titles were mundane in a way that made them worse. Live view of back garden, street door, flat kitchens. The thumbnails were the size of fingernails. In all of them, the light fell the way light falls in real houses where people try their best. A plant on a sill, a pile of post, a dog bed. I clicked one at random and saw the inside of a hallway with cheap laminate and a shoe rack, the sort that topples if you rush it. The view did not move unless the house moved, and every now and again someone walked past, never looking at the place the camera must have been. It made my mouth taste metallic. I clicked another. A kitchen with a pattern of tiles I have seen in 100 rentals. An oven with the brand lightly rubbed off. A kettle left too close to the edge. Nothing dramatic, just the ache of being allowed to look where I shouldn't. I told myself it was a one-off curiosity. I told myself I would shut it down. I clicked another. The third window opened to the inside of a landing with a familiar grey carpet and a thin radiator. There was a door with a hairline crack in the paint near the handle, the kind that appears when a landlord does a quick job and calls it done. The camera was angled low as if jammed into the top corner, and I felt a rush of something sour because I recognized the scuff on the skirting board. It looked too much like mine. It wasn't my landing. Not exactly. The light fitting was slightly different, and the radiator had a dent mine doesn't, but the proportions were right, and the space had that same tightness that makes you turn your shoulders when you walk through with a bag. I told myself it was the same developer, the same cut and paste layout, replicated across different towns. I told myself to stop being dramatic. Then I clicked back to the list and saw a title I had missed because the thumbnail was too dark. The title was a street name I knew well, My Street. The bit in brackets after it had my building's letter. I clicked and saw the inside of my stairwell. The camera had been fixed somewhere up near the emergency light. The lens was wide enough to catch the top of the stairs, the fire door, and the grubby patch where people rest their hands when they squeeze past someone else. I stared until my own expression looked unfamiliar reflected in the screen. The timestamp in the corner rolled forward, and in the middle of the frame something shifted. The fire door eased open and a shoe appeared, then a leg. Me carrying a bag with a loaf of bread sticking out because I never remembered to bring a proper carrier. I watched myself fumble the fob, shoulder the door, and disappear. There is no way to describe the feeling of seeing your own back in a place you thought was private. It is like having your name shouted in a crowded room in a tone that makes you want to apologize without knowing why. I shut the lid and sat very still. The room hummed with the sound of the fridge and the building's old pipework. I stood, walked to my door, opened it, and stared at the same stairwell. The same emergency light that buzzed now, I had noticed it. I looked up into the corners. Nothing obvious. I went back inside, locked the door, and looked around the flat in a way that made everything feel temporary, like a set put up for a rehearsal. Then I did what I should have done at the start. I wiped the laptop. Full reset. I told myself that was the end. It wasn't. The next morning, something small had changed. The cheap rubber wedge I used to stop the door slamming in a draft was not at the angle I always left it. It pointed inward instead of out. It could have been nothing. I left for work and tried to put it away, like you put away a bad dream by telling someone you slept fine. When I came home, the post that had been pushed through the letterbox lay in a fan pattern that didn't match the way it usually scattered. One envelope sat neatly on top. It was blank. Inside was a pay-as-you-go phone, the kind you can buy in the corner of any shop that sells fizzy drinks and scratch cards. The battery was in, but the screen was black. I pressed the button, and it woke to show a handful of missed notifications. I put it down like it was warm from someone else's pocket. I don't know at what point something stops being coincidence and starts being arranged. I picked up the laptop to feel like I was doing something active, like handling the problem with my hands might make it softer. There is a moment in all this where I keep wanting to say I should have gone to the police. I did, later. At this point, I was still hovering on the edge of convincing myself I was being dramatic. The reset had done its job as far as the machine knew. Fresh, empty, no shortcuts, no list. The cheap phone buzzed on the table. It lit with a notification in a style that looked like any other. There were no names and no emojis because there didn't need to be. I will not repeat the exact words. There were instructions without threats, which made the threat louder. There was a link that did not require any special software. I used the laptop because it already felt like the contaminated object in the room. The page that loaded was not complicated. It was a single column layout, dark background, white text, no logo. At the top, my street and building, then my door number. Below that, a live live window with a view of my living room from somewhere up near the ceiling. It captured the sofa, the coffee table, the edge of the TV, and the corner where the light from the kitchen fell into the room. I stood and went to the middle of the carpet and raised a hand. On the screen, a hand lifted with that tiny delay that makes you feel like you are nodding at a stranger through a window. I looked up at my own ceiling, and my eyes struggled to stick to any one point, because now every tiny dot was a possibility. I should have run out into the hallway and shouted. I should have called out to neighbors I barely know. Instead, I moved slowly, which felt less like softness and more like not falling over. I checked behind books, inside vases, along the curtain rail. Nothing. I went into the kitchen and looked into cupboards as if a camera might sit in with the cereal. Back in the living room, I squinted into the shadow line where the wall meets the ceiling. There was a smudge so faint, I would never have noticed it on a normal day. I climbed onto a chair and reached up. My fingers brushed a small plastic dome, the size of a drawing pin head, fixed into the plaster and painted over. There was the thinnest seam around it, like the ring left by a glass. I didn't try to dig it out. I didn't want to know whether it would crumble the plaster or come away clean. The phone buzzed again on the table. The page scrolled down as if to meet me halfway. Under the live window were tiles I didn't touch at first. The headers were plain: routine, sleep, kitchen, bathroom. There was a counter that had already been counting before I arrived. There were short clips that someone had carved out of my weeks without my permission. Me making tea, me brushing my teeth, me sleeping under a thin duvet with my mouth open because my nose blocks when the heating dries the air. There were no comments. There was a tally that meant something to someone, not to me. There were pastes of my outside life as well. Me carrying bags up the stairs. Me locking the door. Me talking to a delivery driver with my hands, because I do that more than I think. The page used two words I hated immediately: scheduled and options. I shut the laptop and breathed in through my mouth until I had a grip on the shape of it. I took the cheap phone into the bathroom, ran the tap, and held the phone under it until the sound turned dull and the screen died. It made me feel like I had done something, which lasted for about a minute. Then I took the chair back to where I had found the plastic dot and pressed until the wood creaked under me, and I could get my nail under the edge of the thing. It did not crumble. It popped out with a sound like a small knuckle. There was a drilled hole behind it, with a tiny pocket of darkness. I pressed tissue into the hole and taped over it. The tissue swelled a bit with damp because the plaster was cold. I wanted to be sick. That night, I slept with the lights on. The next morning, I rang the police on the non-emergency line because the idea of explaining it without proof made me feel like I was making a fuss. The person I spoke to was kind in a way that felt like a hand on the shoulder you don't quite want. They suggested logging everything and keeping the broken device. They suggested talking to my building manager. They suggested stronger locks, better lighting, and a camera of my own. I thanked them because that's what I do when I don't know what else to do. I went to a locksmith and had the cylinder replaced. I bought a motion detector that emails you. I set it up and felt briefly competent until I remembered what I'd been looking at the day before. In the evening, I went out for bread and milk, even though I didn't need either. When I came back, the new lock turned with a satisfying click. On the mat, a small padded envelope waited with my name and the right door number in letters cut from a newspaper. It felt like a cliché until I picked it up and felt the shape of what was inside. Not a phone this time, a key. I knew the weight before I unsealed it. The old lock cylinder. My fingers went cold around it, in a way a radiator can't fix. There is a point where fear becomes a practical project. I went through the flat room by room. I found another small dome above the bathroom door, painted neatly, as if someone had a spirit level. I found a thin slit in the top of the skirting behind the sofa, where perhaps a cable had been run and pulled back. Under the sink, there was a patch of cleaner paint the size of a fist. I checked the tiny cupboard that holds the stopcock and found a piece of tape with a tiny rectangle of glass stuck to it, glued inside where you would only see it if you were looking for a leak. Each discovery felt like it shrank the size of the place, as if the walls were moving in by the width of a brick with each thing I found. I stayed at a budget hotel that night, paying in cash at the desk, even though it felt performative. The corridor smelled like carpet cleaner and hot dust. I ate a sandwich on the bed and watched an ordinary program, because I needed an ordinary voice in the room. When I went to brush my teeth, there was a folded slip of paper on the edge of the basin. I had not seen it when I came in. It wasn't there when I put my bag down. It had no writing on it, just the impression of something that had been pressed hard and lifted away, like the ghost of letters. I held it under the light. The raised marks looked like the edges of a street name. Mine. When I went down to the desk to ask a question without asking, the person on duty smiled in a way that said they had been trained to handle the night. I slept badly and dreamt of corridors. The next day, my email pinged on my main phone at work. I had set the new motion detector to email me if it sensed anything. The subject lines arrived in a steady line, one after the other, each a stamped time. Movement detected, movement detected, movement detected. I did not open them at my desk. I took an early lunch and walked without tasting the air. In the doorway of my building, I paused because pausing felt like keeping a promise to the version of me that had not bought the laptop. Inside, the air was colder than it should have been. The flat smelled like crumpled plastic. On the kitchen table sat a plastic tub like the ones used for takeaway sauces. Inside it was a smear of something that once had color. Next to it lay a single glove, the kind used for food preparation. Under the glove was a photo on cheap paper. I was in it, sitting where I was now standing. The angle was from high up. The date in the corner was yesterday. In that version of the room, my mouth was slightly open. My eyes were not on anything. Behind me, in the doorway, a shape blurred as if the camera had moved. The caption underneath was not words, which somehow made it worse. It was a row of symbols like the ones used to rate films, except there were no stars, just circles and the shadow of a pound sign. I did not eat that night. I behaved like a person having an ordinary week. I took my laundry to the basket. I washed the mug with more care than the mug deserved. I watched the news with the sound low. At 2 a.m, my phone vibrated on the bedside table, with the weight of a message I knew I would read. The subject line was the name of my street. The sender was nothing. The body was just a link and a short line of text that implied a schedule. I opened it because I am the kind of person who picks at a scab. The page that loaded was not the same as the first. This one was less tidy, as if whoever made it had been hurried or was copying someone else's work. At the top, a small window already playing. The camera looked down on a basement car park I recognized by the oil stain that looks like Britain. The lens shifted slightly as if adjusted. The feed cut. Another window opened to show the end of my road. The lamppost at the corner flickered the way it always does. The view shook once as someone moved past the camera. The feed cut. A final window opened to show my bedroom, as if the ceiling were made of glass. The duvet rose and fell slightly. The timestamp was in the corner. There was a visible heartbeat in the way the fabric moved. Below the live windows, blocks of text waited like items on a takeaway menu. I will not put the words here. They were suggestions, tasks, things to do to me. Some of them read like petty pranks. Some did not. Each had a value in pounds next to it, and a longer number in smaller print. The total at the bottom turned over slowly. There was no place to type. The page was not addressed to me. It was addressed to the sort of person who enjoys the feeling of rails under their feet when a train is just behind them. I closed the page and stood up too quickly, which put stars at the edge of my vision. The room tilted hard enough to make the wall look like it was thinking about letting me through. I dressed badly and left without turning anything off. The hallway felt squeezed. In the stairwell, the emergency light buzzed more loudly than it had the day before. Outside, the cold woke a slice of my brain that had been lying face down. I walked until my legs were bored and my head quietened to a functional hum. In the following days, small things rearranged themselves. My doormat turned completely around. A glass that I keep upside down over the bathroom tap to stop dust had a fingerprint on the inside. The bin had been emptied to the point where the liner sat flat at the bottom. I started staying out late and coming home suddenly, like I could catch someone in the act of not being there. The motion detector emails kept coming in clumps. The page updated whether I looked or not. I stopped looking for almost a week. When I finally did, it was because I had a calm hour on a Sunday afternoon and the quietness felt brittle. The page had changed again. There was a new section with a label that suggested things had progressed. The live window showed my kitchen. Steam fogged briefly near the hob. Then the view cut to show my front door from the inside, as if the viewer wanted me to be perfectly clear about the direction of travel. The suggestions below were shorter now. The values had crept up. The total at the bottom had doubled since the last time I watched. I scrolled down and found a new heading with a mocked-up certificate under it. It had my address and a phrase that implied the word featured. Underneath, a paragraph in plain English invited people to support the next stage if they were enjoying the show. I went to the police with a printout because something about paper makes people behave differently. I spoke with someone who had seen too much of this sort of bluntness to pretend to be shocked. They took details. They asked sensible questions. They gave advice that was ordinary in good ways. Speak to the building manager properly. Get the free security survey. Consider staying with someone. They said the words in the calm voice that people use to hold heavy things without dropping them. I left with a crime reference number and a leaflet about online safety that used a cheerful font. In the foyer of my building, one of the post boxes was hanging open with its lock broken. Inside was a stack of charity appeals and a parcel card for someone else. On the floor lay a tiny screw, the sort you need a special driver for. I picked it up and held it in my glove like it would explain itself if I squeezed hard enough. Back upstairs, my door stuck in the same place it always sticks when the weather turns. The mat was exactly aligned with the floorboards. The keys on the hook were a fraction out of place. That night I slept with my shoes on. It sounds dramatic written down. It felt practical in the moment, like filling the kettle before bed in case the water stops. At some time after 3, the room changed shape. It is hard to describe this without sounding like I am adding flourishes to make the story satisfying. The temperature didn't drop in a sudden swoop. The air didn't go quiet. None of that. I woke because of 2 things that happened close together. The first was the flat sound of my letterbox being lifted and let fall. The second was the sound of my front door finding its frame and pressing. The lock held. The handle moved. Someone on the other side knew how to wake metal without breaking it. I lay very still and did the sort of breathing you do when you are trying to be small. The handle eased back to neutral. The hush that followed had weight. Then the careful sound of a thin tool worked into a place it didn't belong. I got up in the kind of slow motion you do when you distrust your own limbs. I moved to the side of the door, thinking of the cheap peephole view you get in older buildings, that warp where everything looks fishbowl far away. The motion detector sent me an email I didn't need. The phone screen lit the room briefly and put white rectangles on the wall. The latch gave up its job in a way I felt in my toes. The door opened just enough to let nothing in. Then something narrow and patient slipped through near the floor. The toe of a shoe, a knee, a gloved hand. The figure that followed was not large. Another shape came close behind it. Both wore dark clothes that didn't try to make a statement. No masks that I could see, which made my mouth go dry. They smelled like something you buy at a builder's merchant. I had once thought about buying a baseball bat for this sort of situation. I had never played baseball, which is why I didn't. Instead, I had a heavy old spanner in the utility drawer that I never use because all my pipes are plastic. I held it in my right hand and put my left on the wall to stop the room moving. When the first person stood and reached to the inside of the frame for the chain I do not have, I moved without announcing myself. The spanner met a shoulder with a noise like someone hitting a wet sack with a plank. The person went sideways into the door, which rebounded and caught the second person's shin in a way that would make a bruise later. The second person reacted quickly, the way you do when you've hit your shin on the same thing before. A hand came up and something flashed in the low light. The heavy feeling that followed reached me before the pain. My forearm went numb and my hand let go of the spanner as if it had never belonged to me. What happened next was fast and not. The first person recovered with the annoyed efficiency of someone keen not to waste the evening. The second moved into my space in a way that suggested this was not the first hallway of the night. I went down on one knee because my legs had decided to change roles without telling me. A hand took my wrist and turned it the wrong way until it found a position that made my eyes water. Something hard pressed into the soft part below my ear to remind me to stop trying things. In my head, I had arguments and speeches. In the actual corridor, I had breath. They did not say anything. That is important to me, even now. They moved me just enough to clear the space. They kept me in a position that made my arms feel like other people's. One of them walked the rooms quickly, not touching anything twice, lifting in places I hadn't known to check, leaving in places I cleaned most. The other stayed with me, calm and boring in the way good tradespeople are. At some point, a phone camera made the small digital sound I will never be able to enjoy again. I refused to look at it in the way of a child who knows the answer to a question they are not ready to say. In the kitchen, a drawer opened and closed with a quiet certainty that means someone practiced. The bathroom door clicked and clicked again. The bedroom received short, careful steps, and then one heavy thump as someone tested the wardrobe anchor. Back in the hallway, sticky tape peeled and pressed near the skirting. My doorbell made a sound I didn't recognize because I never used it. The flat recorded all of this in a dozen tiny places I had not found. The pain announced itself when they were nearly finished. I became aware of my forearm, like it had stepped closer in a queue. There was a patch of heat at my shoulder, where I had made contact with the spanner handle when it bounced. My knee had a wet feeling under my jeans, where it had met a screw head in the threshold. The air smelled of tape adhesive and the sort of rubber you get on cheap tool handles. They left me in the narrow bit by the boiler cupboard. sitting on the floor with my back against the wall. The front door stood open a fractional amount, as if the building were taking a breath. There was a smear of something dark on the inside edge about the size of a thumb. I watched it develop a skin at the edges. I did nothing for a length of time that had no number. When I finally stood, everything in me argued and then did as it was told. I moved through the rooms the way a person moves through a house they are thinking of buying, even though they can't afford it. I touched nothing the way you avoid touching hot glass that looks cool. The kitchen drawer that had been opened contained my knives, which were in exactly the same order I always put them back. The bathroom felt harmless, and then did not when I looked up and saw a new dot above the mirror. Not painted, just neat. In the bedroom, my pillow had a shallow dent that matched the shape of my head too well. I stripped the bed then and there and put the sheets in a bin bag because it felt like the only thing in my power. On the coffee table, the heavy old spanner sat where it had fallen, its handle glossy with a smear that was not mine. Next to it, on the coaster I never use, lay a small rectangle of card. It was blank on one side. On the other, someone had pressed a shape into it without ink, just pressure. The shape was simple, a bell. Under it, the impression of a time that was not precise, just a range in the evening. When my doorbell rang that night at a time within the range, I did not move. It rang again the next evening, and I still did not. On the third evening, there was no bell. Instead, there was a light tapping at the kitchen window that sits over the flat roof where the bins are. I stood at the sink and listened to it. Count off my heartbeats. The tapping stopped and something light slid off the sill. I checked the page again because I am human and because you can look at something awful the way you look at a chipped tooth with your tongue. The live window showed nothing but stillness. The total at the bottom of the page had stopped. The last clip in the sequence was of me on the floor in the hallway, head turned away, shoulder high, where my arm had been arranged. Under it, a single line of text I will not replicate. It used the kind of tone people use when they are pretending to be polite in a shop. I moved a few weeks later, not dramatically. I gave notice, packed badly, and paid a man with a van who had opinions about the parking restrictions on my new street. The new place is smaller and higher up, with a view of rooftops that look like a bad drawing. I had new locks fitted the day I got the keys. I put foam in the gaps where you could run a wire. I stopped buying second-hand electronics. I bought a laptop from a shop where they ask you unnecessary questions and you answer them because you want to be the sort of person who answers questions. On the first night, I slept like a person who has spent a day lifting boxes. On the second night, I woke because a fox screamed outside, the sound of metal bending in a mouth. I lay there and told myself what it was, the shape of it, the place it came from. I almost believed myself. Sometimes, when I have a soft hour and my phone sits face down on the table and the light from the window breaks neatly across the floor, I feel a pull to check. Not because I want to see, but because not seeing feels like agreeing to something. I have resisted more often than I have not. The few times I failed, the page did not load. It timed out. It threw up an error in a box with a border. It suggested trying again later. It made me feel like I had winced in front of someone. I kept the card with the bell in a drawer I don't use for anything else. Some days I think about throwing it away. Some days I take it out and press my thumb over the raised shape until the skin shines. I do not watch the live windows anymore. I do not buy devices in car parks. I fix the wedge under my door in exactly the same way every night and check it in the morning to see if the room has breathed. Every now and again, a parcel turns up that I haven't ordered. it will be something ordinary like a set of vacuum bags or a pack of picture hooks I never meant to buy, delivered by a tired person who says nothing because I say nothing. I take them inside and put them in a cupboard in the new kitchen that I keep for things I cannot return. A drawer squeaks in a way it did not squeak last week. A screw on a switch plate looks too new. The radiator makes a click it doesn't make on cold mornings. I listen to everything the way you listen to a stranger tell a story about a place you've been. I know how this sounds. When I tell it this way, people ask why I didn't shout, why I didn't fight harder, why I didn't do the clean, heroic version. I don't have a neat ending to offer. There is no line where I stood up and frightened them off. There is no moment where I pulled out a hidden camera of my own and got the evidence in a way that satisfies the story. What I have is a stack of small moments, placed carefully, until they formed a slope I slid down without noticing the angle change. What I have is the memory of looking up at my own ceiling and meeting the stare down of a hole the width of a pencil. What I have is a bell pressed into card, and a range in the evening I will always hear even when the building is quiet. If there is any use in saying it out loud, it is this. If you think your life is too ordinary to be interesting, that helps someone else more than it helps you. The pages don't need you to be special. They need you to be predictable. They need you to put your doormat down the same way every time and to go to the same shop for milk and to prop the door with a wedge when the weather turns. They need you to buy a bargain that saves you a little bit of money and a little bit of time, because there is always someone ready to spend both on your behalf. In my new place, the windows face a line of chimneys that put smoke into the sky on cold evenings. I can track the wind by watching which way it smears. The flat has its own noises, all of which I know now by heart. The kettle makes a click at the end of the boil that is almost a cough. The fridge hums in the early hours and then stops as if embarrassed. The plumbing knocks once in the bathroom at the same point in the shower every morning. I tell myself names for each sound so they feel like neighbors I have met rather than strangers on the stairs. Some nights I still sleep with my shoes on. Not often. Just enough to make getting to the door a little faster if the bell rings. I have not heard it in months. I hear it anyway. There are people who enjoy this, I think. Not in the cartoon way that's easy to dislike. In the small way, the way you enjoy making a bed neat or clicking a box on a list. People who like seeing a total rollover because they made it roll. People who like the idea of a person in a box doing what buttons tell them to do. I don't think about them much because thinking about them gives them more than they took. I think about the gaps you leave when you assume no one will use them. This is, I suppose, a confession. I am not someone who breaks rules because I want the thrill. I am not someone who goes looking for trouble. I bought a laptop in a car park because it was cheap, and because I thought I was cleverer than the sort of person who gets caught by small things. I was wrong. That is the part that sticks, not the tap on the window or the page with its sums, the part where I looked at my own stairwell on a screen in my own room and felt the world tilt because someone had been there and then stepped back without leaving anything you can hold in your hand. If you have read this far, you will have guessed the point without me having to make it heavy. Curiosity opens doors that are hard to shut quietly, and once a door has learned the shape of your hand, it does not forget. I've been debating whether to share this for months now. Part of me wanted to forget it ever happened, to bury it somewhere deep and never look back. But I can't sleep properly anymore, and the counselor I've been seeing suggested that writing it down might help process everything. So here goes, the reason I'll never join another dark web tourism excursion as long as I live. I've always had a bit of a morbid fascination with abandoned places, especially those with dark histories. I'd spent years exploring derelict factories and forgotten manor houses across the British countryside, documenting my findings on various urbex forums. It was through one of these communities that I first heard about the special tour being offered at Blackwood Asylum, a Victorian-era psychiatric hospital that had been shuttered in the 1980s after a series of patient abuse scandals. The building had recently undergone partial renovation to make it safe for guided tours, while supposedly maintaining its authentic atmosphere. The forum post mentioned this wasn't your typical guided walk. It was billed as an immersive experience for serious enthusiasts only, promising access to areas not on the regular tour route. What caught my attention was the exclusivity. You had to be personally invited by an existing member, and the details were only shared through private channels. I remember feeling a flush of pride when Mike, someone I'd exchanged messages with for years but never met in person, offered to add me to their next group. The price was steep, £250, but Mike assured me it would be worth every penny. The payment process should have been my first warning sign. No credit cards, only cryptocurrency transferred to an anonymous wallet. I convinced myself this was simply to maintain the underground, exclusive nature of the experience, perhaps to skirt certain liability issues. How naive I was. I arrived at Blackwood on a dreary October evening, the imposing red brick building looming against the darkening sky, its numerous windows like vacant eyes staring down at us. There were 8 of us in total, all strangers apart from Mike, whom I finally met in person. He wasn't quite what I'd expected, older, perhaps in his 50s, with cold, evaluating eyes that never seemed to match his smile. He greeted me warmly enough, though, introducing me as the photographer to the others, a detail I didn't recall sharing with him. Our guide arrived precisely at 7 p.m., a tall, gaunt man who introduced himself only as the curator. He wore a pristine black suit that seemed at odds with the decrepit surroundings, and spoke with an accent I couldn't quite place. Eastern European, perhaps. He collected our mobile phones, explaining that they interfered with the authentic experience and the building's sensitive electrical systems. Again, I rationalized this. Many similar tours I'd been on had similar policies, though usually for photography copyright reasons rather than electrical interference. The first hour was relatively standard. We toured the main hall, former administrative offices, and a restored patient ward. The curator delivered a polished narrative about the asylum's history, punctuated with macabre anecdotes about particularly notorious cases. I remember thinking it was interesting, but not particularly special, certainly not worth the exorbitant fee. I caught Mike's eye at one point, raising an eyebrow as if to ask when the exclusive part would begin. He simply mouthed "patience" and turned his attention back to the curator. Around 90 minutes into the tour, after we'd been led through increasingly deteriorated sections of the building, the curator announced we would now be heading to the special exhibition. He led us down a narrow service staircase I hadn't noticed before, descending far deeper than I would have expected. The basement level we emerged into was noticeably different from the upper floors. The renovation work here appeared more recent and thorough. The walls were freshly plastered and painted a sterile white, the floor covered in scuff-free linoleum. Fluorescent lights hummed overhead, giving the corridor a harsh, clinical appearance. I remember feeling increasingly uneasy as we proceeded deeper into this section. Gone were the historical photographs and informational placards that had adorned the walls upstairs. Instead, a series of modern CCTV cameras tracked our progress, their red lights blinking in silent observation. At the time, I rationalized this as security for whatever valuable exhibits lay ahead, but a growing sense of wrongness had begun to settle in my stomach. The curator stopped before a heavy metal door, unmarked save for a small keypad. As he entered a lengthy code, I glanced at the others in our group. Most seemed excited, expectant even, but one woman, younger than the rest, perhaps in her 20s, looked as unsettled as I felt. Our eyes met briefly, and I saw my own apprehension reflected there. I should have trusted that instinct, suggested we both leave. Instead, I silently followed the group as the door swung open. The room beyond was unexpected. A comfortable lounge area with plush leather sofas arranged in a semicircle facing a large screen mounted on the far wall. A small bar was set up in one corner, offering an assortment of high-end spirits. The curator invited us to make ourselves comfortable, to help ourselves to refreshments, whilst he prepared the main attraction. I accepted a whiskey, hoping it might calm my growing nerves. Mike settled beside me, suddenly talkative, asking about my photography equipment, my previous explorations, what sort of content I typically produced. His questions felt probing, invasive even, particularly when he asked if I had specific interests or preferred scenarios. I remember giving vague answers, increasingly uncomfortable with the conversation's direction. After perhaps 20 minutes, the curator returned, now accompanied by two burly men in black clothing, who positioned themselves on either side of the door through which we'd entered. The curator stood before the screen, addressing us with a practiced smile that never reached his eyes. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. What you are about to experience is entirely unique. A Blackwood Asylum exclusive. For centuries, humans have been fascinated by the suffering of others. The Romans had their Colosseum, the medievals their public executions. In our sanitized modern world, such opportunities for authentic observation are limited, but the human appetite remains. He gestured to the screen behind him, which flickered to life, displaying what appeared to be a live feed of another room within the building, a stark, tiled chamber reminiscent of an operating theatre. In the center stood a metal table. Beside it, a trolley laden with implements I couldn't clearly make out. What you are about to witness is being broadcast simultaneously to select viewers across the dark web, connoisseurs who pay handsomely for unfiltered reality. You, however, have the privilege of proximity, of knowing it unfolds mere meters from where you sit. A cold realization was beginning to dawn on me. This wasn't some elaborate historical reenactment or artistic installation. The curator was describing something altogether more sinister. I looked around at the others. Most were leaning forward eagerly, a few exchanging excited whispers. Only the young woman from earlier, and I, seemed disturbed by what was being implied. I rose to my feet, mumbling something about needing the toilet, intending to slip out and find my way back to the entrance. One of the men by the door immediately stepped forward, placing a heavy hand on my shoulder. All guests must remain for the duration of the performance, the curator said smoothly. It's part of our agreement, the one you consented to when you transferred payment. I protested that I'd consented to no such thing, that I'd paid for a historical tour, not whatever this was. The curator merely smiled, producing a tablet, which displayed what appeared to be terms and conditions, my digital signature at the bottom. I had no recollection of signing this document, but there was my name, clear as day. Perhaps you should read the fine print more carefully in future, he suggested, before turning his attention back to the screen. The feed changed angle, now showing the entrance to the tiled room as a door opened. 2 more black-clad men entered, between them a disoriented-looking man in perhaps his 30s, clearly drugged but conscious enough to stumble along with their guidance. They secured him to the table as he weakly protested, his words slurred and indistinct. Tonight's subject was carefully selected, the curator narrated, as though introducing a documentary. A homeless individual without family or connections, whose disappearance will go unremarked. Think of this as a form of recycling, transforming a life of no consequence into a moment of significance, of spectacle. What followed is difficult to recount, even now. The performance lasted approximately 40 minutes, during which the man on the screen was systematically, methodically taken apart. The curator provided commentary throughout, explaining the techniques being employed, the physiological responses being elicited, as though he were a professor delivering a particularly enlightening lecture. I couldn't watch. I kept my eyes fixed on the floor, though the sounds alone were enough to turn my stomach. The young woman, whose name I later learned was Emma, had a similar reaction, silently weeping beside me. The others watched with varying degrees of interest, some clinical and detached, others with unmistakable enjoyment. When it finally ended, the curator turned to us with that same emotionless smile. Congratulations on completing your first Blackwood experience. For those interested in participating in future events, perhaps in a more hands-on capacity, please speak with Mike or myself before departing. I felt Mike's eyes on me, assessing my reaction, calculating whether I was a potential recruit or a liability. I forced myself to meet his gaze, to arrange my features into something resembling composure rather than horror. Interesting, I managed, the word nearly choking me. Very authentic. He seemed satisfied with this response, turning his attention to another guest, who was enthusiastically inquiring about the schedule of upcoming performances. We were escorted back upstairs in groups of 2, ostensibly to collect our belongings and phones. Emma and I were paired together, accompanied by one of the door guards. As we reached the ground floor, Emma suddenly clutched her stomach, doubling over and vomiting violently onto the floor. The guard instinctively stepped back, momentarily distracted. She glanced at me, jerking her head toward a nearby fire exit. I understood immediately. We ran. The fire alarm blared as we crashed through the door, but we didn't stop, sprinting across the overgrown grounds toward the perimeter fence. I remember hearing shouts behind us, the beam of a torch sweeping across the darkness. We reached my car, parked on a secluded lane half a kilometer from the main entrance, and drove in terrified silence for nearly an hour before either of us spoke. What followed were weeks of paranoia. We'd left our identification, our phones. They knew who we were, where we lived. Emma stayed with friends, changing locations frequently. I considered going to the police, but what proof did we have? Our word against theirs, and that mysterious document with my signature. Would the authorities even believe such an outlandish story? 3 weeks after our escape, Emma disappeared. Her friends reported it, but the investigation went nowhere. No signs of forced entry to her temporary accommodation, no evidence of foul play. Just gone, like countless missing persons every year. I received a package the following day. Inside was my phone, wiped clean of all data, and a handwritten note. Participants who leave early forfeit their deposit. Yours has been collected. Balance paid in full. I moved house the next day, changed my name, deleted all my online accounts. I haven't set foot in an abandoned building since, nor visited any historical attraction more ominous than a well-lit stately home during peak visiting hours. Sometimes I wonder if I should have done more. Gone to the police regardless, tried to find evidence. But then I remember the clinical efficiency of what I witnessed, the professional organization behind it, and the apparent wealth and connections that would enable such an operation to exist. I tell myself there was nothing I could have done. But in my darkest moments, when sleep won't come, I think about that room somewhere beneath Blackwood Asylum, and I wonder who's strapped to that table now, becoming unwitting entertainment for unseen viewers across the dark web. And I know with sickening certainty that somewhere in that audience, watching through their screens, are people who once stood beside me in that underground lounge, drinks in hand, waiting for the show to begin. It's funny how sometimes the thing you think will make you feel less alone ends up making you wish you'd stayed isolated, but by then it's too late to go back to not knowing what you know. I was 19 and in my second year studying English literature at a university in Leeds, when I stumbled into the chat room that changed everything. Not literally stumbled. I'd been looking for somewhere to belong for months, trying different online communities and forums where I might find people who shared my interests without the awkwardness of face-to-face interaction. College hadn't turned out the way I'd imagined. The other students on my course seemed effortlessly confident, forming friendship groups within the first week, while I struggled to contribute to conversations about books I'd read but couldn't discuss with the casual intelligence they all seemed to possess naturally. I spent most evenings in my tiny student flat, reading for seminars and browsing the internet for distraction. Social media felt performative and hollow, but smaller online communities seemed more genuine. Places where people discussed literature, philosophy, and ideas that were too complex or controversial for mainstream platforms. The invitation to the private chat room came through someone I'd been talking to on a forum about banned books. They'd noticed my posts about censorship and literature that existed in legal grey areas and suggested I might be interested in a more exclusive discussion group. The chat room was small, maybe 15 regular participants, and focused on what they called authentic, extreme content. Not fictional horror or theatrical violence, but real documentation of events that mainstream media wouldn't show. Academic discussion of material that revealed truths about human nature that most people preferred to ignore. For the first time since starting university, I felt like I was part of something intellectually stimulating. The other participants were clearly well-educated and thoughtful, approaching disturbing content with the sort of analytical framework you'd expect from graduate students or academics. They discussed everything from leaked investigation footage to underground documentaries that had never seen official release. The conversations were sophisticated, focused on technical analysis and historical context rather than sensation-seeking. I felt privileged to be included in discussions that demonstrated a level of critical thinking I rarely encountered elsewhere. Most importantly, I felt accepted. When I contributed observations about content they'd shared, people responded thoughtfully rather than dismissively. When I asked questions about things I didn't understand, they provided detailed explanations without making me feel ignorant. After about a month of regular participation, one of the more experienced members mentioned something that made me pay closer attention to what we were actually discussing. Red rooms. He brought them up casually, as if they were just another category of extreme content that serious researchers occasionally encountered. live streams broadcast from hidden locations where viewers could watch real violence happening in real time. Most participants seemed to accept their existence as established fact, rather than urban legend. They discussed technical aspects of hosting such content, legal barriers to maintaining streaming services, and ethical questions about documentation versus participation. I'd heard of red rooms before, but always assumed they were internet mythology. Too technically complex and legally risky for anyone to actually maintain. But the way these people discussed them suggested genuine familiarity rather than theoretical speculation. One participant, who went by the username Observer, claimed to have archived material from what appeared to be genuine Red Room streams. He was selective about sharing evidence, requiring people to demonstrate serious research interest rather than casual curiosity. I spent several weeks proving my commitment to academic analysis of extreme content, sharing thoughtful observations about material others had posted, and asking questions that showed I was thinking critically rather than just seeking sensational material. Observer eventually shared some clips from his collection. Dark rooms with industrial equipment, bound figures, interface elements suggesting live streaming capabilities. The quality was poor enough that it could have been elaborate fiction, but detailed enough to be potentially genuine. What struck me as possibly authentic was the mundane elements that would be easy to overlook if you were creating hoaxes. Background sounds that suggested specific environments, equipment visible in shots, timestamps that corresponded to real dates and times. Observer explained that accessing live Red Room streams required more than just knowing where to look. The hidden services changed locations frequently and weren't something you could find through casual browsing of the dark web. But if I was genuinely interested in documenting whether Red Rooms were real phenomena or elaborate fiction, he could potentially arrange for me to observe a live stream that was scheduled for the following week. I should have declined at that point. My interest in extreme content was supposed to be academic, focused on understanding censorship and documentation rather than witnessing actual crimes. But the opportunity to access something that most people believed didn't exist felt like the sort of exclusive knowledge that would cement my place in this community. The access process was more complex than anything I'd encountered before. Specific software downloads, rotating access codes, designated connection times that had to be followed precisely. The whole system felt designed to exclude casual browsers while providing access to serious researchers. When I finally connected to the stream, the interface was surprisingly basic. A video player showing a feed from what appeared to be a converted basement space, with a simple chat function below where viewers could communicate. The video showed a concrete-walled room with harsh lighting and minimal furniture. In the center was a metal table, and strapped to that table was a man who appeared to be in his 30s. He was conscious, but not moving much, occasionally testing his restraints or looking around the room with obvious confusion. The chat was active with comments from maybe 50 viewers, people discussing what they expected to see happen, making observations about the setup, treating the situation like academic analysis rather than entertainment. The tone was clinical and detached, which somehow made it more disturbing than if people had been obviously excited about violence. I watched for about an hour while supposedly working on an essay about censorship in contemporary literature. The man on the table would periodically struggle against his restraints or attempt to speak, but no audio was coming through the stream. Around 11 p.m., someone entered the frame. They were dressed in ordinary work clothes, jeans, plain shirt, boots that looked like they'd seen regular use. Nothing theatrical about their appearance, no mask or costume. Just someone who could have been starting any manual job. except for what they were obviously planning to do. The figure moved around methodically, arranging tools on a nearby surface, adjusting camera angles, checking equipment that wasn't visible in the main feed. They worked with practiced efficiency that suggested this wasn't their first time following this routine. The chat became more analytical as preparations continued. People were discussing technical aspects of the setup, comparing what they were seeing to previous streams, making observations about the location and equipment being used. About 20 minutes into the preparations, I noticed something that made me look more carefully at the background details visible in the stream. On the wall behind the table was a small notice board with various papers pinned to it. Most were too far away to read clearly, but one appeared to be a health and safety poster with text that looked familiar. I paused the stream and looked more closely at the poster. The formatting and language were definitely British rather than foreign, and the specific wording seemed like something I'd seen before in university buildings or public spaces, which meant this stream was potentially being broadcast from somewhere in the UK rather than some distant foreign location. The realization made everything feel more immediate and dangerous. This wasn't abstract criminal activity happening somewhere else. It could be occurring within the same country where I was sitting in my student flat, possibly even in the same region. Over the next few days, I found myself obsessively researching British health and safety regulations, trying to identify the specific poster I'd seen and determine whether it might indicate a particular type of building or location. I also started paying attention to local news reports, looking for missing person cases that might correspond to victims I'd seen in streams. Without clear physical descriptions or specific dates, it was impossible to make definitive connections, but there seemed to be more unexplained disappearances than you'd normally expect. One case particularly disturbed me because the missing person was a student from a university not far from Leeds. They'd been reported missing about 6 weeks earlier after failing to return to their accommodation following a routine trip to the library. I researched the case more thoroughly and found that the missing student had been studying a subject similar to mine, lived in comparable accommodation, and followed daily routines that weren't that different from my own. The sort of person who could have been me if circumstances had been slightly different. The possibility that someone my own age with a similar lifestyle might have become a victim in the streams I'd been watching made everything feel personal in ways I hadn't expected. This wasn't just about academic analysis of extreme content. It was about real people suffering for reasons I didn't understand. I considered reporting what I'd discovered to the police, but I knew how that conversation would sound. University student claims to have found evidence of live murder streams while participating in online discussions about extreme content. They'd probably assume I was having mental health issues or making up stories for attention. More importantly, I was worried about what might happen if the people behind the streams discovered that someone had identified potentially incriminating details. I'd been accessing their content and participating in related discussions for weeks, possibly leaving digital traces that could be used to identify me. Observer had mentioned that accessing hidden content required understanding how to protect your identity from people who might not appreciate unwanted attention. Knowledge I clearly didn't possess, despite having been granted access to material that was obviously intended for a select audience. I decided to be more cautious about what I accessed and how I participated in chatroom discussions. But I also found myself unable to stop thinking about what I'd seen and whether there were more victims who hadn't been reported missing yet. The chatroom discussions continued as normal, with participants sharing new material and analyzing content with the same academic detachment they'd always displayed. But I started noticing details I'd missed before, references to local events, knowledge about British institutions, familiarity with UK geography and culture. The people I'd been chatting with weren't distant foreign academics studying extreme content from a safe distance. They were British, possibly even local to my area, with genuine knowledge about events that were happening in my own country. One evening, about 2 weeks after accessing the livestream, I received a private message from Observer asking whether I'd found the recent content educational and if I was interested in accessing additional material. His tone was friendly but felt more personal than previous communications, as if he knew something about my response to what I'd seen that he hadn't mentioned in our public discussions. I replied cautiously, saying that I'd found the material academically interesting but disturbing on a personal level. I tried to sound thoughtful rather than frightened, hoping to maintain my place in the community while expressing some reservations about the content. His response came back within minutes, which suggested he'd been online waiting for my reply rather than just checking messages occasionally. He said he understood my concerns but reminded me that serious academic study sometimes required confronting uncomfortable realities. He offered to provide access to additional streams that would help me develop a more comprehensive understanding of the subject. Something about the way he phrased the offer made me uncomfortable, as if my participation was expected rather than voluntary, and declining might have consequences I wouldn't like. I didn't reply immediately, telling myself I needed time to think about whether I wanted to continue accessing such disturbing content, but I kept checking for new messages, worried that not responding quickly enough might be interpreted as rejection or disrespect. The next morning, I found that I'd been removed from the chat room, not just blocked or suspended, but completely eliminated from the participant list. When I tried to reconnect using the original access method, I found that my credentials no longer worked and there was no way to regain entry. I checked other platforms where I'd occasionally communicated with chat room members, but found that all my contacts had either deleted their accounts or were no longer responding to messages. Within 24 hours, every trace of my connection to the chat room and its participants had been severed, as if someone had systematically removed all evidence of my involvement. The sudden exclusion felt ominous rather than disappointing. Either I'd failed some test I hadn't known I was taking, or someone had decided that my continued participation represented a risk they weren't willing to accept. I tried to convince myself that being excluded was actually fortunate, a way out of a situation I'd gotten into without fully understanding the implications. But I couldn't shake the feeling that people who went to such lengths to maintain secrecy might take additional steps to ensure former participants didn't become problems. Over the next few weeks, I noticed small things that individually meant nothing, but collectively made me uncomfortable. Posts delivered at unusual times, items in my flat that seemed to have been moved slightly, sounds in the corridor outside my door that could have been coincidence, but felt like surveillance. One evening, I found an envelope that had been slipped under my door while I was at the university library. Inside was a single photograph that made my stomach drop as I looked at it. The photograph showed me walking across campus, taken from a concealed position that suggested professional surveillance rather than casual observation. Someone had been watching me closely enough to document my daily routine without me noticing anything unusual. On the back of the photograph was a handwritten message that made the situation clear. Some discussions are meant to stay private. No signature, no return address. Just those words that made it obvious someone knew about my previous participation in the chat room and wanted to ensure my continued silence about what I'd seen. I threw the photograph away and tried to convince myself it was a scare tactic designed to prevent me from reporting what I'd discovered. but I couldn't explain how someone had obtained detailed knowledge of my movements or managed to deliver the message without being noticed. Over the next few days, I became increasingly paranoid about being watched. Every stranger on campus felt threatening. Every unexpected sound in my flat made me check the windows and doors. But nothing obvious happened. No more photographs, no threatening phone calls, no signs that anyone was following me or monitoring my activities beyond what had already been demonstrated. I never tried to reconnect with the chat room or access any more hidden streaming content. The whole experience had taught me that some forms of belonging come with prices you don't discover until it's too late to back out safely. But I still think about that health and safety poster, and how such a mundane detail had revealed that extreme content wasn't being produced in distant foreign countries, but potentially in buildings I might walk past every day. And I think about the missing student whose case I'd researched, wondering whether they'd also been looking for somewhere to belong when they encountered people who were considerably more dangerous than they appeared. Sometimes I wonder if the chat room is still active with new participants, and whether other isolated students are being drawn into discussions that seem academic and intellectual until they realize they've become part of something they can't safely leave. Do you have one of those repair people you trust? A plumber or electrician whose number you keep saved because they've done good work before and you know they'll turn up when they say they will? I had someone like that. A handyman called Steve who'd fixed various things around my house over the past few years. A leaking tap, some dodgy wiring, a bathroom fan that had stopped working. Reliable, reasonably priced, the sort of person you're grateful to have found in a world where tradespeople are often impossible to pin down. I gave him a key to my house once, just for convenience, whilst he worked on a job when I couldn't be there. That single decision is why I now know my kitchen looks different at 3 a.m. than it does during the day. Why I've seen footage of my bedroom that I definitely didn't record, and why my home address appears on a website that charges people for live access to spaces they have no right to see. I'm a physiotherapist working at a clinic in Sheffield. Been there for about 7 years. I live in a semi-detached house in one of the suburbs, the kind of area where people know their neighbours vaguely, but mostly keep to themselves. It's a decent house, nothing fancy, but it's mine, and I've worked hard to afford it. I live alone, which I've always preferred. The freedom to keep my own schedule, the peace and quiet after dealing with patients all day. Steve first did some work for me about 3 years ago. I'd found him through a recommendation from a colleague whose bathroom he'd renovated. He'd come round to fix a persistent leak under my kitchen sink that I'd been ignoring for too long. He was punctual, polite, did the job efficiently, and charged a fair price. Over the following years, I called him back for various other bits and pieces, replacing light fixtures, fixing a loose banister, installing some shelving in the spare room. Last autumn, I needed some electrical work done in the hallway. A ceiling light had started flickering worryingly, and I wanted it sorted properly rather than just replacing the bulb and hoping for the best. Steve came round to assess the job and said it would take most of an afternoon. The problem was I had several patient appointments scheduled that day and couldn't take time off. Steve suggested I could leave him a key, and he let himself in and out, locking up properly when he finished. He'd done this for other clients before, he said, and it made things easier than trying to coordinate schedules. I hesitated slightly. It's never comfortable giving someone access to your home when you're not there. But I'd known Steve for years at this point, and he'd never given me any reason to doubt his professionalism. I agreed, and left a spare key under the back doormat with instructions about which light was the problem. The work was done exactly as promised. When I got home that evening, the light was fixed, the key was back under the mat, and everything seemed perfectly normal. Steve sent a text to confirm he'd finished, and I transferred the payment that evening. Simple, professional, exactly the kind of smooth transaction that makes you feel you've made the right choice in tradespeople. About 2 weeks later, I started noticing things that seemed slightly off. Nothing major, just small details that didn't quite match how I remembered leaving them. A kitchen cupboard door that I was sure I'd closed was standing open. The living room curtains were pulled slightly wider apart than I usually positioned them. A throw cushion on the sofa had moved from one end to the other. I put it down to tiredness and distraction. I'd been working long hours covering for a colleague on sick leave, and it's easy to forget small actions when your mind is occupied with other things. Everyone has moments where they can't quite remember whether they've done something or just intended to. But the occurrences continued. More cupboards left open. Lights turned on in rooms I was certain I'd left dark. My bedroom door standing ajar when I always closed it fully. The bathroom bin moved from its usual spot by the sink to underneath the window. Each incident was minor enough to dismiss individually, but together they formed a pattern that made me increasingly uncomfortable. Then I noticed something more concrete. I have a small jewelry box on my bedroom dresser, just costume pieces mostly, nothing valuable. The box has a particular way I arrange it. Necklaces on one side, earrings on the other, a few rings in a little compartment at the back. One morning, I found everything mixed together, the necklaces tangled with the earrings, the rings scattered throughout. I hadn't touched that box in over a week. That's when I started to suspect someone had been entering my house. Not to steal, nothing was missing as far as I could tell, but simply to be there, to move through the space and disturb things in small ways that made their presence known. It felt deliberate, like someone wanted me to realize my home wasn't as private as I believed. I checked all the doors and windows, looking for signs of forced entry. Everything was secure and undamaged. The locks showed no evidence of tampering. There was no obvious explanation for how someone could be getting in, unless they had a key. And the only person outside my immediate family who'd ever had access to my key was Steve. I tried to dismiss the thought. Steve was a professional tradesman with plenty of work, no reason to risk his reputation and livelihood by sneaking into clients' homes. But the timing fit. The disturbances had started after he'd used my key to do that electrical work, and he'd had ample opportunity to copy the key before returning it. I changed my locks anyway, just to be safe. It cost more than I'd hoped, but I needed to feel secure in my own home. For about a week afterwards, everything seemed normal. No more mysterious disturbances, no more items moved or lights left on. I felt relieved, convinced that changing the locks had solved whatever problem had existed, even if I never fully understood what it had been. Then one morning, I found a mug in my kitchen sink that I didn't recognize. Not one of mine, just a plain white mug, but definitely not from my cupboards. It was sitting in the sink, like someone had used it for tea or coffee and left it there to wash later. The casual domesticity of it made my skin crawl. Someone had been in my house, made themselves a drink, used a mug they'd brought with them, and left it behind deliberately. I called the police immediately. They came and took the mug for fingerprints, took a statement about the incidents I'd been experiencing, checked the house for any signs of how someone might be entering. They found nothing conclusive. The mug had been wiped clean, There were no marks on doors or windows, no sign of how access was being gained. The officer who responded suggested I install cameras inside the house, not just external security, but something that would capture anyone moving around inside. I did that the same day, setting up several small cameras in the hallway, kitchen, and living room, all connected to my phone so I'd receive alerts if they detected movement while I was out. For 3 days, the cameras showed nothing unusual. Just me leaving in the morning and returning in the evening, the house empty and undisturbed in between. I started to think maybe the mug had been enough. Maybe whoever was doing this had realized they'd been too obvious and had stopped. Then on the 4th day, I received a movement alert around 2 in the afternoon. I was with a patient at the time and couldn't check immediately. But as soon as I had a break, I pulled up the camera feed on my phone. The footage showed a figure moving through my house, walking casually from room to room as though they had every right to be there. It was Steve. I recognized him immediately despite the cap he was wearing. He moved through my kitchen, opened cupboards and peered inside, stood looking out of the living room window for a few minutes. He went upstairs beyond the range of my cameras and stayed there for about 20 minutes before coming back down and leaving through the front door. The whole visit lasted around 40 minutes. I felt sick watching it. This was someone I'd trusted, someone I'd paid for honest work, someone I'd given access to my home because I thought he was reliable and professional. And he'd been entering my house regularly, walking through my private spaces, doing God knows what whilst I was at work, and completely unaware. I saved the footage and took it straight to the police station when I finished work that evening. This time, they had clear evidence of a crime, an identifiable suspect. They visited Steve that evening and arrested him. When they searched his van, they found keys to around 30 different properties, all carefully labeled with addresses. My key was among them, freshly cut to match my new locks. He'd somehow obtained details of my new lock type and had a key made before I'd even realized the locks had been changed. But what they found at his house was worse. He had hard drives containing thousands of hours of video footage from inside people's homes. Not just footage of him walking through empty houses, but recordings from cameras he'd installed secretly during legitimate repair visits. Tiny cameras hidden in smoke detectors, air vents, light fixtures. Devices he'd placed while supposedly fixing problems, whilst homeowners trusted him to work unsupervised in their properties. The footage went back years, hundreds of homes across Sheffield and surrounding areas, all of them belonging to people who'd hired him for basic maintenance work and unknowingly given him opportunities to install surveillance equipment. The videos showed everything. People going about their daily lives, private moments they thought were completely unwitnessed, intimate details of how they lived when they believed they were alone. During questioning, Steve admitted he'd been selling access to these camera feeds on the dark web. He'd created accounts for each property, organized by location and type of residence, and charged subscription fees for people to watch live feeds from inside strangers' homes. Some buyers wanted to watch specific types of households. Others just wanted the voyeuristic thrill of observing people who had no idea they were being watched. A detective showed me the website where my home had been listed. It was organized like a streaming service, with thumbnail previews of different properties and descriptions of what viewers could expect to see. My house was categorized under single-occupant female residences, with notes about my work schedule and typical routine. The listing boasted about multiple camera angles and high video quality. The subscription data showed my feed had been purchased by around 40 different people over the months since Steve had installed the cameras. 40 strangers had been watching me move around my own home, had observed my private routines, had seen everything I did whilst thinking I was completely alone and unobserved. The thought of it made me feel violated in a way that was difficult to articulate. The detective explained that the cameras Steve had installed were sophisticated enough to be nearly impossible to find without knowing exactly what to look for. They were powered by the home's electrical system, so they didn't require battery changes. They used the home's internet connection to stream footage, but did so in ways that wouldn't show up obviously en route to traffic. Unless you were specifically looking for hidden surveillance equipment with professional detection tools, you'd never know they were there. It took a team of specialists most of a day to find and remove all the cameras from my house. There were 5 in total. 1 in a hallway smoke detector, 1 in a kitchen air vent, 1 in the living room lamp fixture, 1 in the bathroom extractor fan, and 1 in my bedroom ceiling light. 5 devices that had been watching me for months, recording everything, streaming it to paying subscribers who viewed my private life as entertainment. Steve was prosecuted and received a prison sentence, though it seemed inadequate given the scale of what he'd done and the number of people he'd violated. The investigation identified over 80 homes where he'd installed surveillance equipment, though they suspected there were more they never found. Many of his victims never knew what had happened because he'd removed the cameras himself after subscription interest waned or before homeowners planned renovations that might uncover them. The website where the footage was sold was shut down, but police confirmed the videos had been downloaded by subscribers before they could seize the servers. Months of footage from my home existed in private collections, potentially being reshared through other platforms or simply kept for personal viewing. There was no way to recover or delete all of it. It was out there permanently, beyond any control or remedy. I sold that house within 4 months of discovering the cameras. I couldn't live somewhere that had been so thoroughly surveilled, where strangers had watched me sleep and shower and exist in moments I'd believed were completely private. Every room felt contaminated by the knowledge of what had happened there, what had been recorded and sold and viewed by people whose names I'd never know. My new house was built recently enough that it doesn't need much maintenance, which is fortunate because I'll never hire another tradesperson to work unsupervised in my home. I've learned to do basic repairs myself, and for anything beyond my capabilities, I take time off work to be present whilst the work is done. I visually inspect every smoke detector, every vent, every light fixture regularly, checking for anything that seems out of place. But I know the footage still exists somewhere. Months of my life recorded without my knowledge or consent, available to people who paid for the privilege of watching a stranger in her own home. Every private moment I had during that period is potentially being viewed by someone right now, shared in spaces I'll never access, discussed by people I'll never identify. What disturbs me most is thinking about how many other people are living in homes with hidden cameras they don't know about. How many tradespeople are operating similar schemes right now, installing surveillance equipment during legitimate repair visits, selling access to private lives through dark web marketplaces. Steve was caught because I noticed he'd entered my house and installed obvious security cameras. But if I'd never noticed the initial intrusions, if I'd never installed those cameras, he'd still be operating. The surveillance would have continued indefinitely, and I'd never have known my home wasn't actually private. I gave a tradesperson a key once, a simple convenience to avoid scheduling conflicts done with someone I trusted based on years of apparently professional service. That decision led to months of secret surveillance, my private life sold to strangers as entertainment, permanent footage existing in collections I'll never locate or control. That's what I think about now when I see repair vans in residential areas. Not whether the tradesperson is qualified or professional, but whether they're installing more than they're fixing. whether they're creating opportunities for surveillance whilst homeowners trust them to work alone, whether the homes they visited are being watched right now by paying subscribers who view private lives as commodities worth purchasing access to. I suppose I should have known something was wrong when they paid me £50 just to watch adverts and give my opinion. That's not the sort of money market research companies usually throw around, especially not for someone like me, who'd never done anything more exciting than work behind the till at a corner shop in Wolverhampton. But when you're barely scraping by and someone offers you easy money for sitting in a room and talking about what you think of washing powder commercials, you don't ask too many questions. The invitation came through the post, which was unusual enough on its own. Most market research these days happens online or through phone calls, but this was a proper printed letter with my name and address typed on expensive-looking paper. The letter explained that I'd been selected to participate in an exclusive consumer research study examining how people respond to different types of advertising. They wanted participants between 25 and 45 who worked in retail or service industries and lived in the West Midlands area. The study would involve watching various advertisements and discussing my reactions with other participants, along with some individual interviews about my shopping habits and media consumption. The location was given as a business centre in Birmingham city centre, which seemed legitimate enough. The letter provided a phone number to confirm attendance and mentioned that participants would receive compensation for their time and travel expenses. I called the number and spoke to a woman who sounded professional and knowledgeable about market research procedures. She confirmed the details from the letter and asked some basic questions about my background to ensure I fit their target demographic. The conversation was routine and businesslike, exactly what I'd expect from a legitimate research company. The business centre was easy enough to find, located in a modern office building near the Bull Ring. The reception area looked professional, with branded materials for various companies and a steady flow of people coming and going for different meetings and appointments. I was directed to a conference room on the 3rd floor, where about a dozen other people were already waiting. The group seemed to match the demographic they'd described, mostly people in their 30s and 40s who looked like they worked in shops, restaurants, or other service jobs around the West Midlands. The session began with a researcher introducing herself and explaining that we'd be viewing a series of advertisements for various consumer products. Our task was to watch each advert carefully and then discuss our reactions, focusing on what we found appealing, confusing, or memorable about the marketing messages. The first few advertisements were exactly what I'd expected. Typical commercial spots for household products, food brands, and retail chains. The discussion afterward was straightforward, with participants sharing their opinions about the effectiveness of different marketing approaches and whether the adverts would influence their purchasing decisions. However, as the session progressed, the advertisements became increasingly unusual. Instead of polished commercial spots from recognizable brands, we began viewing what appeared to be amateur or experimental marketing materials for products and services I'd never heard of. Some of these advertisements were for websites and online services that seemed to operate outside normal commercial channels. The marketing materials emphasized privacy, discretion, and access to exclusive content or services that weren't available through conventional retailers or service providers. The researcher seemed particularly interested in our reactions to these unusual advertisements. She asked detailed questions about whether we found the marketing messages compelling, whether we would be interested in learning more about the services advertised, and what factors would influence our decision to engage with unconventional online businesses. During the individual interviews that followed the group discussion, the questions became more personal and specific. The researcher wanted to know about my financial situation, my online activities, and my attitudes toward privacy and security when using internet services. She also asked about my social relationships and support systems, probing into whether I lived alone, how often I communicated with family and friends, and whether I had people in my life who might notice if my behavior or circumstances changed significantly. These questions felt intrusive and irrelevant to market research about advertising effectiveness. When I mentioned feeling uncomfortable with the personal nature of the inquiries, the researcher explained that understanding consumer psychology required comprehensive knowledge of people's life circumstances and decision-making processes. She assured me that all information would be kept strictly confidential and used only for legitimate research purposes. The personal questions were necessary to understand how different life situations influence people's responses to various types of marketing messages. The session concluded with the researcher providing contact information for follow-up research opportunities. She mentioned that participants who provided detailed and thoughtful responses would be invited to participate in additional studies that offered higher compensation for more specialized research activities. I received the promised payment in cash as I left the building, along with a business card containing contact information for future research opportunities. The entire experience had been professional and well organized, despite my discomfort with some of the more personal questions. About a week later, I received a phone call inviting me to participate in a follow-up study that would involve testing online services and providing feedback about user experience and interface design. The compensation offered was substantially higher than the first session, and the work could be completed from home on my own schedule. The caller explained that the research involved evaluating websites and online platforms that were still in development stages. I would be given access to these experimental services and asked to document my experiences using them, focusing on usability, functionality, and overall user satisfaction. This seemed like a natural progression from the advertising research, and the higher pay was attractive enough to override my lingering concerns about the personal questions from the first session. I agreed to participate and was provided with detailed instructions for accessing the experimental websites. The instructions included steps for downloading specialized software that would allow me to access websites that weren't available through normal internet browsing. The researcher explained that many experimental online services operated on private networks to protect their development work from competitors and unauthorized access. The software installation process was more complex than typical internet applications, requiring specific security settings and network configurations that seemed unusual for basic website testing. When I asked about these requirements, the researcher explained that experimental services often required enhanced security measures to protect proprietary technology and user data. Once the software was properly configured, I gained access to a collection of websites and online platforms that were unlike anything I'd encountered through normal internet use. These services offered various types of content and functionality, but many seemed to operate outside the boundaries of conventional online businesses. Some platforms provided access to information and services that were explicitly described as being unavailable through mainstream internet channels. Others offered opportunities to participate in activities or transactions that required significant discretion and anonymity from users. The research tasks involved exploring these platforms thoroughly and documenting my experiences using detailed questionnaires and feedback forms. I was asked to evaluate not just the technical functionality of the services, but also my emotional and psychological responses to the content and activities available. Many of the questions focused on whether I found the services exciting whether I would recommend them to others, and what factors would influence my decision to become a regular user of these types of platforms. As I spent more time exploring the experimental websites, I began to understand that they were providing access to areas of the internet that most people never encounter. The content and services available through these platforms included activities that were clearly illegal or designed to exploit vulnerable people. Some websites offered detailed instructions for various criminal activities, while others provided marketplaces for goods and services that couldn't be obtained through legitimate channels. Many platforms seemed designed to facilitate interactions between people seeking to engage in harmful or exploitative activities. The realization that I was being asked to evaluate and provide feedback on criminal websites was deeply disturbing. The market research study had been used to recruit people who could be trusted to access illegal online services and provide intelligence about their usability and appeal. When I tried to contact the research company to express my concerns, I discovered that the phone numbers and contact information I'd been given were no longer working. The business address led to an office building that had no record of the research company I'd been working with. I also began noticing signs that my online activities were being monitored more extensively than would be necessary for legitimate market research. My internet usage, email communications, and even my location seemed to be tracked and documented by unknown parties. The specialized software I'd installed to access the experimental websites had apparently provided comprehensive surveillance capabilities that extended far beyond the research tasks I'd been asked to complete. My computer and internet connection had been compromised to allow ongoing monitoring of my personal activities. When I attempted to remove the research software and end my participation in the study, I discovered that the monitoring capabilities couldn't be easily disabled. The software had integrated itself into my computer systems in ways that made complete removal extremely difficult without professional technical assistance. I also received messages suggesting that my participation in the research had provided me with access to sensitive information about illegal online services. The implication was that my knowledge of these criminal platforms made me a potential security risk that required ongoing monitoring and management. The messages reminded me that I had detailed knowledge of how to access and use illegal websites, and that this information could be valuable to law enforcement or competing criminal organizations. My safety and legal protection depended on maintaining discretion about everything I had learned during the research process. I realized that the market research study had been designed to identify and recruit people who could be manipulated into accessing illegal online services while providing detailed intelligence about their operations and user base. The focus group had been a screening process to identify vulnerable individuals who could be trusted with criminal activities. The personal questions during the interviews had been used to assess my psychological profile and determine whether I could be controlled through financial pressure, social isolation, or other forms of manipulation. The research company had been evaluating my suitability as an unwitting participant in criminal online activities. The ongoing surveillance of my personal activities was probably being used to gather leverage that could ensure my continued cooperation with illegal activities, or my silence about criminal operations I had been exposed to during the research process. I never determined who was actually behind the research study, or what they ultimately intended to do with the intelligence I had provided about illegal online services. The combination of sophisticated recruitment methods, comprehensive surveillance capabilities, and systematic exposure to criminal activities suggested an organization with significant resources and expertise. What I understand now is that they had developed effective methods for identifying and recruiting unwitting participants in criminal online activities by presenting illegal research as legitimate market research opportunities. They understood how to exploit people's financial needs and curiosity about technology to recruit accomplices for activities they would never willingly participate in. The most disturbing aspect of this experience was how my desire for additional income had been transformed into participation in the evaluation and improvement of criminal online services. The market research had been a recruitment method designed to identify people who could be manipulated into providing intelligence about illegal activities while believing they were conducting legitimate consumer research. I still receive occasional contact attempts from similar market research companies, offering compensation for participation in studies that involve evaluating experimental online services and technologies. The studies they describe always offer unusually high compensation, always involve accessing specialized websites, and always require comprehensive confidentiality about the research process. I decline these opportunities immediately now, but I wonder how many other people have found themselves in similar situations, believing they are participating in legitimate market research, while actually providing intelligence and feedback that helps improve criminal online operations targeting vulnerable users. Imagine being 15 and desperate enough to impress someone that you pretend to know about things you'd only read about in forum posts, until pretending becomes something much more dangerous than you ever intended. I was in year 11 at a comprehensive in Manchester when I started chatting with someone who seemed infinitely cooler than anyone I knew in real life. She went by the username Dark Explorer and claimed to be 18. Studying media at university, with access to parts of the internet that most people never discovered. We'd met in a forum dedicated to discussing banned films and censored content, where she posted detailed reviews of documentaries and footage that had been pulled from mainstream platforms. Her knowledge seemed encyclopedic. She could discuss technical aspects of film production, legal issues around content distribution, and historical context for material that I'd barely heard of. I was immediately intimidated and fascinated. Here was someone who seemed to understand the internet's hidden corners in ways that made my own browsing habits feel childish and superficial. I wanted to seem equally knowledgeable, equally sophisticated in my interests, so I started exaggerating. When she mentioned underground streaming sites, I claimed to have accessed them. When she discussed extreme content that existed in legal grey areas, I pretended to have seen it. When she referenced technical concepts I didn't understand, I nodded along and tried to contribute insights that made me sound more experienced than I actually was. The lies started small but escalated quickly as our conversations continued. She seemed impressed by my apparent knowledge, which encouraged me to embellish further. I created stories about content I'd supposedly discovered, shared fictional accounts of browsing sessions that had never happened, built an entire persona around being someone far more worldly than a 15-year-old from suburban Manchester actually was. After about 2 months of increasingly elaborate fabrications, Dark Explorer mentioned something that made me panic about maintaining my false image. Red rooms. She brought them up casually, as if they were just another type of content she'd encountered during her explorations of hidden sites. Live streams where viewers could watch real violence happening in real time, broadcast from various locations on the dark web. Most people dismissed red rooms as urban legends, she explained. But anyone who'd spent serious time exploring the internet's darker regions knew they existed. The technical barriers weren't as insurmountable as skeptics claimed, and there was clearly sufficient demand to make them economically viable. I should have admitted ignorance at that point, should have explained that I'd heard of red rooms but never actually encountered one. Instead, I found myself claiming not only to have seen them, but to have opinions about their authenticity and technical implementation. Dark Explorer seemed intrigued by my supposed expertise. She asked detailed questions about specific aspects of Red Room streams, video quality, interface design, audience interaction methods. Questions that made it clear she expected me to have first-hand knowledge rather than theoretical understanding. I improvised answers based on things I'd read in forum discussions, trying to sound authoritative while hoping she wouldn't notice the gaps in my knowledge. The conversation felt like a test I was barely passing, with each question pushing me further into territory I didn't actually understand. After that discussion, I spent hours researching Red Rooms online, trying to learn enough to maintain the facade I'd created. Most of what I found was obviously fictional or second-hand speculation, but a few sources seemed to have genuine knowledge about accessing hidden streaming sites. The research was supposed to be about covering my lies, but I found myself genuinely curious about whether Red Rooms actually existed. If Dark Explorer was right about them being real phenomena rather than internet mythology, then documenting them would provide the sort of exclusive knowledge that would cement my reputation as someone worth knowing. I started exploring parts of the internet I'd never visited before, following leads from the more credible sources I'd discovered. The process was more complex than I'd expected, involving software I'd never used and sites that required specific access methods. After about a week of persistent searching, I found something that looked promising. A site hosting what appeared to be live streams from various hidden locations. The interface was basic but functional, with video players showing feeds from different rooms. Most showed empty spaces or static scenes, but a few had activity that suggested they were genuinely live. One stream showed what appeared to be a basement or converted garage with someone strapped to a metal table. The video quality was poor and there was no audio, but the timestamp suggested it was happening in real time, rather than being pre-recorded content. I watched for about an hour, telling myself I was conducting research rather than witnessing something genuinely disturbing. The person on the table would occasionally move or struggle against their restraints, but mostly just lay there with the resigned expression of someone who understood their situation. Around 10 p.m., someone entered the frame and began making preparations that suggested the stream was about to become considerably more disturbing than passive observation of a restrained person. I should have closed the browser at that point and pretended I'd never found the site. Instead, I took screenshots and saved details about how to access the stream, thinking this would provide evidence to share with Dark Explorer that would prove my claimed expertise was genuine. The next day, I messaged her with carefully edited details about what I'd supposedly discovered. I described the site and its content in ways that demonstrated I'd actually accessed it, while avoiding specifics that might reveal how recently I'd found it, or how little I actually understood about what I was seeing. Dark Explorer seemed impressed but also concerned. She pointed out that witnessing real violence, even passively through online streams, could have legal implications that I might not have considered. She suggested I be more careful about what I accessed and how I documented it. Her concern felt genuine in ways that made me realize she might actually care about my well-being, rather than just being impressed by my supposed knowledge. For the first time since we'd started chatting, I considered telling her the truth about how inexperienced I actually was, but I was too invested in the persona I'd created to back down now. Instead, I assured her that I was being careful and knew what I was doing, while privately resolving to be more cautious about what I accessed online. Except I kept going back to the streaming site. not because I enjoyed watching disturbing content, but because I'd become fascinated by the technical aspects of how it functioned. The site seemed to host multiple streams from different locations, suggesting either a single person with access to various properties or multiple people contributing content to a shared platform. The streams I'd initially found were replaced by new ones every few days, always showing different rooms and different victims. The production quality varied considerably, from professional setups with multiple camera angles to amateur recordings from single static positions. What disturbed me most wasn't the violence itself, but the mundane details that suggested these streams were being produced locally rather than in distant countries. Background sounds that seemed typically British, architectural details that looked familiar, even glimpses of packaging or signage that suggested UK origins. The possibility that red rooms were being produced somewhere near Manchester, rather than in abstract foreign locations, made everything feel more immediate and dangerous. These weren't distant criminals operating in places I'd never visit. They could be people who lived in my area, used the same shops, traveled the same roads. I started paying attention to local news reports, looking for missing person cases that might correspond to victims I'd seen in streams. Without clear physical descriptions or specific dates, it was impossible to make definitive connections, but there seemed to be more unexplained disappearances than you'd normally expect. One case particularly bothered me because the missing person was around my own age, a 16-year-old who'd been reported missing about 2 months earlier after failing to return home from college. The circumstances were unusual because there had been no obvious reason for them to disappear voluntarily. I researched the case more thoroughly and found that the missing person had lived in an area of Manchester I was familiar with. They disappeared while walking home along a route that passed through several areas where someone could be intercepted without witnesses. The possibility that someone my own age from my own city might have become a victim in the streams I'd been watching made everything feel personal in ways I hadn't expected. This wasn't just about impressing someone online or maintaining a false persona. It was about real people suffering for reasons I didn't understand. I considered reporting what I'd discovered to the police, but I knew how that conversation would sound. 15-year-old claims to have found evidence of live murder streams while trying to impress someone online. They'd probably assume I was making up stories for attention. More importantly, I was worried about what might happen if the people behind the streams discovered that someone had identified their activities. I'd been accessing their content for weeks, potentially leaving digital traces that could be used to identify me. Dark Explorer had mentioned that serious exploration of hidden sites required understanding how to protect your identity and location from people who might not appreciate unwanted attention. Knowledge I clearly didn't possess, despite claiming to be experienced with this type of browsing. I decided to be more honest with her about my actual level of expertise, hoping she might provide guidance about staying safe online while continuing to access unusual content. But when I tried to message her, I discovered that her account had been deleted. Not just inactive or abandoned, but completely removed from the forum where we'd met. Her previous posts were gone, her username was available for new registration, and there was no indication that Dark Explorer had ever existed. I checked other platforms where we'd occasionally communicated, but found the same thing. Every trace of our conversations had been eliminated, as if someone had systematically removed all evidence of our interaction. The sudden disappearance felt ominous in ways I couldn't quite articulate. Either Dark Explorer had decided to completely reinvent her online identity for reasons I didn't understand, or something had happened that required eliminating her digital presence entirely. I stopped accessing the streaming site after that, telling myself I'd learned enough to satisfy my curiosity and prove my claimed expertise to myself, if not to anyone else. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd gotten involved in something more serious than I'd initially understood. Over the next few weeks, I noticed small things that individually meant nothing but collectively made me uncomfortable. Post delivered later than usual. Items in my room that seemed to have been moved slightly. Sounds outside my bedroom window that could have been coincidence, but felt like surveillance. The sort of details that could easily be imagination or paranoia, but which felt more significant in the context of my growing concern that I'd attracted unwanted attention through my online activities. One evening, I found an envelope that had been slipped under my bedroom door while I was downstairs having dinner with my parents. Inside was a single photograph that made my hands shake as I looked at it. The photograph showed me walking to college, taken from a concealed position that suggested professional surveillance rather than casual observation. Someone had been watching me closely enough to document my daily routine without me noticing anything unusual. On the back of the photograph was a handwritten message that made it clear this wasn't a random incident. Stop pretending. No signature, no explanation. Just those two words that referenced the fundamental dishonesty that had led me into this situation. Someone knew I'd been fabricating knowledge about things I didn't understand, and they'd apparently been monitoring my activities closely enough to document my real-world movements. I threw the photograph away and tried to convince myself it was a prank or coincidence. But I couldn't explain how someone had obtained my home address or managed to deliver the message without my parents noticing anything unusual. Over the next few days, I became increasingly paranoid about being watched. Every stranger I saw near my house felt threatening. Every unexpected sound made me check the windows and doors. But nothing obvious happened. No more photographs, no threatening phone calls, no signs that anyone was following me or monitoring my activities. Just the persistent feeling that someone knew more about my daily routine than they should. I never tried to contact Dark Explorer again or access any more hidden streaming sites. The whole experience had taught me that pretending to knowledge I didn't possess could lead to consequences I wasn't prepared to handle. But I still think about that photograph and the casual way someone had documented my movements without me noticing anything unusual. How long they might have been watching me before deciding to reveal their surveillance. And I think about Dark Explorer and whether she'd been real at all, or just part of an elaborate process designed to draw people like me into situations they didn't understand. Whether other people had received similar guidance and encouragement to explore content they weren't equipped to handle safely. Sometimes I wonder if the whole thing had been a game from the beginning, just not the kind of game I thought I was playing. Whether my attempts to impress someone online had made me a target for people who were considerably more experienced at manipulation than I was at detecting it.